stands before you. Su Nannan caught the falling Hu Yan, staring up at the broad back protecting them from annihilation. Zemo flashed forward, eyes burning with murderous intent. Fast for a brat, aren't you? But don't forget who you're dealing with. Wenzu Tu swung his great sword in a blind rage, but his opponent vanished like smoke. Damn it, stop running and fight me like a man. Zemo smirked, his eyes glinting with a predator's instinct as he closed the distance. Idiot. You rely on attribute shifting, so why would I fight your strengths? I'll exploit your weaknesses. In this arena, victory is life, and defeat is death. He realized with a sneer, he's losing his cool already. Yuanzu roared, his aura exploding violently as he gripped his blade. Die! He lunged with reckless abandon, but Zemo danced around him effortlessly. Then, Zemo's eyes snapped open. The opening was there. With a blinding flash of steel, he delivered a merciless, razor-sharp slash. Wenzu couldn't react. Color drained from his face as agony took over. The spectators gasped in horror, their eyes wide with panic. On the stage, Zemo stood calmly, flicking fresh blood from his blade. What's wrong? Couldn't shift your stats in time. Yuanzu collapsed, utterly defeated, unable to utter a single word. Zemo looked down at him with arrogant pity. Truly the world's most useless trash. Elsewhere, Fei Xiang shrugged at Jiang Kai, oozing arrogance. Oh, Jiang Kai, look around. Your squad is crawling in the dirt. The outcome of this leveling showdown is already decided. The first victim of this tragedy has already fallen. But if you can't bear to watch them die, you still have a choice. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, silence his only weapon. The villain grinned, revealing his twisted game. Use your trump card. Save exactly one person. Fei Xiang glanced at the fallen psychic. But remember, you only have one save. He looked at the healer and the tank, his voice dropping to a growl. Who will it be? Finally, he pointed to Zemo, blade raised for the execution. His eyes danced with psychotic glee. But know this, whoever you save, Team Fire God still loses. Jiang Kai stood motionless, a dark shadow casting over his face as the enemy laughed. Suddenly, the gray sky wept. Rain began to patter against the arena floor. Jiang Kai finally broke his silence, his voice calm amidst the gathering storm. Is that so? His ghost eye activated, glowing with a terrifying light. I beg to differ. Fire Lotus scoffed, preparing her final strike. You think a trash weather skill like rainfall can stop us pathetic? Miaoling readied her fan, laughing maniacally. Time to send you all to hell. But Su Nuan acted fast, hurling 2 green vials through the air. Who said the rain was meant to kill you directly? The glass shattered, spraying strange green liquid all over the enemy duo. What the hell is this slime? Miaoling recoiled in disgust. Fire Lotus frowned. Ignore it, just kill them first. They launched their final assault on the girls. Die! In the stands. A dark-haired spectator frowned in confusion. Rain. What is that fortune teller thinking? And the healer threw a D-rank toy item? Are they insane? They were walking blindly into a death trap. In the VIP booth. Su Lanlin stifled a gasp, covering her mouth as her heart hammered against her ribs. Su Nuan. Suddenly, Lu Jun roared. Watch closely. On the arena floor, a weapon slipped from a trembling hand, clattering against the wet stone. Miaoling stared in horror at her arm, which was now pulsating with a sickly, necrotic green glow. What is happening to me? Fire Lotus shrieked in agony. Her veins bulged black against her skin as the toxin seized her, eyes bloodshot with terror. You used poison. Su Nuan and Hu Yan stood like statues, their cold silence the only answer they offered. Fire Lotus roared like a cornered beast. I'll kill you, but Hu Yan simply raised her compass, channeling a surge of spiritual energy. You're not killing. Anyone today, Hailstorm. Razor-sharp ice crashed down from the heavens, piercing through their paralyzed defenses. Neither could move to dodge. The agony was absolute. Fire Lotus and Miaoling collapsed, broken and defeated under the relentless icy downpour. Su Lanlin gasped, unable to believe her eyes. What kind of poison is that? She whispered. It completely neutralized 2 high-level fighters instantly. Lu Jun smirked, his sharp eyes seeing through the strategy. It's the rare green water ghost toxin. It only takes effect if the target is completely soaked. A harsh condition that makes it useless in normal combat, but to combine it with a rainfall spell. Brilliant. On the field, Fei Zhang watched his team crumble, his jaw dropping. Impossible! Across from him, Jiang Kai smiled, the aura of a master tactician radiating from him. A useless class, a trash skill, a harmless poison, but combined perfectly, they create a miracle that defies the system itself. Rage burned in Fei Zhang's eyes as he glared at the opposition, but his opponent merely shrugged with a smug grin, dripping with pure arrogance. If you think our Fire God squad is that weak, Fei Zhang hissed, you're making a fatal mistake. Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in unison, eyes widening as if they'd seen a ghost. Look, that drunkard. He's getting back up. Down in the arena, a battered figure slowly rose. He stomped his foot, the impact hard enough to send dust swirling into the air. It was none other than Ruin Yuyan. He clutched a gaping wound on his stomach, trembling violently as he forced himself upright. Mo Chuan watched the struggle with a sneer of absolute contempt. Do you have a death wish? You're nothing but a trash-tier drunkard. Do you honestly believe you stand a chance against the gladiator class? His voice turned ice cold as he issued his decree. I will wipe out the entire Fire God squad, starting with your head. But Ruin Yuyan gritted his teeth, his spirit blazing brighter than ever. I, Ruin Yuyan, have never bowed to anyone in my life. I don't care who you are. I am not afraid. Mo Chuan froze, sensing a sudden drastic shift in his opponent's aura. Wait, his eyes. Mo Chuan hesitated. They've changed completely. The hazy, drunken stupor is gone, replaced by something unreadable. Is this a trap, just like that doctor's scheme earlier? Suddenly, Ruin Yuyan roared in a drunken rage. I'm telling you right now, you have to submit to me. You have no other choice. Hearing this nonsense, Mo Chuan snapped, launching a furious attack. Damn you, stop mocking me, you lunatic! The crowd dropped their jaws in disbelief. Oh, what the hell, I thought that drunk had some secret technique, but he's just spouting perverted garbage. Disgusting. No, wait. Look closely. His condition. It's unnatural. He moves like he's sober, yet he's rambling like a madman. They watched Ruan Yuyan stumble and sway as if intoxicated, yet effortlessly weave through Mo Chuan's spear thrusts, leaving the gladiator stunned. Watching from the sidelines, Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That speed, it's instantaneous. Hold on, what just happened? Why does it feel like that pervert's speed doubled after getting injured? Jiang Kai heard this and smirked, his voice calm. It truly is astonishing. Do you know the fundamental difference between human instinct and reaction? Feng ground his teeth, glaring daggers at him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Ignoring the hostility, Jiang Kai continued his lecture. In battle, humans usually rely on past experience, emotions, and external factors to calculate a response. Mo Chuan, consumed by rage, leapt into the air, his spear diving straight for the kill. It was just luck. Let's see if you can dodge when I split your skull in two. As Ruin Yuyan drunkenly sidestepped the lethal blow, Jiang Kai finished his thought. But instinct, that is the most primal power of all. Meanwhile, the drunkard teased his attacker while dodging. Oh my beauty, your speed isn't quite fast enough to catch me. Mo Chuan's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Shut your mouth and die. Jiang Kai analyzed from the side like a true strategist. No matter how rich your combat experience, nothing compares to the raw reaction speed of primal instinct. Facing the razor-sharp spear tip, Ruin Yuyan vanished, reappearing instantly behind Mo Chuan. In that split second, the gladiator was already half a beat too slow. He swung wildly behind him, grit and exhaustion mixing on his face. Damn it, he's clearly wounded. So why is he dodging with such precision? He's even more agile than before. I can't predict his moves at all. Realization struck. He nan like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. It finally made sense. Ruin Yuyan's hidden class was the legendary drunken revelry. This was the awakening of a dormant talent. She recalled the moment Ruin Yuyan had scratched his head, looking bashful as he explained the terrifying potential of his power. The state of drunken revelry stimulates my subconscious, he had said, pushing me into a subtle zone existing between absolute sobriety and total intoxication. Basically, it unchains my soul. I become a lot more free-spirited, and my instincts take over. Henan dropped to one knee, grabbing a sword from the ground with a determined grin. Well then, let's put that theory to the ultimate test. She hurled the blade toward him with a warrior's shout. Ruin Yuyan, catch! He snatched the weapon from the air with effortless grace, a lazy smirk playing on his lips. My little beauty, are you tired already? He teased, his voice slurring slightly. I am still waiting for your hot lips to kiss me until I pass out. Ma Chun charged forward, his patience obliterated by the mockery. You want to die? Fine, I will chop you into 8 pieces to satisfy my rage. His speed ramped up, attacks forming an inescapable net of steel around Ruin Yuyan. The spectators in the stands gaped in disbelief. Look at that, someone shouted. That drunkard's footwork is a complete mess, yet he dodges every single strike like a ghost. Ma Chun was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with panic. Impossible. Drunkards are trashed here, the lowest profession in existence. How can I be losing to a useless drunk? He lunged with ferocious intent, screaming with every ounce of spiritual energy he had left. Just die already. A single clean slash sliced through the air, silencing the entire arena in an instant. A drop of blood splashed onto the floor. Ma Chun stood frozen before Ruin Yuyan, trembling uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, eyes rolling up to see the cold steel resting against his forehead. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Ruan Yuyan had completely dominated him. Ruan Yuyan, flushed with the excitement of battle and grinning ear to ear, commanded, Now, take off your clothes yourself. The humiliation was absolute. Ma Chun shook with impotent rage, eyes rolling back in fury, nearly coughing up blood from the sheer disgrace. The stands erupted into chaos. This was unlike anything seen before. My God, the crowd murmured. In the eyes of everyone at Holy Light, the drunken masterclass is trash. Yet, he just defeated an elite gladiator effortlessly. This is the kind of massive upset you only see in a leveling manhwa. The Falcon Squad has already lost 3 members. Is the Fire God Squad actually going to pull off a legendary comeback? On the other side of the arena, Feng rushed forward, veins popping on his forehead in pure frustration. But Jiang Kai intercepted him, blocking his path like an immovable mountain. He finally pulled out the card he had been concealing the entire match. "What's wrong? Can't handle a little heat," Jiang Kai taunted. "Feng, didn't you come here specifically to deal with me?" Feng ground his teeth, his resentment boiling over like lava. "Jiang Kai, so that is the mysterious trump card you have been holding back." Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer of utter disdain. Feng laughed maniacally. "But don't get too arrogant just yet. Don't forget, my team hasn't lost completely." A sudden slash cut through the air, shattering a potion bottle. Su Nuanwan stared in horror as her poison vial shattered. Her brow furrowed as she screamed, "Oh no." Bing immediately pointed his spear at her, eyes murderous. "Su Nuanwan, you annoying little doctor trying to poison me. Fine, if you want to die, I will kill you first, and then I will finish off this cowardly gladiator." Her eyes went wide as the blade descended, cold sweat drenching her back. Feng moved like a flash of lightning, a speed so terrifying she couldn't move a single muscle. She braced for death, but the pain never came. She cracked her eyes open to see a figure lunging in front of her, taking the fatal blow meant for her heart. Shock paralyzed her soul. It was Yuanju. He had thrown himself in the way nearby. Tuma stared in horror as the blade pierced right through his teammate's body. But then, Yuanju's hand shot up, locking onto Feng's wrist with an iron grip. He clamped his hand tight, trapping the enemy. A terrifying power erupted from his body, leaving his opponent stammering in total confusion. Killing intent flashed in Yuanju's eyes like cold steel. He swung his sword and roared. He was using his own body as bait, converting his attributes into raw physical constitution to tank the hit. Next, Mo's eyes turned bloodshot with shock. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Yuanju had ruthlessly driven his sword straight through Feng's throat, blood sprayed into the air like a crimson geyser. Even Shu Feixiang went pale at the gruesome sight, gasping out, "How? How is that possible?" Jiang Kai had predicted this exact reaction. A cold smirk played on his lips as he mocked them. "Didn't I tell you earlier, you want to kill my teammates? It won't be that simple." Shu Feixiang ground his teeth in hatred, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Damn it, how did these useless Fire God members suddenly become so formidable? According to his previous analysis, they had 0 chance of winning. It is like they suddenly powered up in a leveling system. Before the enemy could react, Jiang Kai whipped out a card with blinding speed. "Now the real duel begins. Shu Feixiang, I will make you acknowledge your total defeat." Shu Feixiang snapped completely. He clenched his jaw so hard it nearly cracked, his body trembling as if about to explode from rage. His eyes burned crimson with madness as he drew himself up and roared into the heavens. "Jiang Kai, do not get cocky just yet. My men might have failed to handle your trash friends, but I, Shu Feixiang, will personally claim your head." Jiang Kai did not waste breath on useless words. He simply clenched his jaw, his mind running battle calculations like a supercomputer. In battle, the shortest path to victory is a full-power preemptive strike. Opposite him, Shu Feixiang charged like a rabid beast, eyes spitting fire. The explosive dual slash. Jiang Kai stood unmoving as a mountain, while his eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie green light. Ghost Eye. Focus. His burst power is overwhelming, just milliseconds before the blade pierced him. He shifted his body, dodging by a hair's breadth while his mind raced. A full power strike from Shu Feixiang. Even if I dodge the direct hit, the residual energy will still affect me. But this also means that after this move, his stamina will be drained. Jiang Kai's lips moved slightly, whispering in a raspy voice, "Execute the second strike immediately." Instantaneously, he launched himself into the air. Shu Feixiang's massive slash decimated only the empty ground below. Shu Feixiang's eyes widened in disbelief as his blade hit nothing but dirt. What the hell? Jiang Kai hovered in the air, his expression dark and terrifying as a reaper. "Shu Feixiang, you have already lost." As the words left his mouth, he activated the death card. Torrential power surged forth like a breaking dam. Faster than lightning, Jiang Kai hurled the card in a straight line toward the enemy. Shu Feixiang, already lost to madness, flared his aura and raised his sword again. "Who said I lost, Jiang Kai? You dare toy with me, I will kill you." Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the chaotic display. The more consumed by emotion you are, the easier you lose your way. He stood nonchalantly, Watching his card fly true, it slammed straight into the enemy's chest. His inner voice remained icy calm. The soul sound pursuit was suppressed earlier, preventing a critical hit, but now the death card has devoured the 9th pursuit stack. It inherited a 90% critical hit probability. Shu Feixiang stared down, eyes bulging, as the card buried itself in his chest. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was still immersed in his calculations. Plus, the attribute enhancement from the death card, this strike gains 50 points of penetration, permanent critical rate increased by 15%, and critical damage boosted by 150%. Veins popped on Shu Feixiang's face as he gasped. How? How can this be? Jiang Kai smirked coldly in his heart. Shu Feixiang is dead meat. Boom. An explosion rocked Shu Feixiang's body, drowned out by his agonized scream. The sky darkened instantly as rain began to fall. On the ground, a blood-soaked hand fell limp. Under the drizzling rain, Jiang Kai calmly retracted his soul power. He glanced indifferently at the broken figure on the ground. I told you. You lost. Witnessing this brutal finale, the spectators dropped their jaws, pupils shaking. Oh my god. Then the entire stadium erupted. Everyone stood up, cheering wildly. Heavens, the Fire God Squad won again. They defeated the Xuanwu Elite Squad twice in a row. This is a historic miracle. Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Hu Yan and the others threw their hands up in victory. The Shan group let out long sighs of relief. Su Lanlan shot up from her seat, unable to believe her own eyes. Is it finally over? Luo Jun shoved his hands in his pockets, walking away with a swagger. It is over. That was truly a feast for the eyes. Jiang Kai's performance was spectacular as always. Yuanju did not let me down either. But surprisingly, Su Nuanwan's performance was eye-catching. He smirked, recalling the battle details. Poison healers rarely fight on the front lines. But that little girl set up a complex Greenwater Ghost formation and applied it perfectly in combat. Her mastery of poison is terrifyingly high. Su Lanlin closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. It is a pity Professor Lee's board already finished the evaluation. Otherwise, I am certain Su Nuanwan would have been graded rank A. Meanwhile, Zihang sat slumped on the ground, wailing while hugging Mo Chen. Oh my beauty, my precious baby, why did this happen? Instant karma struck. Someone sprayed a cloud of gas right in his face. Zihang collapsed instantly, foaming at the mouth. Hu Yan shook the spray bottle, looking smug. At critical moments, you still have to rely on me. Wu Weiying was terrified by this chaotic display and backed away. What are you planning now? Wenju raised his sword angrily, ready to charge again, but was held back. Come at me. You dared challenge the war god. You better be prepared for a miserable defeat. Jiang Kai and the others grabbed him, struggling to hold him back. Yuanju, calm down, man. Jiang Kai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This team is getting harder and harder to lead. Just then, Wu Weiying raised her hand, cutting the tension. I hereby declare. A forced smile plastered on her face. The giant screen behind flashed the final results. Victory goes to the Fire God Squad. The crowd chanted in unison, Fire God, Fire God, Fire God, Fire God. The chant thundered through the stadium. Jiang Kai puffed out his chest, letting the adoration fuel the pride swelling in his heart. This feeling, he smirked, basking in the glory. It isn't half bad. Bathed in the roar of the crowd, Jiang Kai led his team into the darkness of the backstage tunnel. Long live the Fire God. The cries faded behind them. But high above the arena, a silhouette watched from the shadows. A sharp, amused curve formed on the stranger's lips. The Fire God Squad. Huh, interesting. The man chuckled, his eyes gleaming. The sun set, surrendering the sky to the rising moon. Several days later, chaos erupted at the main God Guild. Frantic footsteps slammed against the corridor floor. Captain Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai and the others spun around, startled by the commotion. What is it? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Hu Yan skidded to a halt, gasping for air while dragging Zihang behind her. Ruin, you and I. We just came from the market. The news is everywhere: class advancement materials, the deep job change, the voodoo master items. Prices didn't just spike. They vanished, completely sold out. Zihang steadied his breathing, eyes wide. Ever since the liquor worm and voodoo classes were labeled trash by the military, those materials were gathering dust. Now, Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with triumph. Exactly. They're gold dust now. Don't you see? This proves it to everyone. Our awakened classes aren't trash tier after all. Jiang Kai crossed his arms, a satisfied nod confirming his thoughts. Absolutely, Jiang Kai said. During the clash with the Falcon Squad, your performance was god tier, especially yours. Ruin you. When you executed that cavalry charge, the entire arena froze in shock. But remember, Jiang Kai's voice turned serious. Even with the same class, individual talent and destiny differ. Your success is one of a kind. Zihang and Hu Yan stood taller, their noses practically touching the sky in pride. Ruan Yu slapped his captain's shoulder, pointing to his own chest with a feral grin. Damn straight, we are the Fire God Squad. Mediocrity isn't in our vocabulary. Suddenly, a piercing siren slashed through the air. Hu Yan threw open the system interface, her brows knitting together. Breaking news, she read, her voice dropping. The Leopard Squad engaged the Crouching Dragon Squad. Confirmed. Only one survivor remains. In a final twist, the Crouching Dragon captain turned the tables. He massacred the entire Leopard team, single-handedly. The room went dead silent. Everyone gasped. What? Jiang Kai pursed his lips, his mind racing. I remember the Leopard Squad is backed by the Black Tortoise Guild. They aren't weaklings. For the Crouching Dragon captain to wipe them out alone. The gravity of the situation settled over them like lead. What kind of monster are we dealing with? This feels like a boss fight from a hell mode dungeon. Jiang Kai's expression darkened. He turned to their scout, his eyes intense. Su Nuan, listen to me. Do not underestimate this enemy captain. Gather every scrap of intel you can. If we cross paths, I don't want us walking into a slaughter blind. She nodded immediately. Understood, Captain. Jiang Kai scanned the faces of his 4 teammates. His voice was calm, but it held the weight of absolute authority. Speaking of battles, the competition is getting brutal. I have an announcement. Every squad is suffering heavy casualties, including our next opponent. They realized they had 0 chance of winning against us. They forfeited. Jiang Kai paused for dramatic effect, his eyes blazing. We are going straight to the grand finals. Hu Yan jumped up, screaming in delight. The finals. Does that mean we reach the end with a full roster? No casualties. Ruan Yu pumped his fist into the air. We're the only squad left standing with 0 deaths. Su Nuan smiled warmly. It's all thanks to your leadership, Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. We're lucky to have you. Jiang Kai shook his head, a humble smile playing on his lips. No. This victory belongs to our synergy. I could only charge forward because I knew you all had my back. Without you, even I couldn't have turned the tide. This glory belongs to the entire Fire God Squad. He laughed, his demeanor finally relaxing. All right, listen up. You've all been pushing your limits. The finals are approaching. Take a day off, rest, reset your mental state. The room erupted in cheers as the crushing pressure finally lifted. But Jiang Kai made a silent decision. With time to spare, he needed to return to his roots. Without delay, he headed for Zhang City, straight to his luxurious villa. Inside, Yingzi was struggling to support her eldest brother's arm, worry trembling in her voice. Brother Jiang, please let me help you. You were just discharged, don't push yourself. The man shook his head with a helpless, bitter smile. Yingzi, I'm not made of glass. I need to train if I'm ever going to be useful to Jiang Kai again. But his body betrayed him, leaving him gasping for air. Yingzi trembled, tears welling up. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Suddenly, a strong, steady hand rested gently on his shoulder. It was Jiang Kai. He chuckled softly. Brother Jiang, how can you help me if you collapse from exhaustion? Yingzi's eyes lit up like stars. Brother, you're back. But the warm reunion was cut short by a different problem. Jiang Kai stared at the dining table. It groaned under the weight of a gourmet feast, fit for an army. Hold on, this is a bit much, isn't it? Yingzi brought out even more dishes, confused by their stillness. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? I'll make something else. Jiang Kai turned pale. He raised a hand. Yingzi, stop. Your brothers are humans, not livestock. Their eldest brother chuckled, the tension melting away. Jiang Kai, she thinks you've lost weight. It's just her way of showing love. Yingzi sat down, looking up at him with devastatingly cute puppy eyes. Brother, must you leave so soon? Can't you stay a little longer? The eldest brother filled Jiang Kai's bowl, a gentle smile on his face. She is right. Jiang Kai, you have already sacrificed enough for this family. Look at me. My health has finally stabilized. There is no need to gamble with your life in the Ghost Star anymore. Jiang Kai gripped his overflowing rice bowl, his voice soft yet unshakable. Brother Yangzi, there are battles I must finish. Do not fear, for I have grown strong. I only return to ensure your safety. His expression suddenly turned cold as ice. Speaking of safety, have the dogs of the royal family dared to trouble you? Yingzi waved her hands, her smile radiant. Not at all. The villa's security is top tier, and Brother Lu sends his people to check on us constantly. That suffocating feeling of being watched, it is gone completely. A slight shiver ran through her, the phantom memory of those prying eyes still haunting her spirit. Jiang Kai nodded internally, etching a debt of gratitude into his heart. Brother Lu truly was a man of his word. The eldest brother turned to the girl. So, Yingzi, since peace has returned, have you made many friends at school? Her nod was instant. Of course. The eldest brother beamed with pride. Our Yingzi is brilliant and kind-hearted. It would be impossible not to adore her. That is a relief, Jiang Kai murmured. Yingzi did not reply. She quietly stuffed her mouth with rice, but for a split second, a shadow of deep distress flickered in her eyes. In a heartbeat, she masked it with a scrunch of delight, acting as if the savory food was the only thing on her mind. But Jiang Kai froze. Did I imagine that? No. She was hiding something. Concern gnawed at him, but duty called. The very next day, he returned to the unforgiving Ghost Star. The Fire God Squad stood ready for the final war. Days later, deep in the savage wilderness, a berserk beast tore through the forest like a runaway locomotive. System Alert Elite Tusk Boar, level 23. Suddenly, a silver flash cleaved the air with surgical precision. Yuanju delivered a devastating strike, ending the beast's life in an instant. He shouldered his massive blade, grinning like the conqueror of worlds. An elite monster, please. This trash is merely a warm-up for a leveling maniac war god like me. Hu Yan scoffed from the sidelines. Do not get cocky. Yuanju, you are not the only one evolving. Ruin Yu puffed out his chest, nodding vigorously. Exactly. I took down at least 3 of them myself. Jiang Kai watched in silence, a glint of satisfaction in his gaze. Their synergy was finally flawless. The hellish training camp was paying off. Suddenly, their communicators lit up. Su Non gasped. The finals. The notification is here. A holographic blue screen materialized before them. The hallmark of the system era, a message for the Fire God Squad flashed into existence. System notice, congratulations on reaching the finals. Next opponent, the Sleeping Dragon Squad of the Azure Dragon Guild, Venue West, City Sanctum Arena, time 8 a.m. tomorrow. Wenju stared at the screen, his brow furrowing in total disbelief. The Sleeping Dragon Squad. Wait, isn't that the captain who soloed his way to the finals? Hu Yan rubbed her chin, a cold shiver running down her spine. That guy is a monster. Su Nuan turned to their leader, her face grave. Jiang Kai, I found the intel you requested on their captain. She adjusted her glasses, her voice steady. His name is Tang, a level 40 fighter class. He wields a silver longsword and only joined the Azure Dragon Guild this year. The moment he arrived, he built the Sleeping Dragon Squad from scratch. Under his command, they became a powerhouse in less than 6 months. They are considered a top-tier threat within the guild. Su Non swiped through the data, her expression grim. Unlike the Falcon Squad, they keep an extremely low profile. Intel on Tang is scarce, but thank the heavens I dug up some old combat footage. She paused, pulling up the video. His attack style? It is terrifying. He uses a skill called Ghost Shadow Trackless Slash. It is instantaneous. Most opponents are eliminated in a single strike. Hu Yan frowned, analyzing the threat level. Ghost Shadow sounds like a speed buff type. It reminds me of that speedster, Chu Fei Xiang, from the prelims. Jiang Kai nodded slowly, his expression darkening as he processed the data. Similar, perhaps, but Tang rose to the top of a major guild in just 6 months. He soloed his way here. His power is leagues above Chu Fei Xiang. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind him. A strange, unnatural wind howled through the trees. Razor-sharp leaves spiraled out of nowhere, aiming straight for Jiang Kai's back. Jiang Kai dodged effortlessly, his hand snapping out to snatch the assailant from the shadows. A masked figure stood there, unnervingly calm despite being caught. Your reaction speed exceeds my data. Jiang Kai did not speak. He just stared, his aura flaring silently. The figure leaped back, vanishing into the foliage before reappearing at a safe distance. The man sheathed his blade, worthy of the fire god. Captain Jiang Kai, you really do live up to the reputation. The team exploded in outrage. Who is this masked coward you want to fight? Step into the light and fight us fair. Su Nuan narrowed her eyes. Wait. That height, that build. Yuanju stepped forward, fists clenched. Jiang Kai, why are you stopping me? That bastard just tried to take your head off. Jiang Kai chuckled, cool as absolute ice. Relax. The voice was calm but commanding. There was no killing intent. Besides, murdering a finalist before the match triggers a catastrophic system penalty. Jiang Kai stared down the intruder. Isn't that right, Captain D. Tang? The mask came down, revealing a wry smile on the man's face. You caught me. Yuan Shu's jaw hit the floor. It was really him. D. Tang stepped closer to Jiang Kai, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Up close, you really are just a kid, aren't you? Yuan Shu thrust his blade forward defensively. Hey, Captain or not, I'm not scared of you. Keep running your mouth, and I'll educate you right now. Dai Tang raised his hands in mock surrender. Easy. I'm not here to fight. Jiang Kai, I'm here to negotiate. Jiang Kai raised a skeptical eyebrow. Negotiate. I've analyzed your battles. D. Tang said, impressive stuff. Especially you, Jiang Kai. That hidden trump card of yours, it left quite the impression. His smile didn't waver. Honestly, in a full team clash, I'm not sure we would win. Jiang Kai cut him off cold. Get to the point. Di Tang's grin widened. I want a duel. Just you and me. Our solo match determines the championship, but there is a condition. During the fight, you are forbidden from using your trump card. Jiang Kai frowned, his guard snapping up instantly. To be fair, Di Tang added, I won't use any gear that counters your projectiles. No shields, no defensive artifacts. Just pure skill. Yuan Xu snapped. He stepped between them, glaring furiously at Di Tang. Are you insane? What kind of garbage deal is that? We're not idiots. He grabbed Jiang Kai's shoulder. Let's go. Jiang Kai, ignore this lunatic. Jiang Kai began to turn away. Sorry, I'm not interested in your games. But Di Tang wasn't finished. Jiang Kai, a player of your caliber, still hasn't completed his class advancement. I'm guessing you have hit a wall finding your specific evolution materials? What if I told you my guild has the coordinates to a hidden dungeon? We can solve that little problem for you. Still not interested. Jiang Kai froze. That was exactly what he needed. He slowly turned back, eyes locking onto Di Tang with renewed intensity. A hidden dungeon. Exactly. Di Tang saw the hook sink in. Let me put it simply. A secret realm is a mysterious, unverified dimension holding the essential resources every adventurer needs to rise in this leveling manic world. Governments universally agree that the military must control these zones, especially the massive ones. From the shimmering blue gate, figures emerged in his mind's eye as Di Tang continued his explanation. Of course, exploration rights for smaller secret realms are delegated to elite guilds by the military, a tactical move to fuel the ambition of their members. He delved deeper into the mechanics. Within these dimensions, a guardian often awaits to test challengers, surpass their trial, and the guardian will grant rare resources or answer a question, depending on the difficulty faced by the adventurer. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Di Tang revealed a single information card. Recorded here are the coordinates of a hidden realm discovered by my guild. Yuan Chu's eyes went wide with shock. Are you for real? The rest of the team fell into a heavy silence, processing the news. Su Nuan broke the quiet first. It must be true. I heard my sister mention that the Azure Dragon Guild located a new secret realm in the national sector recently. Di Tang pocketed the card, his gaze piercing. I hear the royal family is making your life difficult. You must be desperate to complete your class advancement, level up, and finally claim your power, right? His voice dropped to a cold challenge. Defeat me, and this intelligence is yours. Jiang Kai fell into a deep silence. Di Tang smirked, pressing the advantage. Well, Jiang Kai, it is a profitable trade, isn't it? But the answer he received was swift and cold. Your offer is incredibly tempting, but I cannot agree to it. The rejection struck Di Tang like a physical blow, freezing him in place with sheer disbelief. Wen Shuan couldn't believe his ears, shouting in confusion, Why turn him down? Jiang Kai, isn't the class awakening exactly what you have been fighting for? Hu Yan nodded vigorously beside him. He is right, Captain Jiang Kai. If you secure that advancement, your path to higher levels becomes smooth sailing. Di Tang stepped closer, his presence looming. Jiang Kai, are you certain? Jiang Kai didn't answer him directly, instead reflecting on the blood and sweat they had shed to reach the finals. I am the captain. If I sacrifice the Vulcan squad's glory for my own selfish desires, what kind of leader am I? What kind of friend I would be, unworthy of your trust? Smiles broke out across their faces, hearts swelling with emotion, except for Yuan Shu, who kept his head down. Jiang Kai turned away. If there is nothing else, I'm leaving. We have training to finish. Suddenly, Yuan Shu lunged forward. Planting a fist squarely in his face, Jiang Kai stumbled back, clutching his burning cheek. Yuan Shu, have you lost your mind? Yuan Shu's face was darkened by shadow, his voice trembling with intensity. Jiang Kai, are you saying you don't trust yourself? Or is it that you don't trust us? He roared, eyes blazing with fury. You won't sacrifice the team's glory for your desires, but you expect us to stand by and watch you sacrifice your future for ours. Jiang Kai stood frozen, the words hitting his soul harder than any physical blow. Hu Yan grinned, finally breaking the suffocating tension. Honestly, Hu Yan laughed. I am dying to see Captain Jiang Kai beat the arrogance out of that bastard. Ruin Yu chimed in, her eyes burning with hope. Exactly. Captain Jiang Kai, she said firmly, I am waiting for you to conquer your class advancement. Only you can lead us to the absolute peak. Su Nuan stepped into his personal space. Stop hesitating. Jiang Kai, you have always placed your faith in us. Her gaze intensified. Now let the team believe in you. We support you unconditionally. She beamed, a radiant ray of sunshine cutting through the gloom. That is what it means to be a team, isn't it? Looking at the unwavering faces of his comrades, the shock in Jiang Kai's heart melted. A profound warmth took its place. Jiang Kai lowered his head, a helpless smile playing on his lips. You guys are impossible. He chuckled softly. Just do not blame me if I lose. Deal. The four of them grinned, pure excitement radiating from their very souls. Jiang Kai turned back to D-Tang. D-Tang, I accept your conditions. His voice dropped, deadly cold. But know this, you will regret betting against me. Murderous intent flooded his eyes, because I will personally end your life. D-Tang threw his head back, letting out a sound of manic anticipation. The prey had taken the bait. The scene shifted to the colossal arena, packed with thousands of roaring spectators. Wu Wei raised her microphone high. The moment we have all been waiting for has finally arrived. The finals of the level 20 to 40 bracket officially begins now. Furthermore, by mutual agreement, this match has been altered. The crowd gasped. From a team battle to a solo deathmatch, giant screens flashed the lethal matchup. Jiang Kai of Vulcan Squad versus D-Tang of Hidden Dragon Squad. The crowd erupted in shock. What a one-on-one duel. Didn't the whole Vulcan Squad just level up? Confusion swept the stands? Why give up that advantage for a solo fight? Is he insane? Jiang Kai is getting a little too arrogant. Another spectator's eyes went wide with thrill. Now this is worth watching. D-Tang is a monster against a powerhouse like Jiang Kai. Place your bets. In the stands, Yuanju shifted anxiously in his seat. What is this atmosphere? I am suddenly so tense. He shivered. This is worse than when I was down there fighting. That guy, he looks insidious. Can Jiang Kai really handle this without taking damage? Ruin Yu clenched her fists in silent prayer. Captain Jiang Kai will do it. If it is him, there is no doubt. But the reality sank in. It is the first time we aren't standing shoulder to shoulder with the captain. Watching from the sidelines, my heart feels unsettled. Below, Wu Wei swept her arm towards the gates with explosive enthusiasm. And now, please welcome the fighters to the arena. The team looked down, their voices syncing in perfect sync. Here he comes. On the battlefield, Jiang Kai and D-Tang stood face to face. The air crackled with suffocating killing intent. D-Tang locked eyes with his prey, a confident sneer twisting his lips. He smelled blood. Jiang Kai met the gaze without a shred of arrogance, his mind sharp as tempered steel. Wu Wei's voice boomed again. I must clarify the rules one last time. The only condition for victory in this match is the death of the opponent. She paused for dramatic effect. Do the captains understand? Their voices overlapped in chilling unison. Understood, Wu Wei shouted, the hype reaching its absolute peak. Then I declare the match officially started. At the signal, D-Tang exploded forward like a human cannonball. Jiang Kai, let's see whose steel is harder, your darts or my blade, D-Tang roared. Only one of us leaves here alive. Jiang Kai gripped his dart, system stats flashing in his mind. He is fast, but my agility is on par. With the attribute boost from Fatal Pursuit, I will not lose this clash. He activated Devil Eye, pupils constricting to lock onto his target. Focus. Just one critical hit. As D-Tang closed the distance, Jiang Kai counted down. 8 meters, 6, 4. D-Tang's blade howled, tearing through the air with the Phantom Shadow Slash. Boom! The impact shattered the arena floor. A massive cloud of dust erupted, swallowing them both in chaos. A shadow leaped from the debris. Jiang Kai, completely unscathed. In the stands, beads of sweat rolled down Yuanju's face as he screamed his name. It was a miracle Jiang Kai reacted in time. Not only did he dodge the fatal strike at point-blank range, but his explosive power just skyrocketed. Su Nuanuan felt her heart drop as she analyzed the battlefield. Exactly. The Phantom Shadow Slash seamlessly fuses offense and defense in a split second. It is the ultimate technique D-Tang takes such pride in. While the dust was still settling, Jiang Kai had already flashed behind him. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a fatal strike for a surprise attack. But D-Tang moved as if he had foreseen the future. He whipped his head around, a smug grin curling on his lips. He blurred past Jiang Kai, his blade carving a sharp line of defense that stopped the boy cold. Jiang Kai was stunned by that godlike speed. He could only watch the gleaming steel rushing toward him, that deadly tip inches from his eyes. He froze in sheer shock. Too fast. He's even faster than before. D-Tang grinned like a predator, taunting his prey. Looks like the winner is already decided. But Jiang Kai didn't waste breath on words. He roared with every ounce of strength. Voidification. Instantly, he vanished into thin air. His team screamed, "Yes, Captain." D-Tang stood confused, but it was too late. Jiang Kai had already materialized behind him like a specter, a faint, confident smile playing on his lips. I didn't waste a second of my preparation time. I analyzed every single frame of D-Tang's combat history. Compared to this monstrous velocity, he was clearly suppressing his true power in previous matches. Realizing this, D-Tang's expression darkened instantly. He glanced back, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Is that the phantom armor penetration to think you dodged it a second time? I have to win this for the guild, Jiang Kai thought, but I can't lie. Facing a monster like you makes my blood boil with excitement. D-Tang threw his head back and roared with laughter, his eyes igniting with the primal thrill of the hunt. Su Nuanwan watched with bated breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. The opponent facing Team Hishishi was an absolute beast. One wrong move, and Jiang Kai would be finished. The crushing weight on our captain's shoulders was unimaginable. Even Ruin Yuyan was sweating bullets just watching. This guy is infuriatingly arrogant, Ruin Yuyan thought, but I can't deny his skill. He has the raw power to back up every word. Haonan and Ruin Yuyan could only stand helpless, praying for their leader. In the arena, the two warriors locked eyes, waiting for a single twitch of muscle. Jiang Kai didn't rush in. Instead, he finally broke his silence to answer D-Tang's taunt. I'll throw those words right back at you. You've just awakened my true competitive spirit. The swordsman smirked, his arrogance unwavering. You've got guts, kid. It's almost a shame to break you. Tell you what, even if you lose, I'll secure you a spot in the Blue Dragon Guild. It's the only path worthy of an awakened talent like you. Jiang Kai didn't dignify that with an answer. He stomped the ground, shattering the stone beneath him, and launched into the air with a roar. Cut the crap. Team Hishishi's fight isn't over yet. D-Tang raised his blade, clearly amused. Just the answer I expected. But tell me, are you underestimating me, or have you lost your mind? You'll need more than a few daggers to take my head. Before the words finished, Dai-Tang vanished into a blur of godlike speed, that mocking sneer never leaving his lips. Jiang Kai unleashed a torrential storm of throwing knives, instantly activating his skill extreme time. D-Tang swung his blade wildly, redeploying the ghost shadow, trackless slash. Trying to kill me at close range. You're too naive. His eyes snapped open with murderous intent. He brought his blade down with a thunderous boom, blasting Jiang Kai out of the air like a rag doll. Instantly, invisible blades of wind shredded into Jiang Kai, forcing him back and leaving zero opening for defense. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his body screaming in agony under the onslaught. He couldn't fight back. Watching from the sidelines, Ruin Yuyan and the girls were paralyzed with horror. Jiang Kai, Captain, they screamed in unison. The crowd gasped in collective awe at the overwhelming display of dominance. That was the terror of Dai-Tang's ultimate skill. If mere shockwaves caused that much devastation, a direct hit would have erased him from existence instantly. Amidst the dust, Jiang Kai staggered to his feet. Why? His mind raced frantically. Why is it like this? Memories of the blade pointing at his skull flooded back. The first time he used the ghost shadow slash, I held back, yet I still escaped the danger zone. But that last attack, I used every ounce of my power to dodge, and I still got shredded by the aftershocks. Was it because we were too close, or has his ghost shadow slash actually evolved? Jiang Kai looked up, locking eyes with the towering figure of Dai-Tang. An arrogant sneer twisted D-Tang's face. Up already, you look absolutely pathetic. Ignoring the taunt, Jiang Kai dove deep into his tactical analysis. He felt like he was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Suddenly, he spotted a thin layer of azure flame enveloping Dai-Tang's body. The swordsman spoke, his voice echoing. I remember Tu Fei Tong once said, "In a battle of speed, I have never tasted defeat." His grin widened into something predatory. Let me teach you a final lesson. No matter how fast they are, their defeat is inevitable, because the stronger my opponent, the faster I become. While Dai-Tang monologued, Jiang Kai stood firm, motionless as a stone statue. A dark, unpredictable aura began to swirl around the captain. He gripped his hidden weapons until his knuckles turned white. His voice came out as a low growl. Who decided that I've lost? With a flick of his wrist, he sent his projectiles screaming toward their target. Stubborn brat, I like it. D-Tang laughed. But don't expect mercy. In a flash, his sword carved a bloody line across Jiang Kai's shoulder. Is that the only trick you have, boring? Another slash tore viciously across Jiang Kai's chest. With your current speed, you won't even graze the hem of my robes. He looked down at Jiang Kai like a king judging a filthy peasant. Just forfeit. My next attack won't give you a single second to breathe. True to his word, D-Tang lunged forward, his expression twisting into a mask of brutality. He unleashed a merciless barrage, leaving Jiang Kai nowhere to run. He took every hit. His body shuddered as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. On the sidelines, the team watched in agonizing silence. Su Non covered her mouth, hot tears spilling from her eyes. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. The situation in Heisha was dire. Jiang Kai was in serious trouble. Even the audience winced, holding their breath in suspense. It was painful to watch a completely one-sided massacre. Yet, back in the ring, Jiang Kai was slowly, shakily forcing himself to stand. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Jiang Kai had taken a huge risk, trading a team fight for a solo duel. It was a classic leveling mana gambit, but it looked like he had lost the bet. What exactly were they plotting? Sitting high above, with arrogant smirks, the elites looked down, their faces practically begging to be punched. What other goal could they have? he is just grandstanding? That weakling only lucked his way into the finals by sheer accident. Exactly. If you ask me, Jiang Kai deserves to die in that ring. Hearing those vile words, Yuanju ground his teeth in fury. Without wasting a breath, he lunged, grabbing them by the collars before they could even react. Yuanju roared, "What did you just say?" "I dare you to say that again." Behind him, Su Nuan rushed forward to intervene. "Uncle, don't be impulsive. Good people don't fight with dogs. Why lower yourself to trash that only knows how to bark?" "That is right." But faced with Yuanju's rage, the thugs didn't back down. Instead, they escalated, shouting loud enough for the entire arena to hear. "I said, Jiang Kai deserves to die. Damn you. What did you curse?" "That is right. Hey, everyone, come look. We have got a loyal dog protecting its master right here." Veins bulged on Yuanju's forehead as his eyes blazed with wrath. "You bastards!" Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "What is this commotion?" It was Su Lanlan. She stood on the stands, glaring down at the troublemakers, flanked by 2 guards. Her eyes radiated pure killing intent as she commanded. "Hey, she is a spectator zone. Throw this filth out immediately." The guard bowed instantly. "Understood." Su Nan looked up in surprise at the formidable figure. Sister Lan approached and explained, "Jiang Kai is solo dueling D-Tang. I was afraid you would be too anxious watching alone, so I came to check." Meanwhile, the guards dragged the struggling trash away. Su Lanlan continued, darker tones filling her voice. "Those 2 are from the Black Turtle Guild. They are just picking a fight to vent their jealousy. After all, your Fire God squad outshines everyone. The Black Turtle Guild didn't make the finals and lost face, so now they are praying for Jiang Kai's death." Wenju, still fuming, spat on the ground. "Disgusting flies." Hearing this, Su Nuan turned her worried gaze back to the arena. Jiang Kai down in the ring. Jiang Kai was at a severe disadvantage. He knelt on one knee, hand bracing the ground. Opposite him stood D-Tang, sword in hand, radiating the aura of a true master. Jiang Kai forced a deep, ragged breath. He raised his left hand, and waves of mana began to rapidly condense in his palm. Seeing this, Dai-Tang let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Jiang Kai, why suffer like this? You have already lost this match. Stop struggling in vain. If you agree to join my Azure Dragon Guild, I can still get you a slot in the Secret Realm." Jiang Kai responded, blood still trickling from his lips. He paused for a second, looked up, and declared, "I haven't lost yet." Seeing the unwavering fire in his eyes, Dai-Tang felt a flicker of confusion. This kid is clearly at a dead end. Yet, there is no fear or panic in his gaze, only a calm, stubborn determination bordering on madness. D-Tang gripped his weapon tighter. "Fine. If you refuse to accept defeat no matter what." He suddenly launched a ferocious charge. "Then I will simply have to crush your confidence until nothing remains." A razor-sharp wave of sword aura slashed toward Jiang Kai's face. Phantom Shadow Void slashed outside the ring. Jiang Kai's team gasped in horror. A member shouted, "What is happening? Why isn't Captain Jiang Kai dodging?" Su Nuan was terrified, covering her eyes with trembling hands, choking back a sob. In the arena, Jiang Kai remained motionless as the lethal aura closed in, slicing the very air apart. But in that split second, his eyes snapped open. He leaped upward, arms swinging wide to unleash his counterattack. Ignite State blazing recoil. On the other side, Dai-Tang froze as if struck by lightning. What is this? A sudden numbness. My vision is blurring. I can't see him. Why can't I track his movements anymore? 4 streams of Jiang Kai's energy slammed directly into D-Tang's blade. The sword was knocked aside. Panic flooded D-Tang's mind. Bad move. I have been hit, Jiang Kai roared. Now he repeated the technique, firing 4 beams of energy that pierced straight through D-Tang's body. D-Tang screamed in agony as the energy dissipated, revealing the true attack razor-sharp shurikens. A massive surge of electricity exploded. Blinding light flickered wildly across the stage. D-Tang stood riddled with holes, his wounds scorched and bloody. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide, staring at his opponent. Even with those devastating injuries, D-Tang refused to fall. Jiang Kai took a step forward, pointing his blade at the enemy. You lose. 2 words echoed through the arena. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence, jaws dropping as the crowd witnessed the impossible. Am I seeing things? A gasp of pure shock cut through the air. Jiang Kai had just pulled off a miraculous counter kill from a completely hopeless position. It was a turnaround you would only see in a classic leveling manhwa. How did he pull that off? It was simply unbelievable. Even Su Nuan was stunned. Hope ignited in Su Nuan's eyes, her teammates clenching their fists in triumph. Yu, eyes brimming with tears, could barely speak through the emotion. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. Brother Jiang Kai wouldn't go down that easily. Doc Hong stared down at the blade aimed right at his throat. You found my opening. But when... Jiang Kai's gaze was cold as steel as he replied, "For that, I have to thank you. Your own words gave me the answer." Da Kong's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" The scene shifts back 10 minutes. Jiang Kai stood charging his energy, his mind racing. "Something is wrong. I'm missing a critical detail." "What is it?" Da Kong had looked down on him with arrogance. "I remember Chu Feng saying he's never lost to anyone in speed, right? Let me tell you something. No matter how fast an opponent is, if they fight me, their defeat is guaranteed." That was the spark Jiang Kai realized. Wait, meeting strength with strength. The key principle is matching power with power. His face lit up with confidence as the realization struck him. "I think I finally understand." Flashback to before the match at the main God Guild. Jiang Kai had observed Da Kong from the shadows as he ruthlessly finished off an opponent. He noted, "I've analyzed his previous fights. He always uses the Phantom Shadow move to secure the kill at the critical moment." Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Just how fast is his speed? Really, he began to deconstruct the enemy's style. "I was too focused on his maximum attack speed. I completely ignored how he constantly varies his combat tempo. But I forgot one crucial thing." He recalled the moment Da Kong tried to recruit him. "Imagine I offered you the coordinates to a hidden dungeon to solve all your problems. Would you hesitate? You once claimed you'd do anything for victory, even using Secret Realm intel as a bargaining chip." Let's hit pause for a second. Do you remember that look of pure, desperate hunger etched on his face? Da Kong's philosophy was simple. Once he set his sights on a win, he considered it already his. Just look at how he decimated his previous opponents in the blink of an eye. If his opening strike wasn't a death blow, he was merely testing the waters. But the moment he spotted a weakness, he would strike with Godspeed to crush the stumbling block instantly. Jiang Kai's gaze turned razor sharp, piercing through Da Kong as he exposed the truth. "But that's not what you did, is it?" Da Kang stood there like a classic villain, arrogance radiating from him as he toyed with his prey. Even against high agility speedsters, his attack speed was overwhelming enough to end the match in a single breath. "You weren't just fighting," Jiang Kai analyzed, his voice ice cold. "You were hunting, like a seasoned predator savoring the chase. But after trapping your prey, you'd waste time playing cat and mouse. That logic simply didn't add up." During our clash, a realization struck me like a lightning bolt. I seized onto a tiny detail and formed a reckless, insane hypothesis. Your blade followed me like a shadow. It felt as if you could see the future, predicting my every move before I even made it. Was I hallucinating? I doubted myself for a second, but my instincts screamed the truth. That was no illusion. The memory of his bloodied self launching a desperate counterattack flashed in his mind. Who decided I lost? I thought back then, I am not done yet, instead of waiting for death. I seized destiny by the throat to test my theory. To prove it, Jiang Kai revealed his strategy. I manipulated the combat distance and the rhythm of my attacks, constantly testing your reactions while we exchanged blows. It was a gamble with his life as the chips. He offered up his own body as bait, just to see if he could hook the monster. And just as predicted, the result was always the same. Your Ghost Shadow trackless slash couldn't actually land a direct hit on me. However, I couldn't escape the devastating aftershocks. I remember that moment clearly, a cerulean beam of energy tearing right through my chest. You're obsessed with winning, aren't you? You wouldn't waste time toying with me unless you had to, so I deduced the truth. He paused for dramatic effect. You possess a divine tier sensory skill. You are pre-reading my movements. That is your true trump card. Da Kong's eyes were practically bleeding with rage, capillaries bursting as he glared at the man, stripping away his deepest secrets. I'm guessing this sensory power reads micro-muscle contractions and changes in air pressure. You predict the trajectory instantly and launch a counter-offensive before the enemy even moves. The memory hit Da Kang like a truck. During the fight, his vision had blurred. Reality itself had warped into a twisted hallucination. Jiang Kai's voice echoed like a judge passing sentence. Once I cracked your code, I just needed a skill to jam your radar and paralyze your mind. Disrupting your judgment for a mere millisecond was enough to create the opening I needed. Da Kang trembled, his voice shaking in terror. Is that it? It was nothing more than a theory. Weren't you terrified you were wrong? Even knowing that, how could you be sure you would win? He scoffed. Isn't that arrogance? Jiang Kai shot back, cold as ice. The only arrogant one here is you. Da Kang flinched. You named your technique Ghost Shadow to mask its true nature as a psychic ability, deliberately misleading your enemies. To maximize your kill potential, you dumped all your stat points into agility and strength, neglecting your spirit stat. That is a fatal flaw in any system amount of logic, and that imbalance gave me the key to shatter your defense. Da Kang's face twisted in horror. You were gambling with death. Correct, Jiang Kai replied, calm as a still lake. But the house always loses. You are defeated by your own pride. broken by the very skill you boasted about? Daikong stood frozen, a statue of despair. His eyes lost their light, jaw hanging slack as his world crumbled. Finally, a raspy whisper escaped his throat. So that's how. On the stage, Jiang Kai looked down at the fallen king with eyes devoid of pity. The giant toppled, crashing to the floor in defeat. Bloodied but unbowed, Jiang Kai whispered, "It is finished." Then, the announcer's voice ripped through the silence. "Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness that against all odds? With zero advantage, he found the needle in the haystack and delivered a critical hit." This is the definition of a turnaround, a textbook reversal. The massive holographic screens lit up with Jiang Kai's stoic, handsome visage. The stadium erupted. Jiang Kai is the greatest of all time. That was legendary. Back off. He is my new religion. Jiang Kai. His squad rushed the stage. Yuan Shu pumped his fist. Bro, that was God tier. You were so cool. My brain short-circuited. Su Nuan clutched her chest. Seriously, I forgot how to breathe. Watching that, Jiang Kai flashed a rare, gentle smile. Sorry for the scare. Guys, Ruan Yu and Hu Yan gazed at him with sparkles in their eyes. Captain Jiang Kai, you are literally the shining star of this arena. Don't forget your #1 fan. Hey, count me in too, Ruan Yu chirped. Captain, you are absolutely broken, too overpowered. Yuan Shu threw a fist at the sky. That settles it tonight. We feast once Nuan heals our MVP. We are not going home until we are totally wasted. Wait a second, Jiang Kai stammered. Isn't there still? But a hand clamped onto his shoulder, dragging him off. Less talking, more walking. Let's go. Drinks are on me. Hu Yan cheered. We are going all out. Heck yeah. Ruan Yu agreed. Meanwhile, the announcer screamed helplessly in the background. Hey, come back. I haven't even declared the winner yet. Giving up, Wu Wei roared into the mic. I officially declare the champion of the tournament, Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad. The crowd transformed into a roaring ocean of noise, chanting one name in unison. Jiang Kai, Jiang Kai. Ignoring the chaos, the squad walked into the sunset, laughing. Su Nuan watched them go, whispering. He didn't just create a miracle. Jiang Kai is the miracle. An imposing fortress dominated the horizon, exuding power. The silence of the guild hall was shattered as a voice rang out. Everyone, gather round. The military just delivered our spoils of war. Yuan Shu held a bronze box in his palm. It shimmered with an ancient mystery. Its material was unlike anything from this world. The team huddled together, skepticism on their faces. Ruan Yu scoffed. That tiny thing, what can it possibly hold? The military is being stingy. Yuan Shu smirked, popping the latch. Judge not by size. Watch this. The lid cracked open, and 4 emerald beams shot out like meteors. They moved with a mind of their own. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide as one of the lights locked onto him instantly. Another beam zoomed toward the chubby Ruan Yu, while the last one hovered before Hu Yan's chest. She realized. So, the rewards are dispensed like cards in a system mana. Jiang Kai stared at the object floating before him. Speechless, he reached out, his instincts screaming that this was power, contact. A blinding aura erupted the moment he touched it. The light intensified into a brilliant flare, but Jiang Kai didn't flinch. He gripped the card tighter, refusing to let go. A holographic interface materialized in his vision. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank upgrade 9 Tribulations Fate Chaser. The weapon stats flooded his mind. S-rank 9 Tribulations, Strength plus 14, Penetration plus 17, Agility plus 21, Special Effect 1. Each strike boosts critical rate and damage by 15%, stacking to a massive 135%. Upon a critical hit, all buffs from the Fate Chaser will reset. Special Effect 2, Armor Stripping. Each blade deals area damage in a small radius. Continuous attacks in this zone will shred the enemy's defense, melting their armor over time. He gasped in pure shock. An upgraded Fate Chaser, Jiang Kai realized this was the core mechanic of his leveling mana journey. These rare S-class weapons had evolution paths like Tier 1, Tier 2, and beyond. I never expected the Fate Chaser to have a second form so soon. This is a total game changer. With a 15% critical boost, a devastating critical hit is guaranteed every 7 strikes. Combined with the armor stripping effect, even high defense boss monsters will crumble before me. Just then, another card floats toward him, catching him off guard. What is this one? Ruan Yu grins, recognizing the item immediately. Captain Jiang Kai, that is a genuine treasure, the Mother-Child Stone. It is composed of 2 parts that share an absolute magnetic attraction to one another. Ruan Yu visualizes the combo with a chuckle. If you attach one to your glove and the other to the Fate Chaser, your attacks will be inescapable. Hu Yan cheers. That is a perfect strategy. Her own card depicts a masked woman wielding violet orbs, surrounded by arcane runes and dash symbols. Her eyes sparkle with delight. Incredible. It is class advancement material for a necromancer. levels 41 to 60. It is a true awakening moment for her mana. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu stares at his gourd card with a goofy, ecstatic grin. He announces proudly, "This is the Drunken Immortal Gourd." It boosts wine effects by 30% and slashes cooldown times by half. Jiang Kai looks down at the cards in his hands. These rewards, it is like they were custom made specifically for our builds. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Wait, Sunuanwan, where are yours? Wenxiu smiles reassuringly. Relax. Jiang Kai, we are military personnel. Commander Li Bao has already secured our shares. He leans in, draping an arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder, and whispers, besides, you guessed right earlier. These rewards were chosen based on our combat data and personal needs. The commander really went all out for us. Su Nuanwan adds, exactly. Brother Lu's messenger confirmed that Commander Wei Ying personally requested these items for the team. Jiang Kai is stunned. Commander Wei Ying personally Huyan gazes at him with pure hero worship. It is all because of you, Captain Jiang Kai. Your reputation is legendary now. Ruan Yu nods in agreement. That is right. Who is our captain? After all, Commander Wei Ying has sharp eyes for talent. Jiang Kai smiles gently. He owes Commander Wei Ying and Brother Lu a great debt. He vows to thank them properly the next time their paths cross. Sunuanwan suddenly asks, by the way, Jiang Kai, since you won the finals, the Azure Dragon Guild has to hand over the dungeon key as per the bet, right? Jiang Kai replies, do not worry, they will deliver it in 3 days. Hu Yan pinches Su Nuanwan's cheek. Stop stressing him out, Captain Jiang Kai just won a brutal tournament. Let him rest without worrying about trivial things. Look at his face, so heavy with thought. It breaks my heart to see him like this. Su Nuanwan protests. I did not mean to, watching the peaceful banter of his team. A wave of calm washes over Jiang Kai. A genuine smile finally touches his lips. The scene shifts to Jiangcheng City. Skyscrapers pierce the clouds surrounding a spacious plaza that seems unusually quiet. Jiang Kai walks alone down the wide avenue, hands in his pockets. His gaze fixes on the distance, lost in memory. He pauses, a frown creasing his brow. He recalls Jiang Fang's expression lately. She looked worried, like she was hiding a heavy burden. He decides to pick her up from school and surprise her. Nearby, 2 students chat in the courtyard. Hey, where are we heading after school today? You still want to play? Did you forget the witch said we have a test tomorrow? You are way too relaxed. As the students laugh and walk away, the camera focuses on a classroom door. Jiang Kai steps inside, his voice calm but authoritative. Is Jiang Fang here? A young girl looks up and replies, Jiang Fang is not here right now. She approaches him, squinting. You look familiar. Wait, you are her big brother, right? Jiang Kai nods. Called away by whom? A teacher. The girl looks grim, chin resting on her hand. No, actually, a group of seniors has been targeting Jiang Fang lately. Jiang Kai's eyes darken. He grabs her shoulders, intensity flaring. Targeting her? What do you mean? The girl recalls the thugs with fear. The leader is Xiao Lei, a delinquent who just transferred here recently. His father works for the powerful Han family. He acts like a tyrant, recruiting lackeys and doing whatever he wants. Even the teachers are too scared to stop him. 2 girls dragged Jiang Fang to meet him just now. Suddenly, a boy sprints past them, screaming in panic. Hurry, or we will be too late. Out of nowhere, a shadow looms over Zihang. A brutal kick sends him flying, his cry of pain cutting through the air as he crashes to the ground. Standing over him is the tyrant Xiao Lei, flanked by his lackeys. With a cold sneer, he spits. You have got guts, kid. When I say come here, you come. Did you think my words were just a gentle breeze? Jiang Kai and the girl arrive just in time to witness the bullying. The girl gasps, her eyes widening in recognition. That is Xiao Lei, the school's nightmare. Xiao Lei grips Zihang by the collar, hoisting him up like a rag doll. The victim stammers in pure terror. No, please, boss, Xiao, let me explain. The goons do not say a word, but their murderous intent is clear. One command was all it took to seal his fate. Xiao Lei pulled back a fist heavy with malice, roaring, You are courting death today. But mid-swing, the tyrant froze. His face twisted in shock as an invisible pressure crushed down on him, halting his attack instantly. Panic swept through his lackeys. They stared wide-eyed at the newcomer who dared to intervene in their slaughter. Jiang Kai stood like a statue, radiating an aura of icy calm. You are Xiao Lei. Where is Zihang? Xiao Lei shoved Zihang aside, his fury locking onto this fresh target. Who the hell is this blind fool? You know my name and still dare to act arrogant? You must be tired of living. Jiang Kai's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper, carrying the weight of impending doom. I am Jiang Ying's older brother. His gaze sharpened like a drawn blade. Where is she? Xiao Lei threw his head back and laughed, a sound dripping with pure malice. Oh, another insect offending the heavens. Why should I answer a nobody like you? His expression twisted into a savage sneer. However, If you get on your knees and bark like a dog, I might just feel generous enough to tell you. Jiang Kai looked at him as if he were already a cold corpse. I'm afraid you could not handle the weight of my kneeling. The absolute calmness in his voice made Xiaolei grind his teeth in blind rage. Die then? Xiaolei launched himself forward, fist raised high. I will make you regret being born. Boss, save your energy. One of the lackeys stepped in with a smirk. We will handle this trash for you. The hallway buzzed as students gathered to witness the slaughter. Check it out. Another fight. Who is that unfortunate guy provoking the young master? It felt like the opening scene of a leveling manhwa. Yet Jiang Kai stood still, an unmovable mountain amidst the rising chaos. Whoosh! In a split second, Jiang Kai vanished from their sight. He dodged effortlessly, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. The lackeys gasped, their brains unable to process his godlike speed. What the? Jiang Kai planted his foot and unleashed hell. His movements were liquid lightning, bam, pow. Brutal punches connected with surgical precision, dropping the goons instantly. The thugs hit the floor, writhing in agony. Their groans echoed in the sudden silence. Xiaolei's face darkened. Useless trash, he cursed. If you want to play hero, I will teach you the cruel rules of this world myself. Meanwhile, in a desolate corner of the school grounds, the sickening sound of impact rang out. A girl lay huddled on the ground, enduring a storm of violence. Yijing twirled a bat, a devilish grin plastered on her face. Oh, clumsy girl. We asked you to fetch the ball, not catch it with your face. Ruosulan chimed in, her voice dripping with poison. Exactly. Do not make it look like we are bullying you. That would be so troublesome for us. Vipers in human skin. Jiang Ying trembled on the cold ground, pain pulsing through her battered body. She swallowed her pride, whispering, I am sorry. At least you know your place. The bully scoffed. She grabbed Jiang Ying's backpack and dumped it upside down. Crash. Why is your bag so filthy? Just like you. Trash and books scattered everywhere. Then, a photograph caught Yijing's eye. Oh, what is this little treasure? Jiang Ying's eyes snapped open in terror. She scrambled up, desperation giving her strength. Give that back. It is mine. Memories flooded her mind. That photo was her lifeline, the last happy birthday with her brothers. Yijing held it high out of reach, thoroughly amused. Why so loud all of a sudden? Look at her getting all aggressive over a piece of paper. Ruosulan pinned Jiang Ying's arms back. The girl screamed, tears streaming down her face. Return it to me, Yijing smirked, holding the photo by the corner. Keep yapping, and my hand might just slip. Oops. Torn to shreds. Ring of phone buzzed, interrupting the torture. Yijing answered, annoyed. What I am, busy. But her expression instantly shifted to pure shock. Huh, someone named Jiang Kai is fighting Xiaolei? Is there actually an idiot reckless enough to court death like that? Jiang Ying froze. Brother. The name triggered an explosion of adrenaline. She opened her mouth and sank her teeth into the arm holding her arg. Ruosulan shrieked in pain, loosening her grip. You crazy little witch. She bit me? Is she insane? Jiang Ying did not wait. She broke free, sprinting with everything she had. Fear for her brother fueled her legs, turning her into the wind. Blood dripped from her face, but she felt nothing. Faster. I have to be faster. They will kill him. He is outnumbered. A scream tore from her throat as she ran. The thought of her brother's suffering was a nightmare she could not bear. Back in the hallway, Jiang Kai stood over the defeated minions. Xiaolei was losing his mind with rage. Jiang Ying burst onto the scene, but the sight before her stopped her cold. Hearing her arrival, Jiang Kai turned, relief washing over him. Ying, she stood there panting, covered in bruises and dirt. Brother, are you okay? But then her eyes widened in absolute horror. She looked past him. Jiang Kai saw her injuries. The battered state of his little sister shattered his control. Veins bulged on his forehead. A demon's rage awakened within him. Ying, he whispered. But behind him, Xiaolei saw his opening. It is too late to beg for mercy now. The coward launched a lethal ambush from the shadows. Jiang Kai seemed frozen in place. Yingzi's scream tore through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated despair. Brother, behind you. Time seemed to grind to a halt. The image of the impending strike burned itself into her retinas. Bam! Moving with the instincts of a system master, Jiang Kai didn't even need to look. He unleashed a spinning back kick that connected with devastating precision. Xiaolei's face meant instant karma. The impact was catastrophic. He crumpled to the floor, eyes bulging in shock as blood sprayed from his mouth like a crimson fountain. Meanwhile, nearby, a group of students struggled under the weight of heavy desks. Round 3 of this torture, one groaned. The teachers lounge in air-conditioned luxury while we're treated like pack mules. I swear, I hope lightning strikes these desks and turns them into firewood right now. It's... Quit dreaming and keep moving. Another sighed. The sooner we finish this heavy lifting, the sooner we can escape this hellhole and go home. Suddenly, The shrill shrieks of two vicious harpies pierced the air. Ying and Ruo Sulan shoved their way through, shouting, "Move it!" Ruo Sulan's eyes burned with murderous intent as she hissed, "Jiang Kai, where are you hiding? That little brat dared to draw my blood. Just wait. I'll rip every tooth out of her mouth," she screamed like a banshee. But suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the end of the corridor, cutting off her tirade. "Wait, is that Xiao Lei?" Someone gasped. He was flying backward like a human missile. After taking Jiang Kai's kick head-on, he slammed violently into Ruo Sulan. His lackey screamed in panic, "Brother Xiao, big sis!" The furniture was reduced to splinters by the explosive impact. The student stared blankly at the wreckage. "Well, it's sawdust now. Guess we don't need to move it anymore. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? That wish actually came true." Meanwhile, Yingzi stood frozen, staring at Jiang Kai's broad back. She couldn't believe her eyes. He stood like an iron fortress before her, fists clenched, his very posture screaming absolute protection. Looking at her brother's silhouette, Yingzi stammered, "Brother, are you hurt?" The bully struggled to rise, his mind racing. "Damn it, the pain I've been training on the ghost planet. My stats should be awakened. How can I not handle a single hit from this kid? He's nothing like the weakling." Oh. Young Master Hang described, a terrifying pressure washed over him as a pair of legs planted themselves firmly before his face. It was Jiang Kai. He loomed over him like a god of war, gazing down at a dead man walking. Killing intent poured off him in waves, his eyes burning with the fury of a demon. His voice was cold as the grave. "You people should never have touched her." Xiaolei turned pale, cold sweat drenching his back. His aura, it's overwhelming. It's suffocating. Nearby, a female student whispered, "Yingzi, is that your brother?" She hushed her friend. "Feels like a scene from a Manhwa recap. He's incredible. Look at Xiaolei. He's scared out of his mind." Another student squinted. "Wait, why does that guy look so familiar?" His friend's eyes widened. "I remember now. That's Jiang Kai, the explorer from the ghost planet. He's been viral lately in every leveling form. He's my absolute idol." Jiang Kai gripped Xiaolei's face, his murderous intent spiking. "Did you say you were the rule of this school?" The bully trembled uncontrollably. "But brother!" "What are you doing?" A brutal fist smashed into his face. "If you like making tyranny and violence the rules here," Jiang Kai growled, "then today, I'll carve those rules into your very flesh." Xiaolei began to question his existence. "Who am I? Why is this happening?" But Jiang Kai's voice was the only answer, followed by a bone-shattering hook to his right cheek. "Only those who can stand have the right to speak of rules." Xiaolei's eyes rolled back. "Where am I?" Bam! An uppercut launched his chin toward the ceiling. Through the agony, Xiaolei prayed, "Oh God, save me." Another fist prepared to descend. "You dare bully a member of the Jiang family." But just then, a small hand grabbed his arm. "Brother, stop!" Yingzi's voice cut through the rage. Her small face was marred by scratches, her eyes pleading. Jiang Kai froze instantly. "Please, no more fighting," she begged. Jiang Kai fell silent. He lowered his fist, turning his back to the victim without a word. He turned to face her, the green fire in his eyes fading into a gentle warmth. The demon was gone, replaced by a loving brother. Softly, he replied, "Okay." Xiaolei slumped onto the ground, his face swollen beyond recognition. Behind him, Ruo Sulan was curled up in fear. Leaving the trash behind, Jiang Kai and Yingzi walked away. He looked at his little sister with infinite tenderness. "Yingzi, go wait for me by the stairs." "I'll be there in a second." She nodded obediently. "Okay." As soon as she left, his voice dropped to sub-zero temperatures. He didn't even turn around. "You two, get over here. We need to talk." Sulan and Yijing broke out in a cold sweat, terror gripping their hearts. "Brother Jiang, Big Brother Jiang, let's talk this out." Night fell, and the full moon cast a silver glow over the school. A single light flickered from a classroom where Jiang Kai remained. The air hangs heavy with the scent of antiseptic as he carefully tends to Yingzi's wounds. She sits frozen, a statue of fragile resilience. Her small feet are a map of agony, marred by angry cuts and blooming bruises. As the medicine stings raw skin, she flinches involuntarily. He looks up, his gaze shattering with heartbreak. "Yingzi, does it hurt?" She shakes her head with stubborn defiance, refusing to show weakness. "No way. I don't feel a thing." "Really, is that so?" "But brother, aren't you busy on the ghost planet? Why return now?" Jiang Kai lets out a heavy sigh. "If I hadn't come today, how long did you plan to hide this hell from me?" He pauses, the weight of the world in his eyes as he looks at his little sister with overwhelming affection. "You are exactly like Brother Jiang, always enduring in silence, always carrying the burden alone." Yingzi turns away, shame burning her cheeks. "What about you?" You dance with death every single day on the ghost planet, yet you never breathe a word of it to us. Jiang Kai starts to stammer. That's because... She cuts him off, her voice sharp. Brother, you come home smiling, but I see through the mask. A guard commander walks a razor's edge around the royal forces. The money you send. You hunted in the danger zones to earn it with your blood, didn't you? Her voice cracks, emotion spilling over like a broken dam. I hate it. I hate that I am so useless I can't follow you to the ghost planet. I can't protect you. The only thing I can do is suffer in silence, so you and Brother Jiang won't worry. Jiang Kai listens, his heart clenching in his chest. Besides, it wasn't this bad before, just whispers and rumors. But recently, their cruelty has escalated. I knew the grand tournament was coming up. I couldn't be the distraction that caused you to fail. She sees his dark expression and panic sets in. Brother, speak to me. Are you angry? I'm sorry. He remains silent. Instead, he finishes the bandage with gentle precision and offers a warm smile. You silly girl. Look at you, acting all grown up. He stands tall, his presence filling the room. Yingzi, never apologize. You did nothing wrong. The only ones who should beg for forgiveness are the trash who dared to touch you. He pats her head. Don't worry. The monsters on the ghost planet haven't killed me yet. From today on, I will video call you every single day. Proof that I am alive. No more fear. Understood, but hear my command. If anyone dares to bully you again, you strike back. Brother Jiang and I will level this entire school to ash if we have to. His smile is blinding, a beacon of safety as he declares, after all, it is the sacred duty of an older brother to protect his little sister. Yingzi's eyes shimmer with tears, her soul healed by his unwavering devotion. Jiang Kai hands her a cherished memory. Keep this safe. It is a snapshot of a simpler time, a moment of pure, unadulterated happiness. In the photo, Yingzi holds a birthday cake, flanked by Jiang Kai and their older brother, their eyes overflowing with love, clutching it tight. Fresh tears blur her vision. I understand. Thank you. For everything. Jiang Kai breaks the heavy atmosphere. All right, time to move. Let's head back. Brother Jiang will be ecstatic to see us return together. Yingzi nods, a radiant smile finally breaking through the clouds. Okay. Days later, on the ominous demon star, a solitary wooden cabin sits bathed in deceptive sunlight, guarded by towering ancient trees. Ruan Yu's voice shatters the tranquility. Captain Jiang Kai, is this truly the hidden dungeon Dai Tang was guarding, or are the Azure Dragon Guild playing us for fools? Hu Yan scans the perimeter. It looks like a run-of-the-mill shack. No trap mechanisms detected. Jiang Kai narrows his eyes, his instincts screaming. This is no fake. Analyze the details. Look closely. The exterior is weathered by time, yet the interior is pristine. Someone has already turned this place inside out hunting for secrets. Look at the courtyard. The earth is uneven. The soil has been dug up and frantically refilled. Proof that they were desperate to find the entrance to the secret realm. Recalling D-Tang's arrogance, Jiang Kai scoffs. A man with a god complex like his wouldn't resort to petty distractions, even in defeat. Hu Yan sighs heavily. So the massive Azure Dragon Guild tore this place apart and found absolute zero. Then how in the world are the three of us supposed to succeed where an entire army failed? Ruan Yu nods solemnly. Exactly my point. Scratching his head, Ruan Yu laments. If only Sun Xianwan were here, her S-tier intel skills would have cracked this code instantly. Hu Yan recalls their parting with a heavy heart. It can't be helped. The military draft waits for no one. Jiang Kai adds, we only borrowed Yuan Chuzi and Sun Xianwan for the guild challenge. The war is over. They had to return to their duties. As the sun bleeds below the horizon, he issues a command. We camp here tonight. We need to observe the flow of energy. The golden hour bathes the mysterious cabin in amber light, casting a dreamlike veil over the ancient dangers lurking within. Night descends like a shroud. The pale moon dethrones the sun, draping the world in an eerie, suffocating mist. Ruan Yu is already deep in dreamland, drooling while embracing a rock like a lover. He mumbles, honey, you've lost weight. You feel so hard now, but I still love you the most. On the hilltop, Jiang Kai stands like a sentinel, his gaze locked on the cabin. Nothing, he thinks, frustration mounting. Hours of surveillance and zero anomalies. Did I miscalculate the coordinates? But unbeknownst to him, a shadow materializes from the void. A figure with long, flowing hair stands silently at his back. Cold hand grips his shoulder. Jiang Kai doesn't flinch. Hu Yan, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch shifts. Go back to sleep. Silence was his only answer. A sudden gust scattered dead leaves, sending a violent chill down his spine. His survival instinct screamed one warning. Something is terribly wrong. He whipped around instantly. Nothing but swaying grass and dancing leaves greeted him. He glanced down at the makeshift camp. Hu Yan was sound asleep beside a mumbling Ruan Yu. Captain Jiang Kai, leave this monster to me. Hu Yan murmured softly in her dreams. Suddenly, an oppressive shadow crushed the air directly above Jiang Kai's head. His pupils dilated in pure terror. He looked up straight into a living nightmare. Blood-red eyes burned into him. A face pale as death, framed by hair that flowed like spilled ink, stared right into his soul. A name flashed in his mind like a system notification. The Phantom Banshee. He kicked off the ground, blasting backward like a rocket to create distance. Skill Life Chaser. He launched a lethal strike, but the blade passed harmlessly through her spectral form like smoke. Impossible. Jiang Kai's mind raced. Physical attacks are completely nullified. The Banshee shrieked without sound and shot away, her face twisted in a ghastly grimace. She moved with unnatural speed, zigzagging through the air. Jiang Kai tracked her trajectory instantly. She was heading straight for the wooden cabin. In true protagonist fashion, he didn't hesitate. Jiang Kai flared his aura, sprinting after the spirit with renewed determination. Skill Demon Eye Focus. He became a blur of motion, crashing through the cabin door. Wood splinters exploded outward as he slammed onto the floorboards, but he froze instantly, his breath hitching as he witnessed the scene before him. At the vanity table sat the Banshee. She gazed into the mirror, stroking her long spectral hair with an eerie, terrifying calmness. Jiang Kai stood paralyzed. The reflection in the mirror wasn't a woman. It was a bleached skull with burning crimson sockets, combing its hair with skeletal fingers. He didn't hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he launched into the air for a devastating strike. The Banshee didn't even flinch, continuing her macabre ritual, skill tempering fire. 3 beams of scorching energy erupted from his weapon, screaming toward the target. The energy phased right through her. Damn it, Jiang Kai roared, unleashing his entire arsenal. Take this full power bombardment. She didn't dodge. She didn't care, as predicted. His attacks were meaningless against a being of pure spirit. I hit every vital point, yet 0 damage. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. Through the shattered window, the first rays of dawn began to creep over the hill. A mysterious card materialized in his hand, oozing ominous dark smoke. One last try. Jiang Kai flung the card with lethal precision. It sliced through the air like a sniper's bullet. In a heartbeat, it was inches from her skull. Yet she remained still, back turned to her executioner. She refused to move. Suddenly, the morning sun burst through the broken window, flooding the room with blinding light. Time seemed to stop. The card hovered millimeters from her form. Then, Jiang Kai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She was gone, vaporized into thin air without a trace. His mind went blank. She just disappeared. Full daylight reclaimed the room. Hu Yan's shocked voice echoed from outside. Captain, what did you say a ghost walked right through the cabin? Ruan Yu trembled, sweating profusely. Hey, a female ghost. Jiang Kai walked out, sheathing his weapon. It happened too fast to wake you guys. Shishi's spirit was bizarre. It didn't attack me. It just rushed into the cabin and sat in front of the mirror to comb its hair. Hu Yan touched her chin, deep in thought. Could this be tied to the wooden house's hidden secret? Jiang Kai thought back to the battle. I agree. No matter how hard I struck, that thing took 0 damage. As dawn broke, the entity simply evaporated. The memory played back in his mind like a cursed film reel. She sat motionless at the vanity, then vanished without a trace. Hu Yan frowned. How bizarre. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the wooden shack. The trio froze instantly. They turned toward the sound. A new presence emerged from the shadows, voice dripping with amusement. Surprised you found it this fast. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, locking onto the stranger. Identify yourself. A voice from the 4 unexpected guests rang out. I am Ah Yu, captain of the Azure Dragon Guild, a pioneer of this world. The mid-laner's voice carried heavy authority. Ah Yu stood with the arrogance of a king, staring down Jiang Kai. Captain of the Azure Dragon, Hu Yan snapped. You knew about this specter and stayed silent, scheming something nasty. Jiang Kai's team glared, suspicion rolling off them in waves. Wanmo stepped forward, aura flaring with rage. Hey, watch your mouth. Ah Yu raised a hand, silencing him. Let it be. She's not wrong. Our motives weren't pure. We wanted to witness your power firsthand. Nothing personal? He paused, eyes gleaming. Jiang Kai, you're one of the few I acknowledge. Let's form an alliance. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a microsecond. Thanks for the high praise, but no deal. I don't work with people I can't trust. Decision made. Jiang Kai turned his back. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, we're leaving. Ah Yu's eye twitched in annoyance. Why does that kid always have such a sour look on his face? He acts so superior. Guanmo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Yeah, right. Special hit. We have been rotting here for 2 months with 0 progress, yet he struts around like a misunderstood genius. Duanwu sneered. Those two idiots slept like logs last night. They did not even sense our approach. Yu smirked, his eyes dancing with amusement. I actually admire Jiang Kai's recklessness. Let us see what he is truly made of. Night fell, and the crescent moon cast a ghostly, pale glow over the wasteland. Suddenly, a voice whispered from the shadows. Target sighted. A white dress floated eerily behind the wooden cabin, spectral and silent. Jiang Kai's trio gave chase immediately. Execute the plan. Atop the hill, Ayu's squad watched the chaotic scene below, like gods observing mortals. Guanmo asked, Captain, should we intervene? Ayu replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the battle. No rush. If Jiang Kai wants a war, let us give him the stage. Long time no see. Ruan Yu gripped his weapon, a manic grin stretching across his face. Missed me. He charged the house like a human missile, smashing through the wall straight at the female spirit. Hu Yan winced at the impact. Is he okay? The spirit, still calmly combing her hair, slowly turned her head. A chilling, slight smile curved her pale lips. Jiang Kai observed coldly from the back. Even Ruan Yu's overwhelming brute force had failed. Just as I predicted, physical attacks are useless against this dungeon boss. Hu Yan sighed, dragging the unconscious and swollen-headed Ruan Yu by his leg. Jiang Kai was running out of options. He sure was tricky. His mind raced. What is the core mechanic here? He stared intensely at the spirit's reflection in the mirror. It seemed to stare right back, mocking him. Suddenly, her demonic red eyes flashed with a sinister glint. It was too fast for normal sight, but Jiang Kai flinched. Something just flickered. Behind him, Hu Yan scolded Ruan Yu. Drink this potion, hurry up. She looked up, puzzled by Jiang Kai's stillness. Hey, what is wrong? Ruan Yu groaned, struggling to stand. Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly glowed, filling with strange, ancient runes. The reflection's eyes. Something is wrong. Do you see it? Hu Yan squinted at the glass but saw nothing. No, just a creepy mirror. She turned to Ruan Yu. You? He shook his head, blind as a bat. Hu Yan frowned. Are you just hallucinating from the glare? Jiang Kai ignored her. My demon eye is at max focus. I never miss. He drilled his gaze into the reflection, piercing the illusion. The face in the mirror turned pitch black. Was it a glitch? No. In the depths of her eyes, text began to manifest. Eye of Terror. Hu Yan watched him, worried. What are you mumbling? Jiang Kai's voice trembled with sudden realization. The Eye of Terror. Instantly, the spirit's head snapped a full 360 degrees. Blood-red eyes bulged, locking onto him. She opened a mouthful of jagged teeth and hissed. You. Her voice was heavy, freezing the very air in the room. Conditions met, activating Eye of Terror, opening the gate of horror. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated. A crushing sense of doom washed over him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he vanished right before Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's terrified eyes. They screamed. Captain! Rage exploded in Hu Yan. You bastard! Bring Captain Jiang Kai back! She lunged, ready to tear the ghost apart with her bare hands. The spirit sat calmly, combing her hair like a queen on her throne. She flickered like a mirage, dodging every attack effortlessly. Hu Yan crashed hard into the vanity table. The commotion alerted Ayu outside. Looks like the situation has finally escalated. Ayu's squad stormed the cabin. Guanmo shouted, Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were thrashing about, punching thin air. You trash mirror. Where did you take him? Ayu barked orders. Restrain them. Ding Hao moved fast. He and Duanwu pinned them down, stopping the rampage. Hu Yan struggled violently against the grip. Get off me, Ding Hao snapped back. Calm down, you maniac. He shushes mirror might be the key to clearing this dungeon. You cannot just smash it to pieces like some amateur. Ayu stepped closer, absolute authority radiating from him. Tell me what happened. Where is your captain? He thought. Strange. It is not dawn yet. Why did the spirit vanish? Hu Yan pointed a trembling finger. The mirror. It swallowed Captain Jiang Kai. Ayu paused, eyes narrowing. Swallowed. The group whipped around to face the mirror. Pure horror dawned on their faces. Twisted green text surfaced, glitching and warping like a corrupted file. No one could read it. Terrifying blue-black light pulsed from the glass as the words began to sharpen into legibility. The personal hidden dungeon, Eye of Terror, had officially activated. Pass or fail. Once this secret realm closes, it vanishes into the void forever. Gawu stared at the prompt in shock, jaw dropping. What the hell? Suddenly, a chilling blue system window materialized in the air. The revelation mirror displayed the challenger's combat stats inside the Hive of Terror. Below it, a quest bar appeared. Target 1 million. Time elapsed 0. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed as he scanned the holographic text. He glanced around the infinite void. thinking, what is this place? Was I sucked inside the mirror itself? The interface refreshed, displaying the brutal rules of this system-governed dungeon. Welcome to the solo instance hive of terror. Difficulty level 3. True fear stems from the unknown. Within 30 minutes, slaughter every living entity in this domain. Succeed, and the revelation mirror shall grant you the truth you seek. Quest conquering your fear. The rules are absolute. For every 10 minutes, you exceed the limit. One precious question opportunity will be stripped away. Once your chances hit 0, the trial ends in failure, but survive, complete this hell, and an S-rank weapon or something even greater awaits. Jiang Kai froze. The final line mocked him. We wish you a pleasant challenge. Disbelief washed over him like cold water. So, this is the Hidden Dungeons trial. What is this mirror, and where exactly are these so-called creatures of terror lurking? The ground trembled beneath his boots. It's starting. In a heartbeat, his weapon materialized, unleashing a blazing rod strike into the darkness. Jiang Kai scanned the horizon, senses on high alert. Why is this place still swallowed by absolute, suffocating darkness? System notification suddenly flashed, revealing a crucial tip for this leveling mana challenge. Fire attribute damage remains effective, but all illumination abilities are nullified. He gritted his teeth. Great, I have to fight blind. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky ignited. Thousands of glowing, blood-red eyes snapped open, staring directly at his soul. Jiang Kai's breath hitched as he stared into the abyss. His deep blue eyes widened, reflecting a living nightmare. An endless sea of grotesque spiders emerged, backs swelling with blood sacs, fangs dripping with lethal venom. Here they come, he thought. Casting hesitation aside, he charged straight into hell. Kill first, ask questions later. Jiang Kai unleashed a storm of blades, carving trails of fire through the void. System notifications flooded his vision as monsters were obliterated instantly. Target eliminated, 1 experience point gained. Jiang Kai ignored the spam, pouring every ounce of focus into the slaughter. His attacks flashed like golden lightning, piercing through the disgusting swarm with divine precision. They were decimated before they could even twitch. The kill count skyrocketed as a river of experience points poured in. Jiang Kai skid to a halt, dust swirling around his boots as the battlefield fell deadly silent. The swarm had vanished. Is that it? Challenge complete, and he wondered. A few dozen mobs, that wasn't even a warm-up. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, the red eyes returned. Not just a few this time, they blotted out the entire sky. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped. Something's wrong. The ocean of eyes stared down, shifting to form a massive, twisted grin of pure malice. He stood paralyzed under the heavens, gripping his weapon until his knuckles turned white, one man against a legion hungry for his flesh. Moving like a phantom, Jiang Kai backflipped to create distance. He hurled his blades, triggering another explosive blazing rod strike. 3 dagger-like projectiles tore through the air, leaving long, luminous tails of energy in their wake. Boom flames and shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the vanguard. But as the smoke cleared, the horde remained endless. They surged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Kai's face. Just how many of these damn things are there? Faster. I need to be faster. The mirror, updated, kill 77 out of 1 million. Time 44 seconds. Gao Yu did the math, stunned by the impossible stats. Does that mean he slaughtered 77 monsters in under a minute? Wemo added. And those aren't weak mobs. He's insane. Dian Hao pointed tremblingly at the denominator. But doesn't that mean there's 1 million of them? Cold sweat-drenched Tuan Wu, Hive of Terror? The name makes sense now. That place isn't meant for humans. Hu Yan's face went ghost pale. 1 million. The sheer scale triggered a traumatic memory of a past war. Even the Fishlord raid had thousands of players working together. Captain Jiang Kai is alone. How can he possibly kill 1 million of them? Panic seized her. She struggled against Quan Mo's grip. I have to save him. Let me go. I'm going in. You can't. Gao Yu's voice cut through the chaos. Why? She screamed. Because it's a solo instance, he said grimly. Unlike normal dungeons, this seal locks onto a single adventurer. The rewards are legendary, yes, but the challenger must face the unknown alone with difficulty scaled to nightmare levels. He closed his eyes in resignation. It's a tragedy, but I don't think Jiang Kai has much time left. Hu Yan froze, tears pooling in her eyes. One more word and she would shatter completely. Back inside the abyss, Jiang Kai was fighting for his very life. He launched himself into the air, barely dodging the encirclement, but there was nowhere to run. The swarm collapsed on him instantly. Fangs sank into his flesh as they buried him under a mountain of bodies. Arg my body. Pain exploded as spiders carpeted every inch of him. His energy faded. Is the gap really this wide? Is this the end? He clenched his fist, crushing a spider in his grip. Like hell, I'll be eaten by these trash tier bugs. Blood dripped from his chin, mixing with sweat and grime. Rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. I refused to die here. Death was mere inches away. Suddenly, the system intervened. A dark azure card materialized from the void, hovering right before his eyes like a lifeline. Blue runes exploded around it, framing the chilling image of the Grim Reaper, a scythe in hand and a sinister smile on its face. The stats flashed before him. The gambler's exclusive weapon, the Death God card. Hidden effect Wheel of Fate activated. But a solitary question echoed in the depths of Jiang Kai's mind. Whose voice was that just now? His consciousness was violently yanked into a realm of blinding dominance. His physical form began to dissolve, fading into drifts of azure smoke. Staring into the endless haze, he whispered to the light. His eyes shifted, unlocking the intricate, swirling patterns of the focused demon eye. Time seemed to freeze in place. Reflected in his gaze was a figure, a mysterious girl with flowing white hair, clutching a floating card. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Congratulations. Near-death state confirmed. Hidden effect unlocked. The Wheel of Fate within the Death God card has been triggered. Initiating spin. A random destiny will now be selected. Staring at the card in her hand, his thoughts raced. The Wheel of Fate. I had no idea the Death God card possessed a hidden mechanic like this. She raised her hands high as the mechanical voice droned on, warning. Every outcome carries a dual effect, a supreme reward, and a devastating punishment. Once the user spins, acceptance is mandatory, warning. The gambler talent will amplify both effects exponentially. This effect can only be triggered once a month. Refusing to spin is equivalent to forfeiting the use entirely. Jiang Kai locked his gaze onto the card. Double the reward, but double the punishment? Is this a lifeline, or a one-way ticket to hell? The ultimate question materialized before him. Do you wish to spin the Wheel of Fate? Blood trickled from his lips, but a savage smirk cut through the pain. Do I even need to think about it? Of course I do, he roared. Spin it! The card erupted with a blinding blue energy, casting strange, glowing runes across the void. Reality warped. Jiang Kai's body turned pure white. Yet, his signature emerald eyes remained piercingly unchanged. Waves of raw, unbridled power pulsed from his very core. The agonizing pain that had racked his body vanished in an instant. He inspected his new form. Is this my mental space, my domain of consciousness? Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash caught his attention. He frowned, focusing on a massive clock manifesting before him, surrounded by swirling bands of golden runes. It was unmistakable. This was the Wheel of Fate. The needle jumped from the dead position, ticking ominously toward 1 o'clock. Jiang Kai realized what was happening. Here it comes. The needle didn't stop. It began to spin faster and faster, blurring into a circle. He stood frozen, a mere spectator to his own destiny. The needle spun endlessly until snap it froze in place. Wheel of Fate. Rotation complete. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide as the final verdict scrolled across the screen. Positive status. Rapid recovery. Combat fatigue will be restored instantly. This was the ultimate buff, the kind you only see in a top-tier system. Mana duration. 60 minutes. Talent amplification active. Rapid recovery upgraded to extreme speed regeneration. All consumption is replenished at maximum speed. Physical condition set to peak performance. But then came the price. Negative status. Exposed weakness. Critical hit chance increased when injured. Duration. 60 minutes. Talent amplification active. Exposed weakness upgraded to fragile constitution. All injuries cause severe consequences. Pain reception doubled. Golden light exploded, wrapping Jiang Kai in a shimmering cocoon of energy. The flow intensified, turning him into a beacon of blinding radiance. It felt like a warm, powerful current rushing through his veins. It is soothing, he thought, like being submerged in a hot spring. Then, the energy detonated within him. His entire body seemed to ignite, radiating an aura that scorched the air itself. Back in reality, the surge of power changed everything. He looked down at the monsters, not as prey, but like a god viewing insects. The grotesque spiders lunged, oblivious to their impending doom. With a single spin, he unleashed a shockwave that blasted them back. He screamed the name of his salvation. Death God. The card moved with terrifying velocity. It pierced through the spiders like a needle through silk. Controlled by his will, it slaughtered them in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing alive in its wake. He flicked his wrist, and the card obeyed the summons, snapping back into his grasp instantly. Jiang Kai turned the Death God card hovering obediently above his palm. The pieces are set, he said coldly. A dangerous smile played on his lips. Now, let us gamble with our lives. Golden flames erupted from the card, streaking through the air like a meteor. One by one, the monsters were skewered. Their blood painted the ground in a gruesome display, but the swarm was endless. No matter how many he slaughtered, it was like a drop in the ocean. The spiders kept coming. Jiang Kai analyzed the battlefield instantly. The Gambler active only lasts 10 seconds before a long cooldown. I cannot sustain a drawn-out war like this. Then it clicked. Wait. The Death God card devoured the upgraded Fate Chaser skill. Its attack efficiency should be on a whole new level. He unleashed a massive strike. A shockwave of pure energy blasted the surrounding monsters backward, clearing a path. The card reappeared in his left hand, pulsating with raw, destructive power. He did not hesitate. With a violent throw, he commanded, "Go!" The resulting force was cataclysmic. The card sliced through the atmosphere at supersonic velocity, dragging a tail of apocalyptic fire in its wake. Jiang Kai calmly counted down the slaughter. With every passing microsecond, the card incinerated vast swaths of the insect swarm. 3, 2, 1, boom! A chain of detonations rocked the foundation, sending shockwaves rippling through the dungeon. The earth beneath him fractured, debris blasted outward by the sheer, overwhelming force of the impact. Jiang Kai stood amidst the chaos, casually turning his back on the mountain of monsters now reduced to mere ash. A satisfied, arrogant smirk returned to his face, just as he predicted. Letting the Death God card amplify the flames was the absolute perfect play. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. The stage was set. He would trigger a cataclysmic chain reaction, transforming the battlefield into a raging inferno where critical hits were a mathematical certainty. The explosions thundered like ceaseless war drums. Even this endless sea of arachnids stood no chance against his god-tier farming speed. From a distance, Jiang Kai commanded his cards like a conductor of death, wiping out wave after wave with precise cruelty. The Death card responds directly to my will. He realized its effective range far eclipsed the 9 Calamities skill. With this, I can incinerate the entire battlefield in a single breath. The grim visage on the Death card seemed to twist into a sinister grin, cackling with delight as it feasted on the slaughter. The inferno raged without a shred of mercy. Though the horde was massive, their numbers plummeted by the second. When the smoke finally cleared, the ground was paved with the charred remains of 1,000 spiders, stacked like mountains of black coal. Jiang Kai scoffed, looking down at the carnage with cold disdain. What is this? You guys are moving way too slow for my taste. Come on, aren't you supposed to be dungeon monsters? Why so fragile? Forget it. I will come to you. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the surveillance mirror broadcasted Jiang Kai's terrifying progress. 416 kills out of 1 million. Time elapsed 209 seconds. Panic gripped Huyen's heart. Ruin you, she cried out. Is the artifact broken? Why did the kill count suddenly freeze? What is happening inside that abyss? Ruin Yu's expression darkened. It may be a pause of mere seconds, but against 1 million beasts, that was an eternity. In a leveling scenario like this, a single heartbeat determined the difference between life and death. Quenmo sneered. Exactly. Given the hellish difficulty of this secret realm, it is only natural he has hit a wall. Instead of fretting, you should be booking him a psychiatrist for the trauma he's about to face. Huyen's tears spilled over, but her voice remained fierce. Shut up. You are the crazy one. Nothing is decided yet. I believe in Captain Jiang Kai. Quan Mo rolled his eyes. Look at the data. Does not the silence speak for itself? We slaved away for months, yet he stumbled into that dungeon by sheer luck. If he actually survives this, I will eat my words. But looking at this, that opportunity is wasted. Against a beast tide of 1 million, Jiang Kai is a dead man walking. You want to bet on that? A deep voice cut through the air. It was Ruin Yu. He glared at the doubter, fist trembling with suppressed rage. Quenma went silent, frowning. The sheer intensity of Ruin Yu's aura choked back his insults. Ruan Yu stepped closer. I asked you a question. What are you willing to bet? Quan Mo's patience snapped, fraying at the edges. You people just do not know when to give up. Do you fine? I will make it crystal clear. If Jiang Kai walks out of there alive, I will kneel right here and call him father. But if he dies... He stepped into Ruin Yu's personal space. You kneel and call me father. He gritted his teeth. Do you dare? Ruin Yu did not hesitate for a split second. Bet accepted. Suddenly, Huyen's frantic scream pierced the tension. Oh my god, look at this! The two men broke their stare down and whipped their heads toward the mirror. The kill count had updated instantly. 6,201. Inside the dungeon, a cataclysmic explosion tore through reality. Blinding light swallowed the cavern, shattering the earth into dust. Another wave of spiders screeched, swarming toward him. Jiang Kai descended from the sky like a god of war. So you were all hiding here, come on. Have some dignity as dungeon monsters. He unleashed devastation with every word. Each attack detonated like a tactical nuke. Seeing the horde try to retreat, he laughed, running away. The party is just getting started. Don't you dare stop now. The beast tide was swallowed by a pit of hellfire. Countless bodies vaporized in an instant, turning the cavern into a chaotic storm of ash and blinding radiance. Any beast lucky enough to survive the flames was sliced in two by his razor-sharp cards. The explosions rang out in a terrifying, unending symphony of destruction. After an eternity of violence, the noise finally ceased. The flames died down, leaving only pillars of black smoke rising from the abyss. Jiang Kai stood amidst the ruin, the death card pulsating in his hand as the mana faded from his fingertips. A holographic system window materialized. Objective complete. All dungeon entities eliminated. Clear time 1,447 seconds. A haughty smirk curled Jiang Kai's lips. The card in his grip pulsed with a sinister, demonic allure. Is that it? Is it finally over? I still have 30 minutes of hyper-regeneration burning through my veins. What a tragic waste of a god-tier buff. Suddenly, the void shattered. A blinding golden halo erupted behind him, pouring out divine energy. Jiang Kai spun around, heart pounding. Floating in the emptiness was a brilliant golden mirror, its voice booming with absolute authority. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have crushed the trials of the horror nest. The voice belonged to Gray, the eternal guardian of this secret realm. I shall now tally your rewards. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in realization. Is this the legendary guardian that Tang spoke of? You are granted the right to ask the Mirror of Prophecy 5 questions. The voice continued. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, his tactical mind racing. 5 questions. If I waste them just on the gambler class change materials, I'm an idiot. That would be a massive loss. I can use this chance to unveil the dark truth behind the Devil Star and prepare for the coming apocalypse. But what are the limits of this thing's omniscience? As he hesitated, a crimson countdown timer materialized on the mirror's surface. Time remaining 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Gray's tone turned sharp. Please state your query. The mirror's divinity fades in 5 minutes. Jiang Kai rolled his eyes. Seriously, even divine artifacts have a battery life. No time to lose. He fired his opening shot. What is the true connection between the divine beast of the Devil Star and the Blue Star? Silence choked the air. Time seemed to freeze as man and artifact locked gazes. Jiang Kai frowned as the seconds ticked away. Did I break it, or is that knowledge forbidden? Gray finally spoke. Question 1 exceeds authority clearance. 4 attempts remaining. Just as I suspected. Jiang Kai thought, shifting gears instantly. Fine, let's talk business. Regarding the gambler class advancement materials, the spontaneous fire, the anomalous metal, the unstable earth, and the silent wind, what exactly do these refer to? The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. Golden strands of light wove together, painting a vivid image in the air. A predatory grin spread across his face. Bingo. Opposite him, Gray moved with the grace of an angel and the intensity of a demon. She raised her hands, and the mirror erupted in a blinding surge of holy radiance. Jiang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wait a second. The mirror displayed a withered, ancient tree, its gnarly branches engulfed in eternal flames. He gasped. The heavenly fire tree. He stood frozen, mesmerized by the projection blazing in divine glory. A sphere of concentrated flame manifested within the vision, radiating a scorching heat he could physically feel on his skin. Memory flashed back to Su Nuanuan's lecture. These heavenly fire trees are usually 20 years old, but those surpassing 30 years, they evolve into spirits. Slaying the monster drops the fire tree heart, a rare material that amplifies flame effects. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. That's it. It doesn't need fuel to burn. It generates fire directly. The heart isn't an organ. It's the core of spontaneous combustion. The answer had been right under his nose since the blazing mountain range. The image in the mirror rippled and faded, resetting the board. Jiang Kai locked onto the next riddle. White silver iron? I remember. It's a metal from the phantom realm, liquid at room temperature. A shapeless metal, isn't it? A spark of genius flashed in his mind. The mirror shifted instantly, revealing a desolate wasteland stripped of all life. He analyzed the scene. A barren land. That's too simple. He peered closer at the orange-red void. No people, no structures, just empty space. Suddenly, tiny white specks danced in the upper atmosphere. His mind raced. Dust particles. Dust settles to become earth, but floats as dirt in the wind. That's unstable earth. The mirror swirled again, revealing a crystal-clear blue sky with drifting clouds. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The sky. But there's nothing there. Is it the stillness? No. He caught a detail in the visual. Wait, it's not empty. It's the silent wind, the air itself. A system notification chimed. Riddle solved. Jiang Kai stood before the mirror, tallying the answers. Fireheart, silver iron, dust, air. He chuckled. Turns out the materials for the level 20 gambler class advancement are things that we see every day. The key was breaking common logic to see what others miss. If that pattern holds, the river source water must be... He spoke the answer aloud. The eternal cycle of heaven and earth. It's rainwater. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Answer confirmed. Like a protagonist in a system manhwa, this new class was about to give him an insane power boost. Gray's voice interrupted his victory lap. Now, receive your second reward. Jiang Kai froze. Time seemed to slow as an octagonal, glass-like artifact materialized, floating silently before him. System message incoming. Congratulations. You have received the double S rank weapon, Holy Radiance Crystal. Double S rank. Holy Radiance Crystal. He muttered the name like a prayer, reaching out to grasp the hovering treasure. The stat window popped up and what he saw defied belief. The Holy Radiance Crystal, a psychokinetic weapon that, when activated, manifests a sacred halo within a half-meter radius. Halo affects Soul Cleanse. It purifies all mental status abnormalities and grants absolute immunity to one spiritual attack targeting the user. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed in calculation. This isn't just for me. I can use this aura to protect my teammates in the heat of battle. It is controlled by sheer will, exactly like my death cards. Perfect. His grip tightened around the glowing crystal. But the purification, that is the real game changer. Humanity has always been devastatingly weak against mental attribute attacks. That Siren Elite's despair scream alone had paralyzed countless adventurers. He smirked with supreme confidence. With the necro armor I secured earlier, and now this, I am practically immune to psychological warfare. Another system notification blinked into existence. Combat mode engaged. The halo binds the target, restricting all physical movement, energy cost 0, kills instantly recharge the crystal's reserves. Bind duration, 3 seconds to 180 seconds. The time depends entirely on the power gap between user and target. He scanned the tech, stunned. It even possesses crowd control skills, unexpected. But for an SS rank item, aren't purely defensive and support capabilities a bit underwhelming? Why is the rating so high? As if reading his thoughts, the system window flickered and updated. Note the Holy Radiance Crystal is a unique Phantom Tier weapon. It can be upgraded using Tears of God to unlock double activation. Unique Phantom Tier. His voice dropped to a revered whisper. My death card is unique to the Gambler class. But this, it is the only one in the entire Phantom realm. That meant one thing. This isn't just a weapon. It is my new trump card. Meanwhile, outside the mirror, the progress bar slammed into 100%. Time elapsed, 1,755 seconds. Huen gasped, clutching her friend's arm. Oh my god. Ruin you. Look, count the zeros. Am I hallucinating? Ruan Yu roared with unbridled excitement. It's 1 million, Captain Jiang Kai actually did it. He cleared it nearby. Ga Wu went pale as a sheet. What, he killed 1 million monsters? Quan scoffed, crossing his arms in denial. Impossible. The machine must be broken. Suddenly, the mirror exploded with light. A blinding radiance flooded the wooden hut, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the glare. Huyen peeked through her fingers, her eyes sparkling with pure hero worship. A heavy silence fell over the room. Jiang Kai appeared from the void. He stood there, calm and composed, with a faint confident smile playing on his lips. Captain Jiang Kai cheers erupted like thunder. The wooden hut began to dissolve, breaking apart into digital pixels that floated into the air. The simulation ended, revealing the real hillside. Ruin Yu rushed over, his voice trembling with hype. Captain, was there really a monster nest in there? How did you slaughter 1 million of them? Huyan chimed in immediately. And the traps. Did the warden try to stop you? Jiang Kai smiled softly, his voice calm but firm. Huyan, Ruan Yu one at a time. I can't answer you both at once. Suddenly, Gao Wu's voice cut through the air. Jiang Kai, I will be honest. I don't know how you pulled it off, and my pride stings a little, but congratulations on clearing this personal dungeon. He paused, solemnly extending a hand. Also, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. I shouldn't have used the demon mist to test you, nor should I have looked down on you. I have to admit, you are the most outstanding young explorer I've ever met. A smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Kai's mouth. What kind of person am I? I've never needed anyone else to define that. Gao Wu froze, his eyes widening in surprise as Jiang Kai reached out. Jiang Kai looked him dead in the eye. But thanks for the honest praise. Apology accepted. Besides, you aren't so bad yourself. Gao Wu let out a breath of relief, a faint smile touching his lips. He gripped Jiang Kai's hand tightly, a seal of newfound brotherhood. Outside, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu beamed at the scene, while Quan's squad looked at their captain with radiant pride. Hu Yan crossed her arms, eyes gleaming with sudden mischief. Wait, didn't someone make a bet? Something about if Captain Jiang Kai survives, they do something crazy. All heads turned instantly. Quan flinched, cold sweat pouring down his back. Jiang Kai blinked, confused. What are you talking about? What bet? Before she could answer, Quan dropped to his knees in pure shame. I'm a dead man, he wailed into the ground. Several days later, under a clear blue sky, a towering white building stood tall. Inside, Hu Yan paced anxiously, Why is Captain Jiang Kai's awakening taking so long? He should be back by now. It's taking even longer than Song Yuan's process, Ruin Yu explained calmly. Captain Jiang Kai is unlocking a completely new class. It takes time. Let's just wait. Meanwhile, deep within the system space, Jiang Kai floated in the void. Radiant light surged around him as a blue rune circle spun slowly beneath his feet. Boom! A torrent of energy exploded, whipping his hair wildly as blinding light engulfed his entire being. Jiang Kai snapped his eyes open. I did it. It was the ultimate payoff moment in a leveling manhwa. System notifications cascaded before him. Congratulations. You have completed the level 20 advancement for the Gambler class. Your new class is Trickster Master. A spectral figure materialized, a silhouette in a wide-brimmed hat, ponytail swaying, fingers manipulating a Rubik's Cube amidst a violent storm of falling cards. Jiang Kai murmured, a smirk touching his lips. Trickster Master? Huh. Sounds like a class that specializes even more in the supreme art of the gamble. The status board refreshed instantly. Job advancement complete. Level 20 Gambler has evolved into Trickster Master. Post-awakening bonus applied. All basic attributes increased by 100% under the double talent effect. Current talents upgraded. New skill super doubling. The original doubling talent now boasts a 100% activation rate. The super doubling probability has risen from 1% to 3%. Super critical hit updated. The 0.1% chance to deal 200 times damage has been upgraded to 0.2%. Jiang Kai grinned. The odds for super doubling and criticals just spiked. It was a mere fraction of an increase. But in the heat of a life or death battle, that sliver of luck could turn certain defeat into a legendary victory. He looked up at the system interface. Hey system, does my new Trickster Master class come with a unique talent? The AI responded with cold immediacy. Affirmative. You have received the Trickster Master's exclusive talent, Deceit of the Heavens. As a Trickster Master, your deceptive nature is absolute. You can now manipulate body language to completely mislead your opponent's judgment. Jiang Kai thought, his mind racing. An upgraded poker face. If I play this card right, my life will be full of surprises. The holographic text shimmered, rearranging into new data. Additionally, under the effect of your doubling talent, you have received a second random talent agility enhancement. Your agility stat is permanently increased by 40%. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. 40%, that eclipses even the buffs from wall running or soaring. Confidence surged through his veins like wildfire. Trickster Master, let's see what you can do. The scene shifted to a dimly lit data research lab. Jiang Kai's profile displayed on a massive screen filled with cascading numbers. A man's voice muttered from the shadows. His initial test clearly showed rank D trash, yet, somehow, he became the undisputed champion of the guild challenge. Lan Lan walked in. At first, when he refused to join the military to fight the royals alone, I laughed. I thought he was just an arrogant kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But after watching his battles, I realized I was the frog in the well. He actually did it. Now, the royal faction doesn't dare breathe a word of pressure against the military. Perhaps our evaluation system needs a complete overhaul. Professor Lee nodded gravely. Agreed. Su Lanlin handed him a tablet. By the way, this is the latest teleportation data from the Matra Zone. Please analyze it for any matching patterns. He adjusted his glasses. 55 countries have already detected it. It's been so long, yet we found nothing. Time is running out. Su Lanlin gazed away, eyes distant. But I have a feeling we'll find it soon. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into twilight. Moonlight filtered through the dense forest canopy like silver spears. The trio strolled through the shadows until Hu Yan leaned against a tree, exhausted. I'm dying out here. Seriously, we've been circling for hours. Why haven't we seen a single howling moonwolf demon? Guan Yu frowned, scanning the darkness. Captain Jiang Kai, do you think someone got here first and wiped out the entire pack for experience points? Jiang Kai recalled the beast's profile. Impossible. Howling moonwolf demons aren't like your normal feral wolves. They walk upright on two legs. That means they don't just have razor-sharp claws and explosive speed. They have tactical intelligence. They're a nightmare to fight. He glanced at Ruin Yu. Small guilds wouldn't dare provoke them. And if a large guild had cleared this area, the news would be blasting all over the network. Suddenly, a trembling voice shattered the silence. Oh, blood. Moon. Hu Yan stared at the Bagua compass in her hand, cold sweat dripping down her pale face. You have got to be kidding me. Jiang Kai sensed the shift in the atmosphere, the air turning heavy. He snapped. Hu Yan, report what is happening. Hu Yan's voice trembled with urgency. Captain Jiang Kai, I cast a divination just out of boredom. But the omens have shifted violently. Tonight is a blood moon. The blood moon awakens the ancient, dormant lineage of the wolf tribe. They won't just be beasts tonight. They will evolve into human forms. gaining terrifying intelligence and explosive combat power. Ruan Yu swallowed hard, fear creeping into his voice like ice. Legends say the wolf demons vanish right before the phenomenon occurs. The silence in the forest? It's because they're lying in wait for us. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation, his mind working like a tactical supercomputer. In this mana density, we are looking at a gathering of over 100 Howling Moon Wolf demons. Once they transform, their power level will rival the Warlord rank Iron Lizard Dragon we fought before. He paused, letting the crushing gravity of their situation sink in before continuing. That means, at minimum, 100 monsters with Warlord tier strength are surrounding us. Cold sweat drenched Ruin Yu's cheeks. Captain, shouldn't we retreat while we still have legs? Jiang Kai's gaze didn't waver, his eyes cold as tempered steel. It is too late. As one, the three of them looked up at the bleeding sky. Jiang Kai announced grimly, "The Blood Moon descent has begun." High above, the celestial orb warps into a sickly, malevolent crimson sphere. It bathes the world in a horrific red glow, crushing the air with invisible weight. Even the forest holds its breath. Only the wind howls, scattering leaves like lost souls through the scarlet night. A sudden gale blinds Huyan. Her precious Bagua compass slips from her grasp. "Number my artifact." As it rolls away, she scrambles after it in blind panic. Disaster strikes. My compass is gone, but from the shadows, blood-red eyes ignite. A predator locks onto its prey. Huyan remains oblivious, frantically tearing through the underbrush for her gear. She has zero sense of the Reaper standing right before her. Suddenly, a shadow bursts forth, like a black arrow of death. It shoots straight for Huyan with killing intent. Fear paralyzes her instantly. She freezes, eyes wide, watching the beast close the gap. The shadow moves like a phantom, zigzagging through the air with lethal precision to strike her down. Jiang Kai channels his energy, roaring a warning. Huyan reacts instinctively. She throws her hands up and snatches the projectile midair. Her eyes go wide as she stares into a pair of stunned, purple eyes within her grasp. Holding the small creature aloft, she wails in despair, completely ignoring the danger. "I'm doomed. My compass." Jiang Kai halts his rescue charge, staring at the fluff ball in her arms. Speech fails him. What exactly is that? It is an adorable fox spirit with soft pink fur, acting innocent and wagging its tail. Huyan's brain short-circuits as she whispers menacingly to the creature. "Let's negotiate. Spit out the artifact in your mouth, and I might let you live." The fox spirit gags violently, its whole body shaking as if ready to vomit. Then it suddenly swallows and flashes a human-like mocking grin. Huyan's expression shatters. She looks completely done with life, her smile uglier than crying. She erupts in tears, screaming at the top of her lungs. "You little thief, spit it out right now!" Jiang Kai and Ruin Yu rush to hold her back. "Calm down. Chaos reigns in this cursed forest." They are bickering like children while death looms. Suddenly, Jiang Kai freezes. The hairs on his neck stand up. Wait, that presence? Hundreds of eyes light up the darkness behind him. In the center, a massive demonic gaze burns like hellfire. The beasts step into the light. They are wolf-like, but standing on two legs. Muscles ripple under fur and fangs drip with saliva, nightmares brought to life. A holographic interface flashes. "Warning, mutated monster detected. Howling Moonwolf demon." Jiang Kai roars orders. "Mutated variants. We are surrounded. Battle formation Ruan Yu. Protect the support." Smash. Ruan Yu crushes his wine jar, grabbing his shield with a drunken grin. "So many beauties waiting for me. I am the Wolf King. Line up, ladies. The king will show you all some love, one by one." Jiang Kai grits his teeth in frustration. Bad move. He hasn't entered the drunken stupor state yet. The frost shield alone can't withstand a horde of high-level mutants attacking from all sides. He dashes forward to intercept. "Huyan, stick to the tank. We move together." Huyan responds instantly. "Roger." On the flank, 5 mutated wolves lunge at Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai unleashed a blaze of fire from the rear. He calculates rapidly. High attack, 0 defense. I need to kite them and nuke from a distance. The projectile strikes true. The beasts can't react in time. The blast pierces their chests in a spray of gore, executing them instantly. Boom! Their bodies detonate into pure energy from the overload. System notification: 5 mutated Howling Moonwolf demons. Level 45. Eliminated. Ruan Yu wails like a maniac, tears streaming down his face. "My beauties, damn it, who dares ruin the Wolf King's harem time?" Jiang Kai stands behind him, his expression grim. A dark suspicion takes root in his mind. There's a swarm of them. Why attack in small waves instead of a full rush? A realization strikes him like lightning. Wait, are they testing our power levels? As if to confirm his fear, a fresh wave of monsters steps forward from the pack. Jiang Kai's combat intuition is never wrong. Staring down the horde, he knows his hypothesis is correct. No time for hesitation. He unleashes a volley of flame strikes. Whoosh! The weapons fly, tracking the monsters. Boom! Immense energy erupts, creating a shockwave of fire. The center of the formation turns into a blazing inferno. The smoke clears, but the nightmare isn't over. Behind the charred corpses, more mutated wolves advance, utterly devoid of fear and eager for blood. Hu Yan screams in panic. Captain Jiang Kai, my chasing order skill triggered 4 critical hits, but I only dropped 4 of them. There are 17 left in this wave alone. Jiang Kai's mind races, looking for a strategy. These beasts are cunning. They're spreading out to nullify my area of effect damage. Behind you, Hu Yan's warning pierces the air. A mutated wolf ghosts into Jiang Kai's blind spot, claws raised high to crush him. Time grinds to a halt. Jiang Kai stands with his back to the enemy, motionless as a statue, showing absolutely zero reaction. The beast's razor-sharp claws descend with mountain-crushing force, but in the final fraction of a second, Jiang Kai's eyes shift. A cold glint of absolute dominance flashes in his gaze. Slash. The claws pass harmlessly through his silhouette. It's nothing but an afterimage. He has already vanished into thin air, executing the legendary deceiving the heavens technique. High above, he materializes, looking down like a descending deity. The reality you perceive is only what I allow. Now, embrace your despair. He spins in midair, momentum building. Life chaser, strike. His spear pierces the beast like a bolt of divine judgment. Light explodes from the monster's core, followed by a death rattle. System mutated howling moonwolf, level 55 slain. Meanwhile, Ruin Yu charges at 3 monsters, drool practically dripping from his mouth. Come to Papa. My beauty's your wolf. King Brother is here for you. It is pure chaos, the typical behavior of a leveling maniac. His expression twists in confusion. Suddenly, scorching streaks of fire blaze right past his ear. He remains completely oblivious to the lethal danger. Boom! The 3 mutant wolves are instantly incinerated. The system chimes with a cold, mechanical notification. Mission update 3 level 55, mutant howling moonwolves eliminated. Ruin Yu collapses, sobbing in sheer, belated terror. Hu Yan sighs, shaking her head. That was too close. If Captain Jiang Kai hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead meat right now. She snatches up her pet fox, pinching its cheeks mercilessly. Don't think your cuteness will save you this time, little troublemaker. Spit out my compass right now, or I'll toss you to the wolves as a snack. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes widen in alarm. A massive wave of monsters is stampeding towards them. He roars, Hu Yan, incoming 4 o'clock. She spins around, terror seizing her heart. A mutant wolf is already upon her, its claws descending like grim reapers. Her mind freezes, screaming. I can't dodge in time. Crimson blood sprays into the air. 3 deep gashes tear across her arm, fresh blood dripping onto the cold, unforgiving earth. She crashes to the ground, agony searing through her limb. Yet, in her desperation, she curls her body to shield little Hu Lin. But suddenly, the wolf demons freeze mid-lunge. They stare at something with trembling jaws, as if witnessing true primal horror. Jiang Kai narrows his eyes. They're terrified, like they're sensing the presence of an apex predator. Realization strikes him like lightning. Wait, they're looking at Hu Yan. The little fox stands before her mistress, radiating a suffocating, dangerous aura that distorts the air itself. Acting on instinct, Jiang Kai unleashes his skill. His weapon tears through the air, aiming straight for the beast to save them. Clang. An invisible barrier stops his blade dead in its tracks. A mysterious power envelops Hu Yan, lifting her gently into the sky. Jiang Kai gasps. What the hell is happening? Hu Lin's latent energy erupts like a dormant volcano awakening. The fox ascends, carrying her master into the air with godlike authority. Hu Yan, Jiang Kai screams, reaching out. A blinding crimson light explodes from the fox's body. He shields his eyes against the searing radiance, desperate to witness the truth hidden within. As the dust settles, the very sky turns a blood-red hue. Jiang Kai stands paralyzed, struck silent by awe. A magnificent sphere of pink light pulses before him, radiating otherworldly energy. Suspended within the sphere, Hu Yan stirs. A soft groan escapes her lips as her eyelids flutter open, revealing mesmerizing purple irises. Who are you? She whispers. Before her floats Hu Lin, but now in human form, with flowing pink hair and delicate fox ears. The entity gazes down at her master with an imperious look. She gently caresses Hu Yan's cheek. You lasted longer than I expected. A playful, seductive smile graces her lips. You're as weak as a frightened rabbit, yet your spirit is surprisingly resilient. Her fingers grace the deep claw marks on Hu Yan's arm. Hu Yan winces in pain as ominous black smoke begins to rise from the wound. Such a nuisance, the fox spirit murmurs. With a casual wave of her hand, magic envelops the injury, dissolving the dark curse instantly. Then her lips part, revealing small fangs as she extends her tongue. She leans in, her soft tongue gliding over the raw flesh to seal the wound. Hu Yan gasps, a deep flush rising to her cheeks. Blushing furiously, she freezes, unable to look away. Hu Lin continues her ministrations, whispering, Just endure it a little longer, my cute little bunny. Ripple. The dimension trembles as something strikes the barrier from the outside. Huolin glances up, a spark of surprise in her eyes. Oh, he can maintain his sanity under my spiritual pressure. She thinks, what an interesting human. Outside, Jiang Kai is unleashing a barrage of fists against the energy wall, desperate to break through. Inside, Huolin stands up, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Since you're so eager, let's play a little game. A beam of pink light shoots from the barrier, striking Jiang Kai right between the eyes before he can react. He freezes instantly. What the? Confusion floods his mind as cold sweat trickles down his face. A sensation like an electric shock surges through his entire nervous system. Something is terribly wrong. He spins around, trying to grasp reality. What is this place? His eyes widen in horror. Ruins, destruction, an entire city is drowning in a sea of apocalyptic flames. Is this Earth? He stammers. The memories don't add up. Why am I back here? I was just in the Demon Star Forest. Hu Yin run, you duh, he bellowed into the empty void. Where did that accursed fox spirit take them? Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the air. Help me! The ground beneath his feet began to groan and quake violently. He slammed his palm against the asphalt. The vibrations told a terrifying story. A colossus, at least 50 tons of pure destruction. Screams erupted as a stampede of terrified civilians swept past him. Someone, please save us! Looming behind them was a living nightmare. A three-headed titan with eyes burning like the fires of hell. It gazed down at the humans as if they were nothing more than insects. The beast raised its heads and unleashed a roar that shook the very heavens. Its gaze held only pure annihilation. Jiang Kai's blood froze in his veins. That's a divine beast. Despite its massive bulk, the monster lunged with terrifying speed, closing the gap on the fleeing crowd in a heartbeat. He stood rooted to the spot, mind racing. Why is this happening? Why has the divine beast descended here, of all places? Fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Rage mixed with confusion. Damn it! As the beast struck, he screamed his ultimate technique. Fate pursuit. But nothing happened. His skills. They were sealed. Is this a system bug? Did I get teleported back to Earth? No. That was impossible. He quickly banished the thought. This wasn't a glitch. It was that fox's chaotic power dragging him into a waking nightmare. He analyzed the battlefield while sprinting, in a real raid against a divine beast. There wouldn't be this many civilians caught in the crossfire. And where are the other awakeners? Relying solely on his raw physical stats, he easily outpaced the panicked mob. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the chaos. Please, someone save my baby. A mother, clutching her child, stumbled and fell behind. Snap. The beast's jaws clamped down with a sickening crunch. The child tumbled from her arms, crying in terror, but the stampede didn't stop. Everyone was running for their own survival. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look away. Stay focused. This isn't the time to play hero. Even if this is an illusion, dying here might mean dying in the real world. But time seemed to freeze, even knowing it was a mind game. The phantom cry of that infant pierced his soul like a poisoned dagger. Memories flashed like a broken cinematic reel, blood-stained hands cradling a fragile life, a haunting testament to his past failures. His boots carved deep into the earth, kicking up a violent storm of dust. White energy crackled as he skid to a halt. Running was no longer an option. His mind raced with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. Damn it all. Damn it. Even if this reality was fake, seeing a child face the Reaper alone, Jiang Kai couldn't just stand there. Rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. Moving with the speed of a lightning bolt, Jiang Kai launched himself forward, snatching the infant mere inches from the beast's gnashing jaws. Robbed of its prey, the abomination roared at the heavens and charged. Jiang Kai didn't waste a single breath. He clutched the child tight and sprinted for his life, pure adrenaline fueling his desperate escape. His back was a map of agony, shredded by the creature's claws during the rescue, lungs burning. He realized with dread his stamina was hitting zero. Sure, he had survived the hellish training of the Ghost Planet, but stripped of his skills within this cursed system, a player without skills is just a mortal waiting to die, and the beast gave no quarter. A shockwave blasted from behind, shattering the earth. Disaster struck his foot wedged tight in a fresh fissure. Not good. Panic flared as lethal spikes erupted from the ground. With no footing, he launched the baby skyward just before the earth tried to swallow him whole. But fate was cruel. Another spear of jagged rock jutted out exactly where the child was falling. Time dilated. Death was 1 inch away, burning his very life force. Jiang Kai threw his hand out in a final, desperate act. Caught him. A weak but triumphant grin broke across his face as the child trembled safely in his grip. He exhaled, safe at last, or so he thought. A shadow loomed, the maw of the beast, dripping with saliva, clamped down on them both. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated in terror, battered and broken. He could only watch helplessly as darkness consumed his world, dragging him down into the abyss. Floating in a sea of red slime and acid, his consciousness began to fade. Was this it? Was he destined to rot in a monster's gut? Wait, this pain, is it truly just an illusion? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the void. Perhaps an enemy, perhaps the darkness in his own heart. It sneered. Look at you. This is the price of playing hero. Who do you think you are? Anyway, you killed a few trash mobs and thought you were the messiah of a leveling manhwa. Look at the kid. He watched in horror as they both sank deeper into the suffocating blackness. The accusations rang true. In reality, he was powerless, a pathetic worm who couldn't save a single soul. Tears mingled with blood on his cheeks. Broken, he whispered into the void. I can't protect anyone. The voice laughed, cold and sharp. Correct. Admit it. You can't even save yourself, so why bother saving others? Through hazy eyes, a figure approached. It wasn't a stranger. It was his own reflection, staring back from the void. Humans are selfish creatures. The shadow murmured softly. It breaks my heart to see you suffer like this. You've done enough, haven't you? The shadow doppelganger gently caressed his wounded face, pulling him into a treacherous embrace. Stop fighting the inevitable. Just sleep. The abyss faded around him. He felt like he was sinking into a deep ocean, but bubbles rose to a surface where sunlight pierced the gloom. The scenery shifted instantly. A warm voice called out, Little Jiang Kai, why are you zoning out? Sit down. Eat before it gets cold. Beside her, a man lowered his newspaper. The boy is exhausted. He pushes himself too hard. It was the perfect picture. A happy family. A table full of home-cooked love. Jiang Kai froze. He was still clad in battle-torn armor, bleeding and bruised. Yet standing in the middle of his living room, his mother chuckled softly. That's our boy. Even when he scrapes his knees and wants to cry, he insists he's fine. His father nodded in agreement. True, our little Jiang Kai always tries to be a man. But no matter how tough he acts, he's still our child. Jiang Kai stood paralyzed. Shock melted into disbelief, then heartbreaking longing. His lips trembled as he choked out the words, Mom! Dad! His father's voice was deep and soothing. Come, little Jiang Kai. If you're tired, just come home. That call tore at his heartstrings. He felt like a little boy again. The scent of roasted chicken and warm rice beckoned him to surrender. His hand, now looking small and clumsy, reached for them. Home? He asked weakly. The young Jiang Kai reached for the bowl, his voice wavering. I'm sorry. The parents watched in silence. Suddenly, the small hand transformed armored, muscular, and powerful and smashed into the table. Bam! But this is the path I chose. The adult Jiang Kai stood tall, his conviction shaking the room. Hearing this, his parents simply smiled. White mist laced with soft blue light began to drift from their bodies. Well, his father laughed warmly. I guess there's no stopping him, is there? That's right. He's grown up. He has his own will now. As they began to fade, they left him with one final gift. Never forget why you started, son. March forward with courage. We are always proud of you. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, tears drying instantly. I will. As the last wisp of smoke vanished, he smiled. I understand now. The peace lasted for a heartbeat before reality crashed back in. Boom! The cozy room shattered like glass. Jiang Kai was sucked into a blinding vortex. Shards of the illusion, reflecting his past self, broke apart. Behind those shards, hungry beasts waited. But stranger still, a copy of Jiang Kai stood there, eyes wide in absolute shock. What? The imposter gasped. The real Jiang Kai glared back, fury burning in his gaze. So this entire nightmare was your doing. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai summoned his divine weapon. Aura exploded around him. The clone regained his composure, smirking with arrogance. Well, aren't you full of surprises? You refused a perfect paradise? Was it not sweet enough for you? Jiang Kai's face darkened, his eyes shining with lethal intent. The only thing sweet will be your defeat. No matter how you gild this cage, the truth remains. It is nothing but a fragile, beautiful delusion. Rather than cower inside this illusion, I will shatter it with my own hands. A mocking sneer twisted the clone's lips. A beautiful delusion. Is it? You mean something like this. Pink energy swirled from his hand, suffocating the very air with its hypnotic glow. His grin widened into something predatory. An interesting perspective. I like it. Then let us play a game. In this world of lies, do you think I can end your miserable existence? Oh. As the shadow lunged, Jiang Kai vanished in a blur of motion. I have no fear of facing a monster like you. His eyes narrowed. but I wager your clumsy techniques won't survive a single strike. Golden light erupted from Jiang Kai's gaze. He invoked the holy radiance. It was a classic move, purifying the soul with blinding intensity. Two identical forms, two warring souls. They clashed within the void. The silence of the night shattered as their spiritual pressure whipped up a gale. Reality snapped back into place. Jiang Kai returned to the physical world, though bitterness lingered in his heart. Disoriented, the first thing he saw was a familiar chubby figure yawning right in front of him. Damn it, where is Huyan? Was she taken? Before the words left his mouth, she materialized from thin air and collapsed softly into his embrace. He scanned her vital signs. Her wounds, they have completely vanished. Did that fox demon actually save her? Huyan murmured in her sleep, cheeks flushing a deep rosy red. What is it with that face? Jiang Kai frowned. Just what kind of dream is she having to blush like that? Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed through the clearing. An adventurer from the holy divine kingdom, huh? You are far more amusing than I anticipated. Who's there? Jiang Kai's senses sharpened, scanning the empty woods. He gently propped Huyan against a tree and drew his weapon. Show yourself. Stop hiding in the shadows. Poland's voice dripped with amusement as she replied, Humans, always so volatile. She laughed softly. A pity. The you of today is not yet worthy to speak my name. Provoked, Jiang Kai roared, his pride stung. Hey, you arrogant. But the unseen entity simply ignored his outburst. But since you are quite adorable, I shall grant you a small gift. Her tone turned razor sharp. Listen closely. I will only say this once. What kind of forced quest is this? A golden light condensed, weaving a magnificent map right in his palms. Jiang Kai stared, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Having delivered her message, Hu Ling giggled with delight. It seems my boredom has finally come to an end. Now, let us see what chaos unfolds next, shall we? Her cryptic words fueled the fire in his gut. Jiang Kai sprinted toward the source of the sound, but his desperation only fed the fox demon's amusement. Oh, interesting. Little human. Make sure you entertain me thoroughly next time, Jiang Kai shouted into the void. Hey, wait, stop right there. His only answer was the silence of the night and the pale moon hanging above. Jiang Kai lowered his head, whispering, She's gone. The next morning, peace was shattered by a high-pitched scream. Captain Jiang Kai, did I really almost die yesterday? Wait, so that fox spirit actually saved my life. Jiang Kai pressed for answers. Why would a demon save a human? Did she say anything strange? Do you recall the details? Huyan blinked blankly. Huh, she could talk. Maybe my brain got scrambled. I think I slept through it all. Suddenly, a crimson blush spread across her porcelain cheeks, except for that dream. In her mind, the memory surfaced. The fox lady descending like a goddess, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Consider this a reward, much sweeter than blood. My adorable little rabbit, try not to get hurt again. The memory sent a shiver of longing through her. What a bizarre, intoxicating dream. Huyan, snap out of it. Jiang Kai's voice broke the spell. She averted her gaze, hiding her embarrassment. Nothing. It's nothing. I could die of shame right now. While they stood there awkwardly, Ruin Yu finally shouted, Captain Huyan, get over here already. The meat is going to burn to a crisp. Jiang Kai patted Huyan's shoulder, grinning. Let's eat first. I have a strategy meeting for us afterwards. She nodded obediently. Then, like a lightning bolt, she tackled Ruin Yu. Delicious meat, come to mama. The poor guy screamed in terror. Huyan, are you trying to eat people now? Jiang Kai watched the chaos with a warm smile. Give her food and she forgets the world's sorrows instantly. What a ridiculous pair. The next day, the trio stood before a narrow, ominous canyon. We have arrived, Jiang Kai announced. The fox demon's map points exactly to this rift. Huyan panicked. Captain, are you leaving us behind? Ruin Yu stepped forward, voicing his strong objection. That's right, Captain. You said that demon was cunning. This smells like a trap. Shouldn't we consult Brother Lu's guild first? Jiang Kai shook his head calmly. Brother Lu is drowning in military affairs. We cannot rely on him forever. Besides, Huyan, your spirit origin is still unstable. You need rest. And you, Ruin Yu. When you drink, you become a liability. The fog inside is deadly. Stay here and hold the perimeter until I return. But, Captain. Huyan's voice trembled. Jiang Kai didn't look back. He simply raised a hand in farewell. Don't worry, it's just a recon mission. If I sense danger, I will retreat immediately. As he ventured deeper, his mind raced. That fox demon, her power level dwarfs every elite mob we have faced. She is likely a field boss. If she wanted me dead, I would be dead. It's not just her strength. It is that chaotic unpredictability. What is her endgame? Why can't I shake this ominous premonition? 20 minutes later, Jiang Kai reached the canyon's dead end. Suddenly, his posture stiffened, his eyes locked on the target. Amidst the desolate, cracked earth lay a pristine azure lake. He observed from the ridge. It looks like an ordinary body of water. Just then, a pebble tumbled down, landing right at his feet as if guided by fate. He kicked the stone into the glassy surface. Plop. Instantly, the tranquility broke. Ripples turned into violent, churning waves. Jiang Kai's instincts screamed, "Danger! This isn't just water." His pupils dilated as he stared into the abyss beneath the surface. What in the world is that? A crushing, killing intent exploded from the depths. It was a suffocating pressure, far surpassing even the fox demon. As the water erupted toward the sky, he knew, the boss is awakening. Jiang Kai scrambled for an escape route. Damn it, was I played? Is this the trap she set for me? He spun around, ready to bolt. Run, I need to get out of here now. But he barely took a step before freezing in his tracks. His body screamed in terror as a massive shadow loomed over him. A strange, suffocating pressure crushed his chest. Why was he trembling? It felt as if terror was the only emotion left in his soul. Even when he first stepped foot on the ghost planet, facing down grotesque monsters in the cold breath of death, he had never felt this. The despair, the rage, the regret. None of it compared to this artificial panic. It was as if something was intentionally amplifying his darkest fears. But then, cold logic sliced through the haze of fear. If this entity was truly a god of death, why cower in the depths like a cornered rat? If it wanted him dead, why hadn't it struck? Cold sweat carved paths down Jiang Kai's grimacing face as he skid to a halt, dust billowing around his boots. There was only one explanation. It was a bluff. The beast was posturing to protect its secrets. Instantly, the paralyzing dread shattered like glass. Jiang Kai cast aside his hesitation. Spiritual energy flared in his eyes as he locked onto the rising surge of water. Fine then, let's see what cheap tricks you're hiding. But suddenly, shock replaced his resolve. The wave wasn't attacking. It was evolving, twisting into a swirling, luminous vortex. A holographic system window materialized. A classic trope of the Manhwa world. Congratulations, you have discovered the teleportation array of the Maitreya Temple. Meanwhile, reality back on Earth was descending into chaos. The global news cycle was exploding with brutal headlines. The Holy Light Nation was poised to become the only country disqualified from the global hegemony tournament. Mocking voices dominated the airwaves. Didn't the Holy Light Nation boast about their supreme power? Maybe if they get on their knees and lick our boots clean, we'll toss them a bone. That's right, grovel, beg us, and maybe we'll help you find a gate. Hearing the insults, a hand gripping a chair armrest tightened until the knuckles turned bone white. Commander Wei Ying frowned, fury blazing in his eyes like wildfire. Is there truly no hope left for us? Suddenly, the door burst open. Commander Wei looked up, startled. Little Lu, why the panic? Lu slammed his hand onto the desk with a thunderous impact. His face was flushed with pure adrenaline. Commander Wei, we found it, the teleportation array. Lu Jun screamed in absolute ecstasy. Wei Ying shot up from his chair, disbelief written across his features. Say that again. The scene shifted to the ravine. Guards had transformed the area into a fortress, barking orders for the gathering crowd to stay behind the yellow tape. Ruan Yu stood among the spectators, a smirk playing on her lips as she watched the chaos. Look at them swarm. You'd think a boss monster just spawned right in their faces. Ruin sighed, scanning the perimeter. Can you blame them? Securing a teleportation point is the Holy Light Nation's only lifeline right now. With the army mobilizing like this, keeping it a secret is impossible. She leaned in, whispering with excitement. Captain Jiang Kai, you've hit the jackpot. Not only did we get 2,000 guild points, but the city officials are going to treat you like a king. Jiang Kai just scratched his head, embarrassed. The three of them were murmuring when a booming, hearty laugh erupted from behind. They spun around in unison. Wei Ying approached with the stride of a conquering hero. It really is a teleportation array, Jiang Kai, acting like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. You always surprise me. The crowd instantly began to buzz. Look, it's Commander Wei's group. Jiang Kai immediately bowed in respect. Hu Yan, unable to contain her fangirl energy, shouted out loud. It's really him, Wei Ying, the guardian deity of Jiangnan City. A nearby officer immediately barked at her. Insolence! How dare you call the commander by his name? But Wei Ying just waved his hand, smiling warmly. Relax, soldier. This isn't a formal ceremony. Besides, any friend of Jiang Kai is a friend of mine. Standing beside the commander was a man radiating elegance and dangerous power. Hua Tianchen, chief instructor of the War God Hall's reserves. Hua narrowed his eyes, studying the young man intently. I've heard Commander Wei sing your praises constantly. Finally, I get to meet the legend in the flesh. Jiang Kai looked confused. And this gentleman is... Hua shook his hand, his grip firm as steel. Apologies. Everything was so rushed. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Hua Tianchen from the Holy Light Nation's War God Hall. Your reputation precedes you. Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai nodded respectfully. An honor. Instructor Hua. Behind him, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were practically hyperventilating. The War God Hall. Even the chief instructor knows Captain Jiang Kai. His fame is off the charts. Wei Ying stepped in to explain. Tianchen is also the general overseer for the upcoming national tournament. The moment he heard you found the gate, he insisted on coming with me. Hua nodded approvingly. You live up to the commander's expectations, all. You've done the nation a massive service today. Wei Ying's expression turned serious. We need to reward you properly. Jiang Kai, you've solved a crisis that was threatening our entire country's existence. Aside from the glory you've earned, I've decided to transfer my personal share of the reward to you. The girl's eyes widened, sparkling with greed. That was a fortune, but Jiang Kai shook his head firmly. I don't want the extra reward. The four of them froze, stunned. What did you say? Captain Jiang Kai's voice remained humble but steady as a rock. Commander, I'm just a nobody. I have no powerful family, no background, and no authority. Since entering the ghost planet, the royals have only suppressed me. When the major guilds boycotted me, turning their backs during the awakening Mana nightmare, only you and Brother Luo's team remained. You shielded my family with your very lives. That grace is a debt etched into my soul, one I will carry forever. Commander Wei Ying fell silent, though he tried to argue. Jiang Kai, do not let sentiment cloud your judgment. I know your reality. You are young, fighting a lone war in a world overrun by monsters. What happens when your resources run dry? Jiang Kai's gaze remained steel steady. This isn't emotion. He looked the commander dead in the eye. Do you recall the ruins in the safe zone? We watched that transcendent battle. The Grandmaster, Gu Yi, nodded slowly as he chanted his creed. The rise and fall of the realm falls upon the shoulders of every man. In this broken world, someone must step up. Someone has to stand against the darkness. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, the memory of his own bloody battle surfacing. Back at Wugong Island, I was adrift, but walking this path with you, I finally grasped the weight of those words. Ruan Yu felt a lump form in her throat. Captain Jiang Kai. He stood tall, rejecting the supreme prize one last time. Commander, without you, I would be dust by now. The Heisha reward. It belongs to you. Sunlight pierced the clouds, bathing the scene in a golden halo. Compared to the unrivaled Grandmaster, I am weak. My enlightenment may be shallow, but I will fight beside you in my own way. He smiled, radiating the aura of a true hero. Commander Wei Ying's expression darkened like a gathering storm. The killing intent in the air was so thick. Even Tianchen felt suffocated. This rookie was being offered a personal reward by the commander himself, the Heisha treasure. Countless others would kill for such honor. Yet, this kid refused it time and time again, right in front of the entire platoon. Rage flared in the commander's eyes. He launched a fist forward with terrifying speed. You have some nerve, kid, Ruan Yu screamed in terror. Captain Jiang Kai, but the fist halted mere millimeters from Jiang Kai's face. The devastating blow froze in midair. You are stubborn enough that 10 oxen couldn't pull you back. The commander grunted. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan were sweating bullets, but Jiang Kai didn't even flinch. He stared right back, forcing the old veteran to concede. But it is exactly that fearless grit. Wei Ying slapped his shoulder with a heavy laugh. That makes you worthy of my respect. You fear neither heaven nor earth. Jiang Kai blinked, stunned by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The soldiers behind them dropped their jaws in disbelief. No way. Is this the first time Commander Wei Ying has ever praised someone? That killing intent just now was terrifying. I would have wet my pants instantly, yet that kid didn't even blink. Tianchen nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth. It seems we all underestimated Jiang Kai. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Commander, you aren't angry. Jiang Kai hesitated. Commander. But Wei Ying waved it off with a hearty laugh. Say no more. I respect your path. The military will distribute your rewards through the official system. The three teammates beamed with relief, and Jiang Kai quickly saluted. Yes, sir. The commander signaled him. Come with me. They arrived at a deep ravine, a blind spot Jiang Kai had completely missed. Who would have guessed the teleportation array for this high-level mana dungeon was hidden deep underwater? Wei Ying raised his hand, energy surging. In a blink, he unleashed a technique to shatter the cliff face. Divine might. Jiang Kai stood there, completely thunderstruck. Did he just pulverize the mountain body? The cliff face had been reduced to rubble. Wei Ying turned to face the young awakener. This is the Origin Force impact. Only martial artists of our Saint Light faction possess the talent to harness this primordial energy. That is how we control true power. Jiang Kai's face was filled with shock as his mind raced. Legend says Origin Force is the mysterious energy that erupted when the blue star was first formed. Jiang Kai analyzed the data instantly. I remember Ancestor Yuan's talent, Heart of the Warrior, had a hidden effect. One of those effects was a sword chai slash utilizing Origin Force. But this is the first time I've seen a master unleash it. It's devastatingly strong. The commander glanced at Jiang Kai. Internationally, the martial artist class has dropped to 6th on the ranking board. But I have never believed in those rankings. The 1,000-year legacy of Saint Light martial arts cannot be measured by simple numbers. When Origin Force is unleashed, even the top 5 classes must retreat 3 yards in fear. Wei Ying placed his heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, especially with new classes like yours showing infinite potential. I believe the day will come when no one dares look down on Saint Light again. Jiang Kai replied with absolute conviction. I believe it too. 7 days later, at the Military Council Hall, urgent news broadcasted across the globe. Breaking news. The number of countries discovering ruins teleportation gates has risen to 65. The countdown to chaos has begun. Only 15 spots remain before the 80-nation limit seals our fate. Breaking news just hit the airwaves. Country C has secured a new gate, officially locking in as the 66th nation to join the fray. Following the Saint Light report, an urgent update flashes across the screen. Tensions are boiling over Country E and Country F are already suspected of border skirmishes, fighting tooth and nail for control over the ancient ruins. High atop the podium in the Grand Hall, Tianchen stood like a statue of judgment. His voice didn't just speak, it boomed, demanding absolute submission from the crowd below. Listen closely, he commanded. Based on blood-soaked intelligence and field tests from the last few days, we have finally decoded the ironclad rules of the ruins. Tianchen began to list the cruel restrictions of the Manhwa world system. Rule number 1, no adventurer entering the ruins can exceed level 60. The system demands balance. Violate this, and the system issues a lethal warning instant erasure. Rule number 2, every soul gets exactly 1 entry permit. If you die or flee, you are barred forever. I repeat, there are no second chances in this hell. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, suffocating everyone present. He continued, his tone unwavering. The teleportation gate operates strictly in team mode. You are limited to a maximum squad size of 5 members per registration. Only 3 groups are permitted to enter per day, with a mandatory 3-minute cooldown between transfers. Rule number 4, inside the vast ruins, only 4 spawn points exist. It does not matter which nation you hail from. Everyone is funneled into these 4 specific locations like lambs to the slaughter. Tianchen's eyes turned ice cold as he reached the final point. Rule number 5, listen well, because this is the most dangerous factor of all. The superpower nations have formed an alliance to blockade the spawn points. The audience gasped in collective horror. What? Whispers rippled through the crowd as Tianchen continued grimly. The rules state 80 nations can enter to trigger the global battle for supremacy. However, the system never explicitly stated that all 80 must be allowed to participate. Think about it. Every rival nation eliminated before the game even starts drastically increases their own odds of victory. So, they are using their overwhelming numbers to camp the spawn points. They intend to slaughter anyone who tries to log in the moment they materialize. Tian had revealed the devastating truth. This explains why our Saint Light squads were wiped out instantly. 21 elite teams, all decimated and forced to retreat in shame. Half a month later, on the desolate ghost planet, Jiang Kai's system interface flashed rapidly. Defeated level 55 Howling Moon Wolf. Defeated 10 level 45 wolves. The notifications cascaded like a waterfall of data. Defeated 15 level 35 wolves. Ding. Congratulations, level up. You have reached level 21. Jiang Kai stood amidst the carnage of the battlefield, surrounded by fading digital corpses. Finally, level 21. The AI system chimed in response. Level 21 achieved, unlocking new class skill. Deceptive Shadow Clone. A holographic window popped up, detailing the mechanics of his newly awakened mana ability. Deceptive Shadow Clone level 1 creates up to 3 clones. Upon activation, the main body enters immediate stealth mode. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with intrigue. A substitution type skill. Interesting. He leaned in as the system continued its explanation. Clones perfectly mimic movement, status, equipment, and skills. However, their attacks are purely visual illusions. They deal 0 true damage. Jiang Kai frowned, disappointment washing over him. 0 damage. So if I get caught, I just have to stand there and take a beating without fighting back. But then, the next line of text scrolled into view. When Deceptive Shadow Clone takes damage, it synchronizes and absorbs the stamina and spirit power expended by the attacker. Furthermore, the clone does not vanish upon impact. Upon recall, all absorbed energy is transferred directly to the main body. A wicked grin slowly spread across Jiang Kai's face. Oh, I see how it is. This isn't just a meat shield skill. It is a high-level energy conversion system. To them, it looks like I'm getting beaten to a pulp, But in reality, I'm draining them dry. The final specs flashed before his eyes. Clone duration 10 minutes, range limit 30 meters from host. Absorption cap cannot exceed the host's maximum attribute limits. This phantom decoy technique offered terrifyingly flexible combat options. He could use all three at once for chaos, or deploy them one by one for sustained deception. However, the cost was steep, 500 spirit points just to regenerate a single reserve clone. But there was hope. Once he hit level 30, this skill would evolve into something even deadlier. Jiang Kai calculated the efficiency in silence. 500 points is a heavy drain, but with my current recovery rate, I can replenish that fully in 3 or 4 days. A terrifying intensity began to burn within his gaze. He wasn't done yet. With the gamer's double talent active, I wonder what bonus awaits me. The anticipation in the air was electric. The double talent triggered instantly, granting a random class ability. It was the classic thrill of the system, a moment where luck defines destiny. The system interface flashed rapidly before settling on a name. Skill acquired, Fishing in Troubled Waters, level 1. Effect: for every 1% of health the enemy loses, your 4 basic attributes surge by 19 points. Additionally, critical hit rate and critical damage amplify by 1%. A passive skill that scales with the chaos of battle, upgradable at level 30. Jiang Kai clarified carefully, his voice trembling with excitement. So, the more energy the enemy burns, and the more they bleed, the more insane my attacks become. His mind raced with tactical possibilities. I've heard of berserker classes that get stronger the more they bleed. But against my new skill, it becomes a question of whose system reigns supreme. Suddenly, his wrist device buzzed, shattering his concentration. It was Yuan Shu. The voice on the other end crackled with static. Jiang Kai, what are you up to? Jiang Kai replied casually. Just power leveling? Yuan Shu, shouldn't your squad be in intensive training right now? You actually have time to call me? There was a heavy, suffocating silence on the other end of the line. Something was wrong. Jiang Kai's survival instincts flared like a warning beacon. What is wrong? Yuan Shuzi forced a bright, hollow laugh that didn't reach his eyes. Nothing really. You just crossed my mind. I do not know why, but I really needed to hear your voice today. A deep frown creased Jiang Kai's forehead as the unease settled in. Hey, why are you getting so sentimental all of a sudden? His friend chuckled, scrambling for an excuse. Sentimental, maybe a little. The training has been brutal lately. When I stop moving, my mind starts wandering. But Jiang Kai's gut twisted, telling him otherwise. Yuan Shuzi, you are acting strange. Is there something else you need to tell me? Yuan Shuzi stuck to his lie, his voice steady but heavy with hidden emotion. No, really. All right, big shot. Get back to killing monsters. Heishi's little one is signing off. Bye-bye. The call cut abruptly, leaving Jiang Kai staring at a blank screen, whispering into the void. Hello, Yuan Shuzi. Miles away, the squad continued their march toward destiny. Only after the connection severed did Yuan Shuzi let the cheerful mask shatter, revealing a face etched with profound sorrow. Sunan noticed his shift in mood and whispered softly, Yuan Shuzi, did you not say you missed Jiang Kai? Why did you not talk longer? Yuan Shuzi sighed, the weight of the entire world pressing down on his shoulders. Jiang Kai knows me too well. If I kept talking, he would have realized the truth. He confessed softly, his voice trembling, I do not want him to worry. Su Nuan looked confused, about to press for answers, but Yuan Shuzi cut her off with a chilling question that froze the air. Tell me, what do you think people feel after they are killed and go offline? Forever. The bizarre question sent a cold shiver down Su Nuan's spine. What Yuan Shuzi did not explain further. He just plastered that bright, fake smile back on his face. Maybe they do not know anything. Maybe there is no pain. Thinking about it that way, I do not feel so scared anymore. Su Nuan bit her lip, holding back a flood of tears. She knew Yuan Shuzi was forcing himself to be brave for this suicide mission. Her memory drifted back to 3 days ago, to the moment their fate was sealed. In the massive command center, 3 elite squads had gathered Tiger, Tunheng, and Hot Blood. The 3 captains stood tall, radiating power. Commander Tianchen's voice boomed through the hall. Time is critical. I will be brief. They were being deployed to face high-level monsters, but the briefing screen flickered to life, revealing something far worse than beasts. A sharp-toothed grin filled the display, dripping with venomous mockery. You think a bunch of trash like you is worthy of fighting us? Listen well. Either you use your skills to take us down, The massive, hulking figure on screen was the adventurer Clemente, a level 50 barbarian, or you can crawl through my legs like the dogs you are. Behind him, his lackey laughed, typing toxic insults into the global chat. Crawl. Give us a smile. Let these idiots see their place. Clemente was a nightmare incarnate who had already claimed the lives of several veteran players. Guang clenched his fists until his knuckles turned bone white. I am going to kill that bastard. Tianchen continued the briefing, his face grim as death. A tech company has developed a way to stream footage from the Mitra zone. Despite the lag, the scenes we are seeing are pure nightmares. In the last half month, we sent over 50 squads into the zone. More than 200 elite warriors were slaughtered. Every single one went offline permanently. The shocking statistic hit the room like a physical blow. Everyone froze, jaws slack with disbelief at the carnage. Tianchen pressed on, his voice steel, but their sacrifice was not in vain. They bought us blood-soaked intelligence. This is the map of the Matra zone, reconstructed from their final living moments. You are all here because you are the best. After 27 rounds of brutal selection, you are the chosen few. I need your teams to accept this heavy burden. 3 days from now, we attempt to break the siege again. The captains shouted their affirmation, voices ringing with resolve. Tianchen nodded and laid out the master strategy. We have confirmed 4 login points in the zone points A, B, C, and D. If a team uses the same teleportation formation within 1 day, they will spawn at the same point. Memorize these coordinates with your lives. You will fight and retreat, pushing towards this specific direction to plant the flag of St. Yao. This flag is the linchpin of the entire mission. The soldiers were fired up, but Liu raised a valid concern. Commander, we are breaking through layers of defense just to plant a flag. They will chase us down. We will be hunted like animals. Tianchen replied calmly, his eyes reflecting a deeper, darker scheme. Your goal is not just to fight, it is to survive. This is part of a secret plan the higher-ups have been orchestrating. The squad members gasped in unison. A secret plan. Tianchen nodded solemnly. Correct. Currently, 73 nations have found the teleportation arrays, but 42 of them used their early advantage to blockade the login points. Well, for any single nation to break that blockade with just 3 teams, it is impossible. It is suicide. However, that leaves 30 nations like us excluded and oppressed. We have formed a coalition. At 6A, 3 days from now, every allied nation will send their top 3 squads into the zone simultaneously. The mission code name is Dawn. The room fell into a deathly silence as the sheer scale of the plan sank in. Your team will plant the flag to signal the enemy, baiting them deeper into the trap. Once the enemy takes the bait, the remaining allied squads will launch an all-out assault on the 4 login points. We will secure our residency rights in a single, decisive strike. With their elites distracted hunting you at the flag, their spawn point defenses will be left wide open. That is our moment to strike from the flanks and reclaim what belongs to us. But accepting this mission came with a deadly cost. The Holy Light team had just painted a target on their backs, inviting the enemy's most lethal assault. Every pioneer nation was currently locked in a suffocating stalemate to shatter this deadlock. The Sura land of Mitra was their only hope in this high-stakes mana awakening scenario. This operation carries the sheer weight of our nation's destiny and the survival of our people. I repeat, even if only one of you remains standing, you must shoulder the glory of the Holy Light. Fight until your very last breath. Understood, answering the heavens' trust, the chosen warriors roared as one. Fight until death, no mercy, no stopping. Their mission forced them through a treacherous pass of jagged rock, leading straight into a chaotic, swirling vortex. At the path's end, a deafening boom shook the very earth. Their pupils dilated in shock. From the dust, a single pink gauntlet reached out. Su Nuan Nuan shot Yuanju a gaze of steel. Yuanju, I believe in us. We will make it. Her trust reignited his confidence, and he nodded with a determined smile. Suddenly, the crimson alarms on their wrist gears blared to life. They stared in awe at the storm-like portal. The Vanguard squad, Heaven's Eternity, had already pierced the blockade with burning passion. Lai Bao didn't hesitate, his voice thundering like a commander. All units, listen up. No retreat, no surrender, no regrets. Even if our bodies are crushed to dust, the mission comes first. Now, follow me into the Abyss Charge. Or 2 days later, at the Guild of the Main God, Jiang Kai replayed the memory of Yuanju's call. It seemed like nothing. Just a casual check-in. But why did he crave the sound of his voice today? Was he being sentimental? Maybe a little cringe? Probably just exhaustion from the endless training grind? He told himself. Idle minds breed paranoia, but his expression darkened, brows furrowing in concern. Was Yuanju really just tired? 2 days of absolute radio silence from him and Su Nuan Nuan. An ominous shadow crept over his heart. A gut instinct screamed at him. Go find them! The moment his hand touched the biometric scanner, 2 figures rushed in. Captain Jiang Kai, it's a disaster. The panic in their eyes was undeniable. Hu Yan Ruoyu, why are you 2 in such a rush? Hu Yan's face was pale as a ghost as he stammered out the truth. We just saw a video trending on the forums. Yuanju and Su Nuan Nuan. They're in trouble. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in sheer shock. What did you say? She tapped her watch. projecting a holographic screen into the air. The Holy Light government tried to scrub this footage the moment it went viral, but I managed to save it for this recap. It was a nightmare. A row of razor-sharp teeth filled the frame. A mocking, sadistic voice echoed out, "Hey, plenty of trash from the Holy Light are watching this, right? If you have the guts, come save them." The camera panned down to the defeated squad, focusing on Su Nuan bound and screaming in agony. "I know how much you people value your justice. If you send a high-ranking commander to come here and beg on their knees, maybe just maybe we'll let one go." The lens shifted to Yuan-ju, barely clinging to life, accompanied by the villain's taunt. "Of course, if you admit you're all spineless cowards who dare not act, then stay put." He spat out insults like venom, relishing his absolute control. "Men, string these two up." The criminal pressed his face to the lens, grinning like a demon. Watch closely as their blood drips, drop by drop, until they run dry. Jiang Kai's emerald eyes burned with murderous intent as he stared at the screen. His two friends stood frozen, the atmosphere heavy with suffocating despair. Jiang Kai's face turned black with rage, fists clenching until they bled. How did it come to this? We have to go back to that moment 2 days ago. Lai Bao led the charge into the portal. "System alert. You have entered the Sura land of Mitra." Simultaneous translation engaged. Decoding native language to Holy Light, common. But instead of an army, they found a sea of coagulated blood. No guards. Wanmo scanned the area, his voice tense with suspicion. Heaven's Eternity and the Passion Squad are legendary for their combat prowess. They must have coordinated with the Alliance to lure the entire enemy garrison away. A teammate queried Lai Bao, "Captain, our current login point is Sector A. Should we mobilize toward the southeast immediately?" Just then, a transmission from Commander Hua cut through the air. The message froze the blood in their veins. "Attention all units. The operation is compromised. Heaven's Eternity and the Vanguard were ambushed the moment they spawned." As the words registered, countless shadows emerged from the mist, revealing the fatal trap. The ambushers stepped out calmly, completely encircling the 5-man squad. Their leader smirked, signaling his minions. Just as predicted, the moment the signal flared, you fools rushed straight into the jaws of death. A terrifying grin split his face as he dragged a weapon heavy with fresh gore. "Next, let Clement Hawkman show you the true art of slaughter." Hawkman stepped forward, his aura crushing the air around them. "Make no mistake, you will all share the same wretched fate as your fallen comrades." Blinded by rage, Ruin Yuelin launched a reckless counterattack. Li Bao screamed in panic, "Damn it, get back, don't be rash!" But his warning came a second too late. Yuelin stabbed frantically, but his blade couldn't even scratch the villain's armor. Panic flooded his veins as the reality set in. How could it not pierce? Hawkman looked down with utter disdain, his laughter echoing like a nightmare. "Is that it? Are you trying to tickle me? I forgot to mention a little detail. Unless you have the power to kill me in a single hit, every wound only feeds my strength." It was a classic, broken mechanic of this system. This was the harsh reality of the Manhwa world. In a blur of motion, his hand shot out. Yuelin barely had time to register the encroaching horror. What Hawkman grinned, "Time for your head to bloom." His eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed overwhelming force. In an instant, Ruin Yuelin was obliterated by Hawkman's strike. The squad could only scream as their teammate was reduced to nothing but memories. Lin Yuanju and Su Nuan watched their friend perish, their eyes wide with trauma. "Brother." But before they could grieve, a new shadow materialized behind Hawkman. "Hawkman, you really are crude." The new arrival caressed his blade, a sinister elegance in his stance. "If you scare my lovely prey to death before I get to play, I'll be terribly heartbroken." It was adventurer Hu Yan, a level 50 swordsman. A blue-haired woman manifested next, looking utterly bored. "You two talk too much. Just kill them already." It was the level 50 sorceress, adventurer Christina. Hawkman scoffed at the intrusion. "Hey, why are you here? I claimed these sheep for myself, like..." "Dream on!" The swordsman retorted sharply. "Don't be so greedy, Hawkman." Meanwhile, Lin Yuanju assessed the terrifying aura of these 3 monsters, all level 50. "The pressure is suffocating, but we have to hold the line." Li Bao took command instantly. "True Yuanju, help me break their formation." Nuan, move. The battle erupted. Lin Yuanju charged the front line, the holy light of a tank class radiating from him. "I am Lin Yuanju, the #1 war god. Come at me, you trash." He leaped into the heavens, summoning bolts of judgment lightning. He slammed into the enemy ranks like a meteor, scattering the minions with a thunderous boom, but the villain merely grinned. #1 war god. Huh, then let me test that title. Hawkman stepped in, refusing to yield the spotlight. "Don't steal my kill." He coveted the tanker's spirit and skills. Now things are getting interesting. He wanted to crush the skull himself, but Hu Yan charged in first. The swordsman sneered, cutting off his ally. "Your opponent is me." Hu Yan introduced himself with arrogant confidence. I will be the one to sever your head with this demon blade? Lin Yuanzhu channeled his energy, his eyes burning with defiance. You think this is a game? I am the #1 war god under the heavens. I won't let a punk like you look down on me. Steel crashed against steel, Hu Yan grunted, secretly impressed by the overwhelming weight of the tank's attack. But a sinister smirk curled his lips as he activated his phantom image technique. In a split second, he vanished into thin air, right before Yuanzhu's eyes. Hu Yan materialized instantly behind him, his voice dripping with mockery. Idiot! Over here! A razor-sharp blade sliced through the air by a hair's breadth. Yuanzhu leaped upward, barely escaping the deadly arc. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat forming on his brow. He's too strong. I can't even track his movements. Hu Yan moved like a ghost, flickering in and out of existence. Trash will always be trash, no matter how loud it barks. Time for you to die. Suddenly, Yuanzhu's eyes flashed with realization. Hu Yan had unleashed the radiant slash from his blind spot. Blood sprayed into the air, painting the void crimson. But Hu Yan gasped. Li Bao had intercepted the blade with his own body, struggling to hold his ground. You want to kill him? You'll have to go through me first. Yuanzhu screamed in disbelief as his captain took the fatal blow. Captain Li Bao roared back, veins bulging on his neck. Yuanzhu, snap out of it. Take Nuan and run. I'll hold them off. Go now. But in that heartbeat, Hawkman landed a crushing blow directly on the captain's skull. Hey now, I thought I was your opponent. Why are you running over here? In the next second, Li Bao was obliterated right before Yuanzhu's eyes. Pure shock and adrenaline flooded the young warrior's veins, yet the two murderers just stood there, joking casually amidst the carnage. Hu Yan, you're so useless. How could you let that old man interrupt me? Relax. I just got distracted for a second. A sudden memory washed over Yuanzhu. He saw Li Bao's hand on his shoulder, his voice warm and fatherly. Yuanzhu, truthfully, I've always admired Jiang Kai. You are all my squad members, but only he seems to ignite your true potential. However, there is one thing where I will absolutely not lose to him. The captain had smiled with absolute conviction, and that is, I will protect my squad members until my very last breath. Back in reality, Yuanzhu stood trembling before Li Bao's blood-soaked remains, unable to contain the storm of grief raging inside him. Elsewhere, Christina had already decimated Sister Hua with her magic, sneering at her weakness. But behind Su Nuanwan, another assassin saw the opening, and struck. Die. The twisted game between Hu Yan and Wu resumed instantly. To them, these holy light warriors were nothing but trash to be incinerated. Come on, let's see who claims the kill first. I won't hold back. Suddenly, Yuanzhu unleashed a guttural roar that shook the very earth beneath them. You bastards! You damn monsters! A terrifying surge of raw energy exploded from his body, radiating pure fury. The sudden outburst stunned both Wu and Hu Yan. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Su Nuanwan collapsed beside Sister Hua's cold body, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister Hua. Yuanzhu yanked her up, his voice turning ice cold amidst the grief. She's gone. She isn't breathing anymore. We have to move, now. Suddenly, a card in Yuanzhu's hand erupted with a blinding, celestial light. Wu recognized the aura instantly and charged. So that's the origin force, the very thing you martial artists worship. Finally, the holy light sends prey worth hunting. Hu Yan released a suffocating killing intent, trying to run today. None of you leave this place alive. Not a single rat escapes. Su Nuanwan screamed in terror. Yuanzhu, look out. Yuanzhu shoved her behind him, clashing head-on with the monsters. Steel sang against steel as blades met in a violent shower of sparks. Wu scoffed. Your control over the force is pathetic. That last block was pure luck. Now, taste the true nightmare of my soul-devouring blade. Yuanzhu gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate defense. But with a sickening crack, the sword in his hand shattered into dust. Before he could react, Hu Yan materialized behind him, slamming a devastating blow into his spine. Die, you fool! Yuanzhu was launched like a broken doll. Su Nuanwan screamed as rough hands seized her. No. Christina floated above the chaos like a cruel goddess. Enough playing around. It's taking too long. She began to chant. Spiritual chains erupted from the ground, binding Yuanzhu tight. He struggled uselessly against the magic. Let me go, he roared. Christina smirked, amused by his resistance. Honestly, surviving this long against our combined assault, you have the tenacity of a true leveling Manhwa protagonist. You are strong. Her arrogance flared like a toxic aura. But your little plan was exposed long ago. We prepared this trap specifically for you. No matter how hard you struggle to it, your fate is sealed. And Yuanzhu glared at them, eyes burning with hatred deep enough to incinerate the world. Christina laughed. Don't look at me like that. You allied with multiple nations to break the siege. A smart move to increase your odds, but it also increased the risk of leaks. Didn't it? A snake-like smile spread across her beautiful, deadly face. What if one of those nations sold your battle plans in exchange for their own slot in the tournament? Yuanzu froze as the horrifying realization crashed into him. Hu Yin ground his boot into Yuanzu's open wounds. Hey, Christina, what are you whispering about? Don't tell me you've fallen for this loser. Wait, is Hu Yan actually jealous of this trash? Wu added fuel to the fire. Teasing a lady like that? Hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Christina ignored their petty banter. Just give them a swift death. They fought well enough to deserve that much mercy. But Hu Yan intervened with a sadistic grin. What's the rush? Keep the healer alive to patch us up. And this stubborn guy, look at that face, like a demon crawling out of hell. Let's keep him as a plaything for the holy light. Meanwhile, on the forest outskirts, a shadow materialized behind a sentry. Before the guard could draw a breath, a precise hand chop struck his vital point. The guard foamed at the mouth and collapsed, silent as the night itself. It was Jiang Kai, his eyes burning with resolve. Yuanzu, Nuan. I promise, I will bring you back alive. The scene shifted to the past at the gate's entrance. Su Lanlan recalled the crowd's vicious gossip. Did you see the video? It's been 2 days. Why hasn't the military sent a rescue squad? It takes time. Besides, going in there now is just suicide. The military aren't fools, but the Holy Light faction has humiliated us. The entire world is laughing at our incompetence. Su Lanlan clenched her fists, nails digging deep into her palms until they bled. Is there really no one who can stop that animal? Hu Yan, I wish I could charge in there and drag them all to hell with me. The image of Su Nuan suffering flashed through her mind, shattering her heart. Su Nuan, I'm so sorry. I'm too weak to protect you. Professor Lee's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. Compile the data immediately once we return. Yes, sir. Su Lanlan hesitated. Professor Lee, is the data collection for today really finished? He nodded solemnly. It is done. The ghost star is already a massive enigma, but this teleportation array, it confirms that the secrets here go far beyond our wildest theories. He paused, looking at her with concern. Right, Su Lanlan. How are you holding up about your sister? Su Lanlan forced a mask of strength onto her face. I understand. Professor, the military has its strategies. Just being allowed access here is already a privilege. Professor Lee offered a gentle reassurance. Su Nuan is young, but her courage is extraordinary. You should be proud. As a member of the military, you of all people must understand what it means to serve the greater good. Su Lanlan stepped forward, her voice trembling. Professor, we have to move, but amidst the chaos, a familiar silhouette arrested her attention. Wait, could that be Jiang Kai? He had cloaked himself in enemy colors to breach this living hell. Suddenly, a guard's roar shattered the air. Stop them. Do not let a single soul escape. Freeze where you are. Turn around. But Jiang Kai's eyes did not hold fear. They flashed with the cold resolve of a predator. Before the shot could register, he became a blur of motion. As he sprinted past Su Lanlan, time seemed to slow. Their gazes locked for a fraction of a second. A silent pact was made. She dropped a payload, and boom, thick, suffocating smoke swallowed the room in an instant. Pandemonium erupted among the soldiers. A smokescreen. What is happening? Jiang Kai frowned, momentarily confused by the unexpected aid. Su Lanlan stood frozen, watching his figure retreat. It was her doing. She was the one who triggered the cover. Her lips moved without sound. Su Nuan, please save her. As Jiang Kai vanished through the gate, her heart screamed a desperate prayer. Bring Su Nuan back safely, no matter the cost. Scene shift. Deep within the treacherous palace of Mitra. The sentries at the entrance grew restless. Look, someone is emerging from the login portal. Which nation is sending fresh meat to the slaughter this time? Have they not learned their lesson? 2 days ago, they sent 100, and I killed 100. Send 200, and I will butcher them all. But then, Jiang Kai stepped out from the abyssal shadows. He stood before them, not as a victim, but as a one-man army. What the hell? Just one guy? Is Saint Dai making a joke? Laughter echoed through the hall, and here I thought a rat was sneaking out. Turns out, it is just a stray dog from Saint Dai looking for its kennel. Sending a pretty boy to negotiate, what? Is everyone in your country dead, or are they simply too terrified to show their faces? Jiang Kai did not flinch. Terrifying energy began to swirl around his fist. The atmosphere trembled with the pressure of a high-tier awakener. He spoke with chilling calm. You seem to have misunderstood something. I am not here to talk. An arrogant guard sneered. Huh, not here to negotiate? Then what is your purpose? Jiang Kai's eyes turned colder than the deepest abyss. I am here to kill you all, in a heartbeat. He unleashed the forbidden time art. His speed defied all logic. Before they could even blink, heads rolled across the floor. In the fraction of a second, the entire gate squad was annihilated on the scene shift. High Command military conference room. The air was heavy enough to crush bone. Commander, he was grim. Have we identified the traitor nation yet? Wei Ying crossed his arms, his expression dark as thunder. Confirmed. It was the Hat Nation during Operation Dawn. They used a fabricated excuse to withdraw, but yesterday, 3 of their elite squads secretly garrisoned in the Mitra Zone. Tianfeng slammed his fist onto the table. That bastard commander of City Z, a traitor occupying a strategic spot in the national hegemony competition. Meanwhile, our people are held hostage in Mitra. Their fates remain unknown. Commander, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Are we helpless? Do we just sit here and wait for death? Suddenly, a soldier burst in, panic lacing his voice. Report, Commander. Someone just charged into the Mitra Palace alone. Commander, his eyes went wide. What did you just say? Give me a full report. Now, the soldier projected the system interface. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai from the Fire God Squad. He disguised himself as patrol and breached the rift. Tianfeng roared in anger. Insolence? Absolute madness. Who does this Jiang Kai think he is? Does he believe he is some kind of solo hero? He is marching straight to his grave, but the next report silenced him instantly. Against all odds, within 15 minutes of entry, Jiang Kai wiped out all 15 Guardians at Logan Point A. Commander He, Wei Ying, and Tianfeng screamed in unison. Say what? Commander, he did not hesitate. Notify the national leaders immediately. Our vanguard has breached the gate. We initiate Plan B in 30 minutes. Luo Xun looked hesitant. Commander He, Plan B is critical. Shouldn't we screen the operatives again? We cannot afford another traitor nation incident. Wei Ying cut him off sharply. There is no time. 74 nations have already detected the teleportation array. Jiang Kai has created a miracle opening for us. We must seize it now, Commander. He slammed his hand down. Agreed. Execute Plan B immediately. Mobilize the entire army. We are taking the Mitra Zone by force. Yes, sir. Scene shift. Jiang City Military Psychology Center. A crowd gathered around the screens. Who is that? He does not look like one of our regulars, does he? Li Bu's jaw dropped to the floor. It is Jiang Kai. Someone asked, who is Jiang Kai? He is from Class 2, Ah Ying's class. The students went wild. This is breaking news so cool. I can't believe he raided the palace all by himself. A girl leaned in to get a better look. Ah Ying stared at the screen, disbelief written all over her face. Brother. At that very moment, the breaking news hijacked the giant city screens. Shocking report. An unidentified Saint Dai adventurer has single-handedly stormed the Mitra Palace. Scene shift. Back to the captives. Su Nuan and Yuan Ju were surrounded by the Hat Nation soldiers. Su Nuan cried out desperately. Chu Si, are you asleep? Wake up. His voice was barely a broken whisper. Su Nuan, the pain. It's unbearable. Are we going to die here? I'm terrified. Tears carved paths through the grime on Su Nuan's face. Chu Si, please pull yourself together. You are the #1 war god under the heavens. Have you forgotten? She choked back a sob. The entire world is watching us right now. We cannot disgrace the soldiers of St. D. Yuan Shu was drowning in an abyss of despair. But I saw it with my own eyes. I saw them butcher Sister Hua. I saw the captain and Brother Chen. Their heads crushed like ripe melons. Those monsters. Especially that giant. He is immortal. His eyelids grew heavy, weighed down by terror. Nuan, I'm so afraid. I don't think I can hold on anymore. Chusi, splash. A bucket of freezing water shocked him awake. Don't you dare close your eyes. Trash. Wake the hell up, dying in your sleep is too merciful. The guard sneered. Hey, you saintly mongrels, where are your cowardly teammates? Why haven't they come to save you yet? Have they abandoned you? Their mockery was relentless. St. D is truly pathetic. You've been strung up like dogs for 2 days, and they haven't even dared to breathe in our direction. Anu stepped forward, grinning like a predator sensing blood. Wake up and scream for me. Let the world see just how unbreakable the backbone of St. Dai really is. Su Nuan screamed his name in despair, but then a blinding golden light erupted from the void. Boom! The beam slammed into Banhwa, shaking him to his very core. Su Nuan looked up, gasping. Yuanshu struggled to force his eyes open. Banhwa was sent flying like a rag doll. Jiang Kai descended like an avenging god. The backbone of a St. D soldier is at least harder than your cheap skeleton. He turned to his friends, his expression softening. Sorry, Chuchi, Nuan, I'm late. Panic swept through the enemy ranks. Alert the Hawk Guild intruder, kill him. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, veins bulging with suppressed rage. Forgive me, Su Nuan. Hang in there a little longer while I take out the trash. Terrifying aura exploded from his body. Ha Wu sneered, casting a high-level hypnosis art, but Jiang Kai instantly triggered mental cleanse. Divine light bathed his form, shattering the illusion instantly. Ha Wu stared in disbelief. What my hypnosis failed that power? It's burning right through my spell. Yet Hawu grew cocky. Is that all you've got? You can't even scratch my armor. But suddenly, terror flooded her eyes. The barrier didn't just break, it detonated in midair. Why is this happening? Haonan lunged forward with pure killing intent. Die, Phantom Shadow slaughter. On the other flank, Dupan leaped into the fray. You low-level trash. Taste my ground-splitting strike. He cast his wither curse. Your soul will be nailed to the deepest pit of hell. Jiang Kai faced the trio alone. He moved like a blur, leaving a blazing trail of scorching flames in his wake. Instant elimination for all three. Damn it, how does he have so many feints? His movement is god tier. Why is my curse useless against him? Ignoring the explosions, Jiang Kai continued his harvest of souls, but danger lurked in the shadows. Well, Kanja drew his bow with a sadistic grin. One hit from this poison arrow, and you are history. Thank the heavens. Sunuanwan spotted him. Jiang Kai, watch your six. He spun around just in time. A desperate dodge saved him by a hair's breadth. The arrow grazed his leg. He hit the dirt but didn't stop. A shuriken flew from his hand. You dug your own grave. The sniper was deleted instantly. Sunuanwan screamed in terror. Jiang Kai, go! There are too many of them. Leave us. Yuan Shu could only mutter his name in shock. Jiang Kai lay on the ground, his leg trembling uncontrollably as the mob closed in. He is poisoned. Get him. Don't kill him yet. Let him savor the true terror of death. Keep jumping. Keep acting arrogant. We will mince you into meat paste. This is the price of playing hero. Blades rained down on him. Sunuanwan was terrified to her core. Even Yuan Shu shed tears of despair watching his friend fall. Watching the live stream, Yingxi dropped her phone and collapsed from the shock. The classmates panicked around her. Zhangfang, quick CPR. Even the hospital staff couldn't believe their eyes. These maniacs deserve to be shredded to pieces. Back at headquarters, Wei Ying smashed the table in fury. Crack! A spiderweb fracture spread across the surface. Yi Zhen, though bitter, kept his cool. Plan B. How much time left? 10 minutes and 3 seconds. Yi Zhen grit his teeth. Plan B must succeed at all costs. I will make them pay in blood. Yuan Shu couldn't process the tragedy unfolding before him. Is this real? He roared at the heavens. You bastards, fight me like men if you dare. If I don't chop you up, I'm not your grandfather. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Chu, old pal. I didn't know you could be this tough without booze. I'm actually touched. Yuan Shu froze in disbelief. That voice. Su Nuanwan's eyes lit up with hope. Jiang Kai was chilling up on a tree branch. All right, chill out. My fate isn't that fragile. Su Nuanwan cheered. Jiang Kai, you are alive. Yuan Shu burst into happy tears. Am I seeing a ghost? The ropes were cut and the spot was empty. Potion bottles lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Kai felt awkward under their intense gaze. Chu-Tzi, Nuan, stop staring like that. You're staring so hard you might burn a hole through my face. They leaned in close, inspecting him like a rare specimen, until Su Nuan finally broke the silence. She asked urgently, her voice trembling. What is going on? I clearly saw you get hit by the poison. How are there two of you standing here? Jiang Kai smirked, raising his hand casually. That arrow, it only caught my pant leg. He gestured to the chaotic scene behind them. As for the guy getting beaten up right now, so that is just a substitute puppet summoned by my new class skill. Yuan Shu gasped, his eyes widening. A new class. You actually triggered an awakening mana event. Su Nan was still shaken. A substitute. Jiang Kai nodded. Exactly. 30 seconds ago. He had gritted his teeth and deployed the decoy instantly. The mob fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Thinking he was wounded, they rushed in like vultures circling fresh meat. He's poisoned, charge. Make him suffer a painful death. Dance for us, be arrogant now. Just wait until we peel your skin off. This is what happens when you try to be a savior. While they were busy being sadistic, Jiang Kai had already slipped away into the shadows. He explained the puppet mechanism calmly. What you saw was just a tool. It acted as a target to buy me precious time. While they focused all their rage on it, I hid in the bushes. Yuan Ju and Su Nuan were floored. This strategy was too god tier. Absolutely insane. Yuan Ju urged them frantically. Jiang Kai, let's bolt before they realize they are beating up a doll. If those three perverts find us, we are dead meat. Su Nuan agreed, grabbing his arm. Jiang Kai, you burned too much stamina. You can't fight a whole army. Meanwhile, the chasers were still stabbing the puppet. Manic laughter filled the air. Coward, you were so tough a moment ago. Why so quiet now? Where is that swagger lying there like a dead dog? Take this and this. Suddenly, Tuan Su Lan Long stopped. Something felt off. His gut instinct screamed, danger! He looked at a nearby tree and realized the truth. Wait a second. He scanned the area frantically. There he spotted the trio hiding behind the bushes. Tuan Su Lan Long roared. his voice shaking the forest. Stop hitting it. We have been played. They are over there. Jiang Kai grabbed his friends instantly. Too late. Yuanju, take Su Nuanon and run. I will handle the trash behind us. Yuanju panicked. Wait, Jiang Kai, you want to solo them? He didn't answer, shoving them behind him. He stood like an unmovable wall against the incoming tide. Run. Don't worry. I will catch up. Jiang Kai shouted. Decoy dispel. The tattered puppet vanished into thin air. Tuan Su Lanlong screamed. Block them. Don't let a single one escape. Su Nuan cried out as she was forced to run. Jiang Kai watched Wenju squeeze his eyes shut, dragging her along. You idiot. You better come back alive. Watching the horde charge, Jiang Kai readied his power. Trust me, this trash mob can't kill me. He unleashed a storm of flying daggers. The impact was devastating. Rocks shattered and dust blinded the enemy lines. Suddenly, a furious voice boomed through the smoke. You useless waste of space. I send you to kill one weak chicken and you fail this badly. Hawkman launched a brutal kick from the shadows. Jiang Kai blocked just in time, but the force sent him flying into a boulder. Hawkman grinned, seeing Jiang Kai rise from the debris. Oh, the brat is still standing. Hair hasn't even grown on your chest yet. Get lost and catch the others. The man in black, W, sneered at the fleeing figures. Two cute little kittens running away while we play. How naughty. Hawkman gritted his teeth, his aura flaring with cold irritation. I told you we should have just crushed his legs earlier. Trying to be elegant is just a waste of time and energy. Christina smirked, her eyes full of disdain. Then your brutal methods would only serve to dirty my boots. What use is that? The tension between the three spiked, yet their killing intent remained unified against their common enemy. Christina scoffed, her voice dripping with venom. Furthermore, W, heed my final warning. Use that disgusting tone with me again, and you will regret it. Suddenly, a chilling chuckle broke the tension. What a pity. In a flash, steel pierced flesh. A blade impaled Hawkman's hand. His eyes bulged as veins popped in shock. The pain hadn't even registered yet. What the? Both W and Christina froze in disbelief. Hawkman's mind raced back, bloodshot eyes widening. Damn it, was it from that moment earlier? Time rewound to Hawkman's reckless charge. He had unleashed a savage kick toward Jiang Kai, roaring, You useless trash. Letting a weak chicken push you this far, Jiang Kai had blocked the heavy blow, but his hand glowed with silent energy. While Hawkman was drunk on his own power, the protagonist had already embedded a long blade into his flesh. Back in the present, Jiang Kai clicked his tongue in disappointment. Just a little more mana, and I could have blown that hand into a bloody mist. The insult sent Hawkman over the edge. He laughed maniacally, his regeneration ability knitting the wound shut. You arrogant brat, you still smell like your mother's milk. You're too full of yourself. I'm going to crush your skull and see what kind of garbage is inside. Killing intent exploded as Hawkman charged. Ryu drew his blade, his silhouette blurring as he joined the hunt. Hawkman, you are too wild. You lack style. Let me teach him the beautiful melody of breaking bones. Boom. Hawkman's fist slammed down. Jiang Kai backstepped just in time. The earth shattered beneath the impact, spiderweb cracks spreading out from the catastrophic blow. The protagonist slid back, fighting for a single breath of air, but the battlefield offered no mercy. His danger senses screamed as the next wave of lethal attacks began. W's rapier thrust forward like a striking viper. Jiang Kai twisted his body midair, barely evading the lethal steel. He countered instantly with a barrage of throwing knives. However, W danced through the blades with terrifying grace. Not bad speed for a novice. The swordsman's eyes gleamed with pure sadism. Watching prey struggle is fun, but watching you obediently accept your death, that is even better. Void-piercing thrust. Simultaneously, Hawkman leaped high, his massive bulk blocking out the very sun. Die, you little rat! I will flatten you into a pancake. Christina unleashed her dark magic, her voice cutting through the chaos. Stop playing with your food. You idiots end this quickly. 3 calamities descended upon him at once. Hawkman's earth-shattering smash, W's invisible sword slash, and Christina's thorny vines constricting the entire battlefield. But Jiang Kai was faster. He channeled explosive strength into his legs and vanished like a streak of golden lightning. He blitzed past the frontline fighters in a blur. W and Hawkman stood frozen, their expressions blank with utter shock. Capitalizing on his supernatural agility, he weaved through the thorns with the grace of a phantom. His target was clear the mage. Christina. Snap. A vine coiled tightly around his ankle. Christina sneered triumphantly. Did you think my witchcraft was weaker than their brute force? You look down on me. Jiang Kai remained silent, his hands blurring as he threw multiple blades. Christina laughed. Cutting a few vines won't save you. How naive. But the knives did not aim for the vines. They slammed deep into the earth. Christina's smile faltered instantly. Wait. The ground? Her eyes widened in horror as the blades pierced the main root system. Whoosh! Crimson flames erupted from below, incinerating her magic instantly. Impossible, she shrieked. Meanwhile, inside the guild's observation room, the elites watched the battle on the big screen. The high-ranker angel couldn't hide his surprise. He chose a frontal assault to break a witch's control mold. He didn't just dodge, he used the other two as bait to isolate the caster. Wing God nodded in approval. A feigned retreat masking a lethal strike. That kid knows how to play the game. Eagle grinned proudly. That is his specialty. When everyone thinks he has lost his mind, that is exactly when they have stepped into his trap. For him, this is just the opening move of a legendary comeback. Unaware of the praise, Jiang Kai's focus remained razor sharp. He unleashed a suppression volley at W and Hawkman. The two fighters were forced to leap back, buying him precious seconds. Jiang Kai locked eyes with the witch, blades ready in his grip. Christina, you respected the warriors of the Holy Light. For that, I will grant you a swift death. Fury twisted her face. Ridiculous. She summoned her staff, mana surging violently around her. Who dies today has yet to be decided. Don't get cocky. You think your petty fire compares to me. She spat. Let me show you the true wrath of nature. She hurled a massive void fireball. Jiang Kai stepped forward, throwing a single glowing blade. Let's see whose power reigns supreme. The fireball roared like a dragon, consuming everything in its path. But the blade did not melt, infused with unwavering will. It pierced the center of the inferno. Like a needle through cloth, it shot straight for her heart. Christina turned pale. No way. How much penetration power does that attack have? Death was approaching fast. She slammed her staff down, chanting frantically. In the name of eternal night. Dark Witch Barrier. A purple dome materialized instantly. Crack. It was useless. The blade's momentum shattered her absolute defense like glass. The steel buried itself deep in her chest. She looked down, blood staining her robes. He broke my dark arts. Boom, the energy within the blade detonated. No. Her scream was swallowed by the explosion, leaving only a broken body amidst the rubble. Jiang Kai stood at the edge of the crater, his eyes cold as the abyss. You were a decent opponent, but you chose the wrong side. He turned to leave, dismissing the corpse. Suddenly, a purple light erupted from Christina's remains. Jiang Kai whipped around. A spectral bolt shot toward him, faster than he could react. The system mana interface flashed a crimson warning before his eyes. System alert. You have received the status curse of vengeance. In this world, killing a witch comes with a price. Effect. If the killer uses the same skill that ended the witch's life, the damage will be reflected back onto them. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in genuine horror. What the hell? Memories flooded his mind. The witch class. A new variable from the foreign Sioux lands that only appeared 3 months ago. Heishi's mysterious entity was an enigma, a phantom rarely seen even in international archives, but its vengeance skill rivaled the deadliest dungeon bosses. A reaper waiting to strike. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What exactly did the curse of this retribution entail? The upgraded Fatal Pursuit silenced Christina permanently, but a lingering question remained. Would the inferior version have triggered the system's wrath instead? Hawkman's voice dripped with toxic malice. Enjoying Christina's parting gift. Are we? Betting you regret sending her to hell now? Wu stepped forward, his blade thirsting for blood. Too bad regret cannot save the dead. Fate is cruel today. A beast without claws. How long can it survive in the hunter's domain before being devoured? Suddenly, he turned, eyes burning with unbridled bloodlust. Hawkman, let us make a deal. Let me slaughter him. You can have the scraps. Hawkman grinned like a demon. Be my guest, but save his head. I want the pleasure of crushing it myself. Wu raised his sword, adrenaline flooding his veins. Consider it done, he lunged, letting out a feral roar. Time to feed my blade. He unleashed the Shadow Phantom Arts. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. Void shift. Activate. The blade cleaved through empty air as his silhouette dissolved into nothingness. Gon Wu frowned. Suddenly, a heavy presence loomed behind him. A hand gripped his shoulder like a steel vice, weapon ready to strike. Wu scoffed. You think a simple grapple will stop me? Phantom escape. He warped behind Jiang Kai, throwing the protagonist off balance. He sneered at his stumbling prey. Your killer dart is on cooldown, and your escape skill is spent. You are a sitting duck. His grip on the hilt tightened until his knuckles turned white, forcing him to unleash the Soul Eater blade. Not bad for a level 60. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask, but this is where your leveling Manhwa story ends. Wu roared, piercing slash. Soul Eater blade screamed, thrusting forward with devastating momentum. The steel flew straight for his heart, yet Jiang Kai did not flinch. He let the blade graze him, his voice cold as absolute zero. The only one dying today is you. He launched a card with deadly precision. Wu clenched his jaw, barely dodging. A thin red line opened on his cheek, ruining his perfect face. But it was not over. The card arced back like a guided missile. Wu raised his sword, arrogance returning to his eyes. My Soul Eater blade is invincible. He swung down with all his might against the incoming projectile. I will shatter your last hope, but reality was cruel. The card did not break. Instead, the legendary sword shattered like cheap glass. Wu's eyes rolled back in pure terror. Impossible. Before he could scream, the card pierced his chest. Blood erupted like a crimson fountain, and his legs gave out. Jiang Kai stood behind him, effortlessly catching his returning weapon. That was a unique grade artifact. He scoffed. Garbage. Wu gasped, life fading from his eyes. What kind of weapon is that? Tell me. Jiang Kai offered no explanation. He sent the card through the enemy's skull. Game over. Wu hit the ground. A corpse. Jiang Kai retrieved his card, his voice flat. It is simply stronger than yours. Hawkman watched the carnage, clapping slowly from the sidelines. He stepped forward, an insane grin stretching across his face. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. You cleared the trash for me in the blink of an eye. Save me some trouble for the global tournament, Jiang Kai replied, his aura chilling. Or I can save you even more trouble by removing you from the tournament entirely. Hawkman laughed. Is that so? I have seen through your little awakening manhwa tricks. Clones to restore stamina, and your reliance on hidden projectiles to do your dirty work? He looked down at the dead body with disdain. That idiot Wu died clueless. Christina died to your dart, but you killed him while under the curse and survived. If I am right. He raised an eyebrow, his tone provoking. That was not a real dart. It was a different weapon in disguise. Was it not? Jiang Kai remained silent. Hawkman smirked. Silent admission. I know you are gambling on critical hits. Your system talent likely multiplies critical damage. It gives the illusion of power, but deep down, you are just rolling the dice. In reality, you are garbage at close combat. Jiang Kai stiffened. The enemy was sharper than he looked. Hawkman pointed at the cut on Jiang Kai's body. You are bleeding. Your stamina is plummeting. And now that I know your secret, your black darts are useless against me. Hawkman pulled out a card, eyes glowing. I am the ultimate counter to a gambler like you. A crimson orb manifested, devouring the dark energy around it. Jiang Kai recognized it instantly. The screen in the conference room flickered with the same ominous image. The elders stood up in shock. Is that berserker's blood? Hawkman's veins bulged with unnatural power. The exclusive artifact of the barbarian class. For a savage like him, pain equals power. The more he bleeds, the stronger he gets. It triggers a frenzy state. His combat stats just tripled instantly. The room filled with despair. It is over. Shishi clenched his fists. Jiang Kai, can he survive until Plan B? Wang sweated nervously. Hey, brat. Hawkman unleashed his aura. Recognize this. Heishi's berserker's blood beats any unique grade toy. His murderous intent flooded the arena. I am going to crush every bone in your body. Let the world see even the strongest saint is just meat to me. With a feral roar, Hawkman launched his assault. His voice dripped with pure arrogance. In his eyes, the man standing before him was nothing but trash to be incinerated. He crossed the distance in a heartbeat. Jiang Kai didn't even flinch. Hawkman clamped his hand onto his shoulder, victory seemingly assured, and unleashed a manic, bloodthirsty laugh. He sneered, You can't escape now. You finally accepted your destiny to die like the obedient stray dog you are. Hawkman clenched his massive fist. Then enjoy this farewell gift. The blow slammed into Jiang Kai's right cheek with bone-crushing force. An uppercut followed instantly, then a brutal hook to the left. He struck with calculated rhythm, maintaining perfect balance to keep the combo going. He grabbed the boy's hair, winding up for the final strike to shatter his skull, but suddenly... Jiang Kai smiled. A cold chill shot down Hawkman's spine. Wait, something was wrong. Behind him, the real Jiang Kai flickered into view, dashing away into the shadows. In the hospital room, tension spiked as the team watched the broadcast. Hamin cheered wildly. I knew it, the one he caught is just a clone. Dongguang nodded in agreement. Exactly. If the main body had been caught by that monster, he'd be dead meat. It had to be a decoy. Li Bu analyzed the situation grimly. True, but Jiang Kai's experience is still lacking. A veteran fighter would have seen through that stiff performance instantly. Still, even with the subpar acting, he managed to slip out of Hawkman's suppression. Watching the retreating figure, he noted, Next time, we need to teach him better. A decoy needs to look panicked to be believable. Back on the battlefield, Hawkman finally snapped back to reality, his rage exploding like a volcano. You think you can run? He tossed the ruined clone aside and thundered after the real target. You're too green to mock me. But then... Jiang Kai activated his deception state. Hawkman froze mid-step. His eyes bulged as he stared at his prey, but his body refused to obey. Damn it, he cursed internally. My senses... They're paralyzed. Jiang Kai's silhouette blurred before his eyes. Hell, I can't track his movements at all. The protagonist tossed aside an empty recovery potion, his voice ice cold. Barbarians are hard to kill, aren't they? With a powerful leap, he summoned his dual short swords. Let's see how long you last. He activated Gambler's time 2 slashes bit into Hawkman's flesh. The system window flashed. Attack speed increased by 100%. Jiang Kai calculated swiftly. Barbarians focus solely on physical physique. Their mental defense is absolute trash. Under the crowd control of Deception State, these dual blades will shred his armor like paper. He recalled the carnage at login point A. As he gripped the hilts, the system flooded his vision. Attack speed plus 20%, critical damage plus 15%, combo effect active, level suppression breaker engaged. Back in reality, he unleashed a chaotic storm of steel upon Hawkman. But the brute was still grinning. Jiang Kai frowned. What the critical hit didn't trigger. Hawkman sneered, seeing right through the attack. You think those butter knives can pierce my defense, Dream On? Jiang Kai smirked. Maybe not, but there are plenty enough to crack your turtle shell. He brought the blade down with devastating force. Jiang Kai shouted. Opportunistic strike. The system locked on. For every 1% of stamina the target loses. The user's base stats rise by 1%. Critical chance and frequency skyrocketed. The slash threatened to cleave Hawkman in two. The villain stood there, mind blank, unable to process the blinding speed, but purely on instinct. Hawkman hardened his reinforced muscles to tank the impact. Jiang Kai scoffed. Is that all a berserker's blood gets you? He unleashed a flurry of slashes, his words cutting as deep as his blades. You barbarian. You're just a rabid beast in human skin. You hurt my friends and dared to call yourself my counter. The final strike shattered Hawkman's defense. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as his massive body was launched backwards, skidding across the dirt. He slammed into the rough earth and went still. But in this Manhwa recap, mercy is for the weak. Jiang Kai drove his blade down for the kill. Today, I specialized in hunting counters. The strike split the very ground, and steel sank deep into Hawkman's iron flesh. Armor broken, Jiang Kai thought with satisfaction. But at death's door, Hawkman gritted his teeth. Adrenaline surged. He forced himself up. No, I won't lose. I will end you. Suddenly, the blade pierced through. Fresh blood ran down the steel. Hawkman's eyes bulged in pure disbelief as he stared at the swords burying themselves in his chest. Impossible! Tu Long screamed in terror. Hawkman has legendary defense and berserker blood. How did Jiang Kai break his armor and hit his vitals? Tu Long analyzed quickly. High-tier blade masters gain attack power and speed, but they don't get direct buffs to critical hit rates like this. He voiced his suspicion. Could it be his true strength isn't ranged combat, but actually close-quarter slaughter? Is this damage even possible for a level 20 class in a leveling Manhwa? Only Wei Yong knew the truth and silently disagreed. No, Jiang Kai has always been a long-range specialist. He recalled the previous battles, but today, his melee criticals are even more terrifying. Seeing Jiang Kai's confident smirk, Wei Yong felt a chill. The boy was getting stronger with every passing second. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Kai gazed down at the mangled remains of his enemy. Hey, big guy, you really get a kick out of crushing people's skulls, don't you? A sadistic grin tugged at Jiang Kai's lips as he drew a card from his deck. Funny thing is, I have a hobby too. Let's see if you can handle it. Hoffman struggled to lift his head, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Jiang Kai swung his blade with cold-blooded precision. Etch this into your soul. Never touch anyone from the Saint Light Guild again. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper card materialized, a voice from the abyss echoing through the void. The time has not yet come. Hoffman felt his very soul being ripped apart. Alright, what is this? The torture was beyond human comprehension. Hoffman's voice cracked in pure agony. Kill me if you have a shred of honor. Just end it. Jiang Kai smiled a demon's grin that froze the blood in Hoffman's veins. Why the rush? The card pulsed with dark energy. It is not your time yet. You have plenty of suffering left to enjoy. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Country Y, a heavy silence hung over the round table as strategies were debated. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside. Christina burst through the heavy doors, fighting past the guards to deliver a desperate warning. Commander Max, you must deploy forces to the Matria zone immediately. Her mind flashed back 15 minutes, haunted by the sound of Hoffman's soul-shattering screams. Just kill me already. Christina trembled violently at the memory. What kind of monster is that Saint Light kid to break a beast like Hoffman? For him, death had become a luxury he could no longer afford. She recalled Jiang Kai's chilling words. Christina, you showed respect to my people, so I will grant you a swift end. She covered her mouth, terror gripping her heart. She thought he was faking kindness then, but now she realized a quick death was the ultimate mercy compared to the hell Hoffman was enduring. It was an act of extreme benevolence. Watching Hoffman's torture, the terrifying truth hit her That boy wasn't just strong, he was a nightmare incarnate. Back in the present, Max's voice cut through the air like a blade. Christina, I ordered you to reflect on your failures. Who gave you permission to barge in here, interrupting my summit with these esteemed commanders? Your insolence knows no bounds, Christina stammered, the fear of the battlefield still haunting her eyes. Commander, the intruder in the zone. He is different if Saint Light joins forces with him. Silence fell. Max roared, veins bulging on his forehead as his fury spiked. Are you lecturing me on strategy? Christina froze as he berated her before the entire council. You claim to be our elite subordinates, the ones we trusted most. Yet you all got wiped out by some unknown brat from Saint Light. Max's voice sharpened, dripping with venom. Do not compare my garrison elites to your incompetence. Dealing with such trash doesn't require a summit. My forces mobilized 3 years ago. They are already there. He raised his hands, an aura of arrogance surrounding him. Ambition leaked from every pore. In 10 minutes, that boy will be crushed into nothing but dust. Now get out of my sight. Christina could only bow her head in defeat. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Hoffman's screams tore through the air, his body and mind crumbling under the relentless torture. Hoffman had fallen into absolute despair, begging like a dog. Please, just let me die. I swear, I'll never do it again. Hoffman, vow never to touch Saint Light again. Tears streamed from his empty, unfocused eyes as he repeated the mantra over and over. Just give me a quick death. Jiang Kai looked down with cold indifference. He manipulated his energy, staring at the broken man. I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just a bully who fears the strong. You call others trash, yet you are less than garbage yourself. His voice was devoid of all emotion. If you act like a beast in this awakening world, prepare to be put down like one. Remember to kneel if you ever see us again. Jiang Kai delivered the final blow. Boom Hoffman's body disintegrated instantly. Jiang Kai dusted off his hands as the death card returned to his deck, but suddenly his eyes widened. Internal injuries flared, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tremors racked Jiang Kai's body as his strength wavered. With the enemy dead, the adrenaline effect of the falling stone's technique had worn off. He realized the suppressed agony was crashing back tenfold, but then a thunderous roar interrupted his thoughts. That's the one who wiped out Hoffman's guild. Jiang Kai looked up to see heavily armored troops charging from the tree line, weapons drawn. He analyzed the situation quickly. Garrison troops from another login point. Their aura is completely different. These are elites. He watched them close the distance. The squad leader stepped forward, sneering. Listen up, brat. You think one person can take on the elite forces of multiple nations? You walked into this trap, and you aren't walking out. Jiang Kai smirked, wiping blood from his lip. Is that so? Inside, his resolve hardened. I cannot show weakness now. Jiang Kai straightened his back, summoning his flying daggers in a dazzling display of light. You are just in time. Jiang Kai accepts your challenge. The leader laughed, his face filled with disdain. Still acting tough at death's door, kill him. The army roared in unison. Kill! Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, activating his quenching fire technique. But suddenly, a familiar voice stopped him cold. Captain Jiang Kai going into a team fight without us? That's not very brotherly. The sky is instantly devoured by obsidian clouds, thunder booming like the war drums of the apocalypse. Jiang Kai looks up in pure shock as the heavens open up, unleashing a deluge of catastrophic proportions. Hu Yan descends from the firmament like a goddess of storms. Behold, my super invincible universal rain spell. The enemy troops scramble desperately for cover, their formation shattering. Their mages try to chant, but the relentless torrent chokes their spells in their throats. What kind of magic is this? Chaos swallows the battlefield whole. Attacks bounce off targets. Accuracy hits rock bottom, and the aggro chain snaps completely. Damn it. We are hitting our own men, Jiang Kai calls out amidst the confusion. Since when did your rain spell become this overpowered? She offers a playful wink. Captain, after a mono recap like this, you are not the only one who unlocked a new talent. Suddenly, a massive figure charges in the world's #1 war god. Yuan Zhu has arrived. Trash. With a single earth-shattering strike, he sends a dozen enemies flying into oblivion. Jiang Kai gasps. True power. Then, Ruan Yu flashes past like a phantom with his sword, his expression as twisted and manic as ever. Hey beauties, the king is here to steal your weapons and your maiden hearts. Jiang Kai is still processing this absurdity when he turns around. It is not just them. Behind him, an army 5 times the size of the enemy force emerges from the shadows like a tide of vengeance. Lu Dachuan, spearheading Operation Dawn, rides atop a majestic tiger beast. Protect Jiang Kai, secure the stronghold. The collective roar of the alliance shakes the very earth. Protect the hero of Saint Light. Kill Jiang Kai blinks, utterly stunned by the spectacle. That is a massive army. Soon, Su Nuan appears at his side, breathless but smiling. Jiang Kai, we made it in time, right? He grabs her shoulders, eyes wide. What is going on? Why is everyone here? And where on earth did these reinforcements come from? She quickly explains the events after he forced them to retreat. Actually, when you told Chu and me to run, we did not want to leave you behind, but we knew we would be heavy burdens. Our plan was to hide and recover our combat strength first. Wenja kept telling us to run, warning that the enemy was closing in fast. Hurry, Sunuan Nuan. Nuan continues. But before we could even find a hiding spot, the enemy caught up to us. We had no choice but to keep running. She takes a deep breath. We thought we were done for. But just as the jaws of death were about to close around us, Commander Lu's army appeared like a miracle. We were immediately rescued and treated, turning the tide of destiny in an instant. The squad swarms around him now, voices overlapping with urgency. Leave the rest to us. Your injuries are critical. We need to initiate the coagulation healing art immediately, she adds, voice trembling with adrenaline. I brought Hu Yan and Ruan Yu with me. Hu Yan's eyes widen with concern as she surveys his wounds. Su Nan Nan, Master, are you alright? Ruan Yu, gasping for air after the mad dash, finally squeezes out a sentence. We are here to save your asses. Su Nuan Nuan quickly breaks down the situation. It was not just a rescue mission. It was a full-scale counteroffensive. Every nation previously pushed back by the enemy has rallied with sacred glory to strike back as one. A weak grin spreads across Jiang Kai's face as he scans the battlefield. Mobilizing a global coalition for a second wave this fast, this was not an improvisation. It was a calculated masterstroke. It looks like the military high command had a hidden card up their sleeve all along. Su Nuan Nuan begins casting her recovery spell. The green light glows warm against his battered skin. Jiang Kai, if you had not held off the garrison at point A, we never would have broken the encirclement. Save your breath. Let me heal you. But Jiang Kai watches the horizon with anxious eyes, sensing a darker threat. Be careful. There are elites here. That guy named Jay, his spiritual pressure is absolutely abnormal. I am worried that before he can finish, Su Nuan Nuan squeezes his hand firmly. Do not be. At that very moment, Lu Dachuan is leading the charge like a raging bull. She gazes at the captain's majestic silhouette with absolute trust. Brother Lu is the core of Operation Dawn's Plan B. Handling that monster named Jay, it will not be a problem. Besides, look at the squad on the flank. Hu Yan is manic with adrenaline, unleashing a magical barrage. Her voice booms across the war zone. Super invincible great ice storm. Prepare to cream you losers. Razor-sharp icicles rain down like divine punishment, sending the enemy ranks into chaos as screams of agony fill the air. Ruan Yu dances through the melee, his dagger striking with lethal precision while he taunts his prey with a twisted grin. Oh baby, do not run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Wenju wastes no words, channeling raw power into a devastating stomp. The world's #1 war god is here. Who dares be arrogant? Earth-shattering stomp, enemy soldiers fall like wheat before a scythe, their formation crumbling into dust. Witnessing the collapse, Jay grits his teeth in pure fury and barks the order. Retreat. Fall back to the garrison. Just then, a scout from Jiang Kai's side roars out the victory cry. Point B has been breached. We successfully broke the siege and are advancing on the stronghold. Jiang Kai and Su Nan Nan cheer in unison. We did it. Meanwhile, terror seizes Jay and his retreating troops. Lu Dachuan, mounted on his spear tiger, raises his blade high. All units, listen up. Today, we teach these invaders the true meaning of the sacred glory soul. He spearheads the vanguard, his voice thundering over the battlefield like a general of old. Kill fight for the honor of sacred glory. The enemy's morale shattered like glass in an instant. They crumbled into a pathetic passive defense, hunted down mercilessly by Dachuan's forces until their formation was nothing but dust in the wind. Su Nuan Nuan couldn't contain her elation. Jiang Kai, it's incredible we won sacred glory as victorious. Jiang Kai flashed a radiant smile. Yeah, good. But suddenly, the light dimmed in his eyes. That's great, he mumbled, his body finally surrendering to absolute exhaustion as he collapsed. Blood drained from Su Nuan Nuan's face. She caught him as he fell, screaming his name. Jiang Kai! After frantically checking his pulse just a faint from mana depletion, she exhaled a shaky breath. A tender smile returned to her lips. You worked hard. Rest now. Sleep well. Meanwhile, emergency broadcasts hijacked every channel. Breaking news today. The multinational coalition has launched a second devastating raid, successfully crushing 4 major garrisons in the Matra Zone. Despite desperate counterattacks by the defending forces, the coalition's ironclad battle lines held firm and decimated all opposition. The anchor continued with grim statistics that sounded less like war and more like the aftermath of a brutal dungeon break. Intelligence confirms the garrison suffered catastrophic losses. The casualty ratio stands at 3-1. Here's the detailed battle report. At 6 a.m. Central Junk Time, the coalition's second support fleet arrived at the Matra Zone exactly as planned. The total combat power of the Alliance has surged by 40%. Updates flashed across the screen relentlessly. Latest report, the coalition's third main force has successfully breached the perimeter. A military spokesperson announced that the campaign effectively marked the total occupation of the Mitra zone. However, at the MX headquarters, the news ignited a firestorm of blame. Your men are useless trash. You couldn't even stop two insignificant squads. You deserters have the nerve to speak. You ran away first. If you hadn't fled the battlefield, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Oh, you're certainly active when it comes to shifting the blame, aren't you? Who was it that pounded their chest, guaranteeing the defense line was impenetrable? The argument spun in circles until the Sharks decided to scapegoat one person, Mac. In the end, it's Countrywide's fault. You should have sent more troops from the start. The room turned on him instantly. Exactly. This disaster is on you. Mac Countrywide must bear the heaviest burden for this failure. Mac's eyes bulged with rage as he sputtered, "You people, huh?" Simultaneously, a system-like announcement echoed across the battlefield like a divine decree. The multinational coalition, led by Sacred Glory, declares that effective immediately, the Mitra zone is open. This action replaces the previous garrison's blockade with a policy of inclusion. The move received overwhelming international applause. Back at the campsite, guards stood like statues before every tent. Suddenly, space distorted. A figure materialized from thin air nearby. The sentry spotted the anomaly instantly. All squad's attention, intruder detected. I repeat, intruder detected. Da Chuan stepped out of his tent, his gaze locking onto the solitary shadow. He frowned. Barging into the Matra zone alone, a terrifying thought made cold sweat trickle down his back. Don't tell me it's another monster like little brother Jiang. He glanced nervously at the adjacent tent. Jiang is still unconscious. If this is a hostile threat, we're in big trouble. But suddenly, the stranger threw his hands up, screaming, "Don't kill me!" "Please don't kill me," the man stammered, shaking like a leaf in a storm. I am Harris. I represent Country F. I'm here to negotiate." Duchuan and his men blinked, completely bewildered. Just then, another figure popped up next to Harris, asking timidly, "Excuse me, who is the captain here?" I am Kim Soji from Country H. "I represent Country H, hoping to negotiate peace with your side." A soldier suddenly shouted, "Wait, that guy Harris is the Sword Saint of Country F. He slaughtered dozens of our men." Another soldier spat on the ground. "Country H. Aren't they the backstabbing traitors? And they still have the guts to show their faces here." Harris quickly seized the moment. I come with sincerity. Country F is willing to use vast resources to purchase a slot in the competition. Seeing he was about to be outbid, Kim Soji panicked. "Brother Jiang, we were forced by circumstance. We know we were wrong. Country H is willing to pay double to buy a participation slot." Harris scoffed, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. "Country H sure is rich. Huh, you bought your way in once, and now you want to buy your way in again." Kim Soji snarled back, refusing to lose face before the enemy. "Who are you to judge a strongest metal guest?" "Don't make me laugh. You were instantly crushed by the war god of St. Yao. If you trash weren't so incompetent, we wouldn't be in this mess." Harris and Kim Soji stood toe-to-toe, growling like cornered beasts. "Say that again, I dare you." I said, "You're worthless trash." Neither noticed Duchuan trembling with suppressed rage, until the volcano finally erupted. Enough silence. The killing intent vanished instantly, replaced by a suffocating terror that gripped their hearts. Duan signaled the guards with a cold sneer, his lips twisting cruelly. "Oh, now, you want to discuss peace? I must have missed that invitation." "Take them down." Soldiers flooded the area like a steel tide, crushing the troublemakers into the dirt instantly. Meanwhile, in a nearby tent, Jiang Kai's consciousness slowly clawed its way back from the endless abyss. His eyes snapped open. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were looming over him like haunting spirits. "Captain Jiang, you're finally back with us." Jiang Kai scrambled backward in a panic, shouting, "Whoa, personal space, back off. Don't tell me you creeps were watching me sleep." Hu Yan crossed her arms defensively. "Hey, we were just worried sick. You completely burned out after breaking the Point A defensive line. You were out cold." Ruan Yu nodded violently. 3 whole days, actually." Then he smacked his forehead as realization struck. "Shoot, I almost forgot the crisis update. 2 days ago, you and Susie told us. Your sister saw the footage of you solo clearing the Matra Temple dungeon. She was so terrified she passed out in class." Jiang Kai shot up, panic exploding in his chest. What Nuan collapsed. Huya massaged her temples. "Ruan Yu, stop pausing for dramatic effect." Ruan Yu flinched, scratching his head awkwardly. Relax. Su Nuan is totally fine now. She knows you survived." Actually, when she learned her brother was the MVP of the St. Yao victory, she became the proudest girl in school. Jiang Kai collapsed back onto the bed, the crushing weight lifting from his soul. Thank God. Seeing the mood lift, Hu Yan stepped forward. "Since you're alive, I'll let you two in on a little secret to celebrate our grand victory." The The boys leaned in, curiosity piqued. What is it? Hu Yan's eyes practically glowed with excitement. Captain Zhang, remember asking why my rainfall technique suddenly became god tier? Jiang Kai nodded slowly. Right. You mentioned a new talent. Did the system finally grant you a level up? Ruin Yu groaned impatiently. Spit it out, Hu Yan, she grinned. Ever since we left the Moonwolf territory, my mana flow felt evolved. It was surreal. Then, a few nights ago, the system interface finally materialized. Congratulations. Base attributes ascended. A violet aura exploded around me, and a notification flashed. New talent acquired elemental control. Fresh green leaves suddenly danced above her palm, suspended by invisible gravity. Then came the thunder. Violet arcs of lightning crackled dangerously at her fingertips. Look at this. I can command nature itself. Wind, lightning, and water. To demonstrate, she summoned a perfect hydrosphere. The boys circled her, jaws hitting the floor. That's insane, Hu Yan. You've actually mastered hydrokinesis. But just as the praise landed, her focus snapped. Splash. A high-pressure jet blasted Ruin Yu directly in the face. Hu Yan's smile froze. Oops, I guess I'm still a beginner. For a storm class attack, I still need my compass artifact to channel the energy. Ruan Yu didn't rage. He wiped his face, staring at her with pure reverence. That is miraculous. Your attributes increased and you gained a talent without even leveling up. Hu Yan beamed, confidence restored. Crazy, right? Maybe the system glitched and gave me a freebie. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. No, the system doesn't glitch. My instincts tell me this is a blessing from that fox demon. It took a special liking to you. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted not from a monster, but from Jiang Kai's stomach. He coughed violently, trying to mask the noise. Hu Yan gasped, hand over her mouth. We've been yapping while you've been starving for 3 days. She immediately sprinted for the exit. Hang tight. Captain Supply run incoming. Ruin Yu scrambled after her. Wait up, I know his favorite order. Watching them panic for his sake. A warmth spread through Jiang Kai's chest, melting his battle-hardened gaze. Just then, Duan stepped into the tent. Little brother Zhang, I heard you finally returned to the land of the living. Brother Lu? Jiang Kai offered a respectful nod. The veteran hunter smiled warmly. I wanted to come sooner, but the defense perimeter was chaotic. Besides, heroes need their rest. Jiang Kai grasped his hand firmly. Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving Sunuan Nuan, and for saving me. Duan laughed, shaking his head. Nonsense. Without you, Operation Dawn would have been a total massacre. You are the undisputed MVP of this war. Then his expression darkened comfortably. That being said, little brother Zhang, we have 2 critical matters to discuss. Duan raised a single finger. First, the enemy factions we annihilated are begging for a ceasefire. They are even offering massive tributes to buy slots for the upcoming tournament. The top brass wanted to reject them outright. However, the price they are offering is simply astronomical. As you know, resources on the Beast God battlefield are critically scarce. Jiang Kai frowned, his gaze intense. Why tell me this? Toss. That sounds like a decision for military command. Does my opinion really carry that much weight? Lu Dachuan slapped his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Like I said, without you, there is no victory. You crushed the hardest bone in their lineup, and if we accepted their surrender without consulting the hero who defeated them, and it would be a slap in your face. Jiang Kai remained calm, deferring to the greater good. You handle it. The Heishi matter involves national interests. I trust the military to balance the risks and rewards. Understood. Jiang Kai's eyes sharpened. And the second matter. Brother Lu leaned in closer. This comes directly from Commander Wei Yang himself. Now that you have recovered, the global hegemony competition is imminent. Commander Wei Yang wants you to lead the squad. Specifically, he wants you to mentor Yuan Shuzi. You, Su Nuan Nuan, and your Fire God squad will represent the Saint Yao sect as our champion team. Jiang Kai pointed at himself, stunned. Me, exactly. Your team showed incredible potential, but they need a veteran. With your combat experience and monstrous strength, you are the only one qualified to lead them to glory. Brother Lu's face grew grave as he added one final detail. There is one more thing regarding Hu Zi, who had the same vision. He swore a blood oath. If we seize the glory and the rewards, the spoils belong to the victors. 60% to us, 40% to the military. Jiang Kai fell into deep contemplation. Silence shrouded him. Commander Lu Dachuan broke the tension. The split might seem meager, but understand this. This battlefield is usually the exclusive domain of the military elite. We bear the weight of national defense on our shoulders. Resources are our lifeline. If we open the gates to every common awakener, the entire nation would crumble into anarchy. Brother Zhang, do you see the wisdom in this? Jiang Kai remained unreadable, neither bowing nor refusing. Brother Lu, do not mistake my silence. Representing the Saint Yao sect is a trial by fire. I would gladly accept. My blade is ready, but this path leads to the precipice of life and death. I cannot gamble with their souls. I must seek the counsel of my comrades first. Lu Dachuan nodded, respecting the code of brotherhood. Your logic is sound. Your teammates are free spirits, not bound by military duty. They have no obligation to march into hell. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with a hidden plan. Tell me, Brother Lu, if the Fire God Squad commits to this war, may I ask for one crucial favor in advance? The commander paused, intrigued by the audacity. Name it. 15 minutes later, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu entered the tent, the aroma of a feast trailing behind them. Captain Jiang Kai, we have returned. Hu Yan blinked, noticing the empty seat. Has Brother Lu departed already? The plates were soon swept clean, a testament to the hunger of warriors. Jiang Kai wasted no time recounting every detail of the negotiation. Listen closely. The Heishi Global Hegemony competition will be a crucible of terror unlike anything we have faced. I need you to weigh your lives against this decision. But before his warning could settle, a roar of pure adrenaline shattered the silence of the tent. That is legendary. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with battle lust. Captain, take me with you. I refuse to be left behind while you conquer the world. Ruan Yu stepped forward, her resolve ironclad. Count me in. As long as I stand behind Captain Jiang Kai. Fear is a word I do not know. Jiang Kai sighed, defeated by their reckless courage. You two truly fear neither heaven nor hell. 1 month later, the frozen planet. A silhouette erupted from the icy depths. The man gasped for air, his gaze locking onto the anomaly before him. Terror flooded his eyes. A dimensional gate materialized, followed by the cold glow of a system interface. Congratulations. You have discovered the Matra Sanctuary. Across the world, a thief on a rooftop and an explorer in the wild froze. The mono-reality unfolded before them. A cavalryman pulled his reins in shock. The system announced the inevitable. The conditions for the global hegemony have been met. Countdown to chaos, 12 hours. The planetary network ignited with spiritual energy. Ley lines connected to the sanctuary like a glowing spiderweb. At point A, the Sentinels received the grim decree. The system declared the Heishi carnage will be broadcast in high definition for the world to witness. Each nation is limited to 3 squads, 5 warriors per squad, no more, no less. Violate the quota, and the penalty is instant execution. Random members will suffer sudden cardiac arrest. Forced logout permanently. Jiang Kai's squad studied the death game rules. Su Nuan's voice trembled. The final gate has been located. The war begins now. Yuan Shuzi frowned, sensing a trap. Damn it, these rules are trash. It only tells us how we die, not how we fight. There is no victory condition listed. Ruan Yu tilted her head, confusion clouding her eyes. Is this going to be a mindless brawl? Hu Yan scoffed, her voice dripping with ice. Hardly. The system is sadistic. It waits until the bell rings to tell us whose throat to slit. Jiang Kai nodded, his expression grim. She's right, but this chaos is our ladder. The schemers cannot rig a game they do not understand. A faint, confident smile touched his lips before his command cut the air. Rest now. Gather your aura. We prepare for war. 12 hours later, the march began. The squad roared as one darkness fled behind the jagged peaks as a blood-red sun ascended the heavens. Suddenly, the system's voice boomed across the planet, shaking the very earth. Global hegemony competition. Phase 1. Initiate. The rules descended like divine law. Upon start, all combatants will be scattered randomly across the sanctuary. You have 3 minutes of preparation time. During this window, you are invincible. Absolute immunity is granted. The countdown of destiny materialized in the sky. Then, the system revealed a cruel twist. Once the barrier drops, one member of every squad will be struck by the imprisonment curse. The prisoner is paralyzed. They are dead weight, unable to act, yet fully vulnerable to slaughter. The nightmare deepens. Every 2 hours, another teammate falls to the curse. The clock is ticking. If a prisoner is executed, the curse instantly jumps to a survivor. The chain continues until your entire squad is wiped from existence. However, there is a bloody path to salvation. Slay an enemy, and you earn a rescue card. Collect 5 cards to shatter the chains on one teammate. But beware, you are not alone. The beasts are hungry. Commander tier horrors will spawn at the edge, driving a tide of death inward. The safe zone is shrinking. Run or be devoured. 3 golden insignias flashed, revealing the final win condition. The slaughter ends only when 3 squads remain standing. Rankings are decided by the number of survivors and unused cards. The stage was set. The system began the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the final syllable echoed, columns of light slammed into the earth. Jiang Kai hit the ground, his senses screaming in alarm. Competition start. All around him, white silhouettes flickered into existence. Enemies spawning in close quarters. He scanned the faces strangers, all of them, his eyes narrowed with cold precision. Yuan Shu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Without a word, the mob scattered to the four winds. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation instantly. Forced separation, random imprisonment. The system wants us isolated. He moved like a phantom, mind racing. If the curse hits someone surrounded by enemies, it is an instant death sentence. This rule looks like a test of individual survival, but that is a lie. This is a brutal test of a squad's coordination and their ability to protect the weak. Jiang Kai accelerated, blurring through the terrain like a streak of lightning. If a teammate is isolated and butchered like livestock, the penalty chain destroys us all. The system voice intruded. 30 seconds remaining. Jiang Kai's tactical mind shifted into overdrive. Will I be the one in chains? He had to gamble while immunity held. I must vanish into the shadows. Hide first. Regroup later. His gaze hardened with resolve. To survive this leveling mana nightmare, he had to shatter the imprisonment seal immediately. Meanwhile, tension choked the air at the Jiang City Command Center as screens flickered with the live feed. Chen Feng gasped. What in the world is happening? Why have all the participants vanished into the shadows? Is this some twisted game of hide and seek? An analyst replied grimly. This shift is tied to the hidden rules of the supremacy battle. Only those fighting within the meta zone truly understand the system's cruelty. He turned to the side. Commander Wei, what is your read on this? Wei Ying furrowed his brow, voice low and dangerous. It feels like the calm before the storm. The prelude to slaughter mode. But the three squads Saint Yao sent are forged in the fires of war. The Red Squad possesses overwhelming might. The Shanghai Squad radiates unshakable confidence. Wei Ying declared, no matter the odds, we must place 100% faith in our warriors, especially the Fire God Squad, led by the legendary Jiang Kai. Back in the meta zone, Hu Yan and Su Nuanwan moved through the dense forest, silent as ghosts. Their senses were on high alert when suddenly killing intent spiked from directly above, reflexes kicking in. They leaped backward just as the ground exploded. Hu Yan hissed, fury blazing in her eyes. Which lowlife dares ambush this sorceress? You have a death wish attacking me. But as the dust settled, Yuan Shu landed like a meteor, grinning at the girls. Thank the heavens I finally found you two. The girls gasped. Yuan Shu. He scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Did I scare you guys? Hu Yan lowered her guard, exasperated. Yuan Shu, when did you even get here? Yuan Shu blinked blankly. Me. I've been lurking here the whole time. He beamed, recounting his luck. Fate smiled on me. I spawned randomly right in the forest near our base. I tried to rally the squad through my comms, but static filled the line. The system's mana interference had already kicked in. The competition had officially begun. With the signal dead, I gambled that everyone would instinctively head for the base. I took the high ground in a tree and played the waiting game, just as I predicted. You two arrived. After catching his breath, Yuan Shu finally asked the million-dollar question. By the way, how did you two end up together? Su Nuanuan explained softly. Hu Yan and I crossed paths on the road. We shared the same theory about regrouping, so we teamed up. Hu Yan stroked her chin, nodding in agreement. Exactly. If we figured it out, Captain Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu definitely did too. Unless they're bound by a trap, they'll be here soon. Su Nuanwan bit her lip, worry clouding her gentle eyes. I just hope the next person to arrive is a friend. Suddenly, the bushes rustled. Yuan Shu snapped into a combat stance. Someone's coming. A familiar pair of legs stumbled out from the undergrowth. The group's eyes widened in relief. It was Ruan Yu. He collapsed, gasping for air. Ha, Hu Yan. I knew you guys would circle back here. But at that precise moment, the system countdown hit 0. The preparation phase ended instantly. Panic struck the team. The notification flashed red. The imprisoned member was their captain, Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, miles away, Jiang Kai froze mid-step. He realized with horror, no, my body won't move. You have to be kidding me. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, cold sweat forming on his brow. This is bad. There's another presence right there. His eyes locked onto a shadow beneath the opposite tree, a figure armed for the kill. Jiang Kai's mind raced. That guy is staring right at me. When did he get so close I didn't hear a sound earlier? A terrifying thought struck him. Was he lying in ambush this entire time? Did he watch me jump onto this branch? Jiang Kai cursed internally. Damn it. But seconds passed, and the enemy didn't strike. Realization dawned on him. Don't tell me. The imprisonment curse hit him too. After observing the frozen enemy, Jiang Kai finally exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. I was right. But then, his peripheral vision caught something else. Wait, is there another one? Sure enough, he spotted a third figure lying paralyzed in the tall grass. Despair washed over him. I can't believe it. 3 players hiding in this tiny zone, and we all got hit by the imprisonment debuff. He quickly calculated the odds. This is a classic deadlock. Whichever team arrives first gets a free buffet, easy kills, and 2 rescue cards for the taking. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, forcing his mind to stay sharp amidst the hopelessness. Truce. For now. Where the hell are you guys? Back at the reunion point. Yuan Shu shook Hu Yan frantically. Hu Yan, can you use your divination to find Jiang Kai's location? Su Nuan's voice trembled with fear. He's completely paralyzed right now. He's a sitting duck. We have to find him before the enemy does. Ruin Yu nodded firmly. She's right. Hu Yan, cast your spell. Hu Yan pulled out her artifacts, flustered. Okay. It's not 100% accurate, but I'll try. But before the magic could activate, a squad emerged from the shadows. It was a classic case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. It was the Italian team from the Zeta Guild, the Holy Knight Squad. Their leader, Jack, smirked arrogantly. Jiang Kai is your captain, right? Looks like he drew the short straw and got imprisoned. The team instantly shielded Su Nuan. Jack raised his heavy sword, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Sharp eyes you got there. That brat Jiang Kai is rotting alone somewhere, and you lot just walked right into my hands. Lady Luck must really hate you today. Yuan Shu didn't back down. He stepped forward, radiating menace. I wondered who it was. Just Christina's countrymen. Wasn't the beating we gave you last time enough? You're back to pay with your lives. Boris scoffed coldly. If not for Jiang Kai's dirty tricks, the Italian defense line would never have collapsed. We lost resources because of you. Jessica spat with venom. Today, we slaughter you 4 as an appetizer. Then we'll hunt down Jiang Kai and collect the debt with interest. Lobo whispered to their frozen teammate on the ground. Tom, hang in there. Once we kill these 4, we'll have 5 rescue cards. You'll be free in no time. The atmosphere grew heavy with bloodlust. Jack laughed maniacally. Without Jiang Kai, you're just a flock of sheep waiting for the butcher. He roared, charging forward with his squad. Today, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair. Jack barked the order. Slaughter the healer first. Su Nuan gasped in terror, but Yuan Shu was already airborne. He screamed, earth, tremor stomp. The massive impact forced all 4 enemies to recoil. Jack sneered, stabilizing his stance. You got some strength, big guy. He quickly commanded. Boris, Lobo handle the trash. Jessica and I will crush the tank and the healer. The remaining knights drew their weapons, eyes glowing with excitement. Understood. Seeing Ruin Yu and Hu Yan protecting Su Nuan, the enemy scoffed. A damn fatty and a fortune teller, I'll wipe this trash out in 3 seconds. Ruan Yu raised his massive shield, his roar shaking the very air as he stepped back to buy time. Leave this flank to me, I will not falter. But panic flashed through Hu Yan's eyes. He cursed under his breath, this was bad. Ruan Yu hadn't consumed his wine yet. Without that buff, his defense was paper thin. Boris seized the moment, charging in with a sword that thirsted for blood. Does the fat pig still think he can play hero? Steel screamed against steel as his blade crashed into Ruin Yu's shield with bone-crushing force. The impact was devastating. Without the spiritual reinforcement of his alcohol buff, the tank was being pushed back, his heels carving deep furrows in the earth. Every muscle in his body screamed as he struggled just to hold the line. Desperate, Hu Yan raised her hands to the heavens. Water-style ultimate hydro vortex. A piercing screech tore through the battlefield. Before the spell could manifest, Lobo's chain sickle slammed into the floating metal conduit, shattering the concentration. With a vicious yank, Lobo sent their defense flying into the distance. He howled like a wolf, mocking their struggle. Praying for rain, you better pray for a quick death instead. Meanwhile, Yuan Shu rushed to shield Su Nuan, his sword moving in a blur to knock Jessica back in a violent spark of metal. But the chaos was a trap. Jack launched a lethal sneak attack at Yuan Shu's exposed flank. Su Nuan's eyes went wide with pure terror. Yuan Shu behind you. The scream triggered Yuan Shu's instincts. He whipped his head around, barely managing to raise his blade horizontally to intercept Jack's death blow. The impact was like a falling mountain. Jack's overwhelming strength forced Yuan Shu to slide backward, his boots digging trenches into the dirt as he fought to stay standing. Jack glared through the crossed blades, his eyes burning with sadism. See that trembling? That is the look of fear I absolutely adore. The villain grinned like a demon from the abyss. Trash like you thinks he can play the protector. Jack threw his full weight onto the blade, laughing maniacally. Go back to the women and cry, you loser. Yuan Shu gritted his teeth, shocked by the sheer monstrous weight crushing down on him. His stamina bar was blinking red, hitting 0. Suddenly, Su Nuan pointed her trembling fingers at the aggressor. Dark art gloom of depression. The effect was instant and grotesque. Countless sharp needles erupted from beneath the skin of Jack's arm, tearing through muscle. He froze, eyes bulging. What the hell is this? Deep in the forest, Jiang Kai remained concealed within the canopy. 30 minutes had passed. I wonder if Yuan Shu and the others are still breathing. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He felt a murderous aura so intense it made the air heavy. He snapped his head toward the source. A hulking brute with a savage, scarred face tore through the bushes. exposing Harris's hiding spot instantly. The giant narrowed his eyes and laughed, a low rumble of death. Found you, little rat. Harris was paralyzed by the predator's gaze, unable to twitch. In a split second, the brute's blade descended like a guillotine. Blood sprayed through the air, painting the leaves crimson. Harris didn't even have time to scream before his HP hit 0. His body was sent flying, landing with a wet thud near where Spike's head was trembling. The giant spotted the second victim and chuckled darkly. He dragged his massive blade across the ground, the metal screeching a death knell. Another one. Spike's head was pinned under a fallen log, completely immobilized. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain. He gritted his teeth, his nerves screaming for him to run. But his body refused to obey. The brute stalked toward him, but then paused, sniffing the air. He looked up, locking eyes directly with Jiang Kai in the tree. The killer lowered his blade slowly. Jiang Kai's heart hammered against his ribs, exposed. The giant laughed in pure ecstasy. Jackpot, I caught 3 rats in one go. Without a shred of hesitation, he swung his blade down on Spike's head. The victim was eliminated instantly, erased from the game. The brute licked the fresh blood from his steel, smiling with twisted satisfaction. Thanks for the meal, brother, but don't expect me to spare you. Spike's head's body dissolved into data particles, leaving behind a shimmering golden card. The giant hummed a macabre tune, dragging his weapon as he collected the loot and approached Jiang Kai's tree. You are next on the menu? Jiang Kai frowned. Damn it, is this really where I die? I'm completely paralyzed by the debuff. Unless Yuan Shu gets here, I'm finished. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He repeated his own words. I can't move. A confident smirk slowly curled on Jiang Kai's lips. He had cracked the code. The brute leaped up the tree, dual blades swinging, screaming, die. Jiang Kai remained motionless, staring death in the face. He sneered, his expression shifting from fear to absolute, king-like arrogance. His inner voice was rock steady. My body is paralyzed, but that rule doesn't apply to the death card. Whoosh! The golden card shot out from behind his back like a bullet. The giant couldn't react. He tried to swing, but the card sliced across his chest, forcing a spray of blood from his lips. The card looped back with perfect precision, acting like a boomerang to pierce right through the enemy's heart from behind. Instant kill. Jiang Kai controlled the 3 loot cards floating in the air with his mind alone. Death card retrieve. A gust of wind wrapped around the golden cards, blinding light radiating from them as the death card returned to Jiang Kai's inventory. He calculated quickly. I have 3, but I need 5 self-rescue cards to clear this paralysis debuff. I'm still too short. Then, his eyes lit up with a devious plan. Got it. 5 minutes later, Jiang Kai's 3 cards were floating in a clearing, acting as irresistible bait. A random participant walked by and cheered, his eyes widening. Holy cow, is this my lucky day? 3 free rescue cards just lying there? But his footsteps halted abruptly. His survival instinct kicked in like a warning siren. Wait, something is off. Why would valuable loot just be sitting there unguarded? The man scanned the area, his senses on high alert. There was a battle here. The blood on the grass is still fresh. Did they kill each other? However, the allure of those cards was intoxicating, a temptation too high to ignore. Greed eclipsed caution in the enemy's mind. Convinced his prey was wounded and fleeing, he clung to that fatal sliver of hope and crept forward. But with every step, the air grew suffocatingly heavy. His instincts screamed danger, yet his greed forced one final, hesitant step. A crushing wave of dread washed over him. Something is wrong. Too late, Jiang Kai's death card materialized from thin air, slamming into his unguarded back. The man's eyes bulged in realization. It was a trap. In a single move, he was erased from the game, leaving behind his own precious life-saving card. Jiang Kai smirked, scooping up the loot. 4 down. Just one more elimination and my freedom is secured. It felt just like a quest in a system Manhwa, but as the thrill faded, anxiety set in. I wonder how Yuan Ju's team is holding up against the main force? Meanwhile, the battlefield was chaos. Yuan Ju was ferociously pushing Jack back, forcing the villain to scramble just to maintain distance. But Jack's teammates rushed in to gank the tank. Nuan's scream pierced the air. Yuan Ju, watch, you're 6. Yuan Ju gritted his teeth, trying to pivot, but the ambush was too fast. Slash. He took the hit, clutching his bleeding side as he leaped back for safety. 4 against 1, you shameless bastards. Suddenly, Ruin Yu hurled an object through the air, shouting, Yuan Ju catch, my special brew. Yuan Ju snatched the cup of wine from the air with perfect precision. The enemy sneered as he downed it in one go to numb the pain. Pathetic liquid courage for a coward. Jack laughed coldly, his voice dripping with malice. Enjoy that last drink before I take your head. You were courting death the moment you opposed me. Lobo charged forward with his chain weapon, completely oblivious to the shifting atmosphere. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from Yuan Ju and Ruan Yu. It was as if pure adrenaline had been injected directly into Yuanju's soul. He declared with supreme arrogance, "I am the war god of this world. If a god blocks my path, I will kill the god. If a demon blocks me, I will slaughter the demon beside him." Ruin Yu entered a berserk state, roaring. "I have never lost a drinking contest in this life. Where are the beauties?" Ruin Yu bellowed. Jack's squad trembled as the sheer gap in power became terrifyingly, suffocatingly clear. What just happened? Yuanju moved like a bolt of living lightning. A single flash of his sword sent the entire enemy group flying backward. Jack gritted his teeth, eyes burning with unwilling rage. But the war god gave him no time to breathe. Yuanju leaped high, his blade descending like divine judgment. "Get on your knees and accept your death." Jack's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. His sword hand shook uncontrollably, his brain short-circuited in pure terror. This isn't human. This was the true power of Yuanju. The blade fell without mercy, slicing clean through Jack's weapon as if it were paper. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The impact sent Jack flying for miles, his body snapping trees like twigs wherever he landed. Boris watched in horror, voice trembling. "I've seen countless swordsmen, but your technique, it's more ghostly and refined than any grandmaster I know." Ignoring the praise, Ruin Yu stumbled forward, face flushed with heavy intoxication. He pointed his blade lazily at Boris. "Shut up already. Take off your clothes." Cold sweat drenched Boris instantly. His eyes widened in sheer confusion. Why is this happening to me? He watched the drunkard stumble closer, sword and shield in hand. The rumors were true. This guy transforms into a completely different beast. After a few drinks, Boris stood frozen in place as Ruin Yu closed the distance. His swordsmanship was erratic yet fluid, seamless as drifting clouds and flowing water, blending perfectly with his unsteady body. Suddenly, Ruin Yu was right in his face, eyes glowing crimson, grinning like a maniac as he swung. Flashback. A few days ago in the team's tent. Captain Jiang Kai had handed over a thick, ancient book. "Ruin Yu, you aren't a swordsman class, but your drunken talent syncs perfectly with this blade art. The global tournament is approaching. This is a skill book I requested from Boss Lu specifically for you." He then turned his gaze to Dai Shuyan. "Dai Shuyan, utilize your military resources immediately. Find a swordsman skill book to boost Ruan Yu's power." The man looked at Jiang Kai with unwavering confidence. "For national glory, I'd risk my life, let alone find a book." Ruin Yu held the tome, his hands trembling. This is the legendary skill book that every swordsman adventurer dreams of." He gasped. "Is this unconscious cognition or..." The system interface lit up a classic moment for a system manhwa displaying the legendary skill details. Unconscious cognition. When the adventurer enters absolute focus, forms vanish. The blade becomes an extension of the body, flowing naturally with the battle, unpredictable as the wind. Back in reality, Ruan Yu tore Boris's shirt to shreds. "Oh, you're quite hairy, aren't you? I like it." Boris turned beet red, frantically covering his chest. What are you doing? This is the global tournament. Have you no shame?" Ruin Yu just charged forward, cackling like a madman. "Aren't you missing a piece of clothing inside?" "Ah, I get it. You did it on purpose. Didn't you show me your little treasure?" Boris screamed. "Missing a piece. I'm wearing outer armor, inner armor, and lining what could possibly be missing." His face looked ready to explode from embarrassment. Ruin Yu kept slashing wildly. Soon, Boris was stripped bare from the waist up, but the drunkard wasn't satisfied. He grinned lewdly. "Keep smiling." Boris hugged himself, snot and tears running down his face as he let out a long, desperate, "No!" Suddenly, lightning ripped the heavens asunder. Dark clouds gathered in the blink of an eye. Lobo charged in, his chain sickle screaming for blood. Assassins thrive in chaos. You think cheap tricks can stop us?" Jessica barked orders, her eyes cold. "Dream on." "Kill them all, blitz tactics." But Su Nuan didn't flinch. She tossed her spheres high and roared, "Hu Yan." Hu Yan gripped her Bagua mirror, weaving torrents of water around her arms. "I don't care what kind of assassin you are. In this reign, I am God." Su Nuan's spheres rocketed toward Lobo and Jessica impact. The orbs smashed into the ground, erupting into a deluge of sticky pink slime that coated the assassins. "What the hell is this, my face?" Seizing the moment, Hu Yan thrust her hand toward the sky. "Take this supreme galactic hailstorm." Instantly, the heavens answered her call. Razor-sharp ice shards rained down. They skewered Lobo and Jessica, shattering the very earth beneath their feet. 10 minutes later, in the ruins of the forest, Yuanshu and Ruan Yu slumped against a tree, the fog in their minds finally clearing. Sunan squatted before them, whispering, "Yuanshu, big Ruan Yu, rise and shine." Next to her rolled 2 empty hangover potions. Yuanshu shot up, shouting, "Where's that arrogant squad? Who won? Where are the salvation cards? Did we get them?" Ruan Yu blinked, looking just as confused. Sunan flashed 5 glowing cards with a dazzling smile. "Relax. 5 salvation cards, safe and sound. Hu Yan is calculating Captain Jiang Kai's coordinates. Once she's done, we save him. Suddenly, Hu Yan cheered. Got it. I found Captain Jiang Kai. Energy surged through the trio instantly. They were desperate to reunite with their leader. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai perched high in an ancient tree, staring at 4 cards below. He frowned. 30 minutes wasted. No new adventurers, and my team still hasn't found me. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the foundations of the earth. Jiang Kai gripped the bark, his expression darkening. Danger was approaching fast. Not good. The safe zone is shrinking. The thumping grew louder. Boom, boom, heavy, rhythmic footsteps of stone crushing the ground. It was an army of giants rock monsters wielding massive tree trunks, their eyes burning with malice. A horde of colossi marched below. The system interface flashed. Stone Spirit Giant Commander, rank 65. But leading them? A nightmare. Stone Spirit King, level 88. Jiang Kai was paralyzed. He couldn't move a muscle. He sucked in a cold breath, watching the parade of destruction from the canopy. Even with the death card, fighting 4 level 65 commanders is suicide. And now, a king rank stands before me. The giants swung their tree clubs, obliterating everything nearby. Jiang Kai's mind raced. Wait a second. He analyzed them with cold precision. They seemed composed of rock and vines. Except for those ruby eyes. They have no mouth, ears, or nose. Ears. Earth and wood attribute monsters. They likely lack smell and hearing. If I hide my presence, I might just survive. But just as the thought crossed his mind, the stone giant stopped, directly under his tree. The monster turned, gripping the trunk. Jiang Kai's heart plummeted. Don't tell me. I guessed wrong. The rock giant's massive fingers pierced the rough bark. It ripped the ancient tree from the earth by its roots, hoisting the timber like a feather. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, clinging to the trunk for dear life as his entire world tilted sideways. Oblivious to the passenger on its shoulder, the behemoth adjusted its grip and marched onward. Falling in line with its thunderous kin, Jiang Kai's mind spun with tactical analysis. Am I just a weapon upgrade to this thing? It definitely has no scent tracking. He exhaled slowly. He had nearly gambled everything on the wheel of fate. Suddenly, the horde accelerated. The rock giant king took point, dragging the earthquake of monsters toward a sheer precipice. Below lay a chaotic battlefield. 2 factions were locked in mortal combat. They were completely blind to the catastrophe looming directly above their heads. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, sweat beading on his brow. A mountain blocks the view, and these monsters are deaf and blind. How are they tracking prey with such precision? How do they know? But the answer came too late for the players below. They spotted the avalanche of stone giants formation broke instantly as they fled in sheer terror. But the king giant was ready. It channeled raw seismic energy into its palm. Smash. It slammed a fist into the earth, splitting the very ground asunder. Boulders cascaded down like meteors, sealing the escape route. It wasn't random destruction. It was a calculated checkmate to trap the humans. Then came the slaughter. The other giants swung their makeshift clubs, swatting players like flies. Screams of agony echoed through the canyon as bodies were sent flying into the abyss. Jiang Kai finally understood vibrations. These monsters hunt by sensing the tremors in the earth. That explained his miraculous survival. He wasn't just hidden by the foliage, by staying off the ground. He was effectively invisible to their seismic senses. I have to stay on this weapon. He realized the truth, his grip tightening until his knuckles turned white. If this giant throws the tree, I hit the ground, and I'm dead meat. Below, the trapped players stared up at the wall of stone monsters, despair washing over them. Oliver, their leader, bet everything on one desperate gambit. Aerial assault, stay off the ground. He leaped at the roaring behemoth, screaming with defiance. I will take you down myself. High above, Jiang Kai analyzed the power gap like a true leveling pro. A mere level 60 fighter scratching a king tier boss? Impossible. Oliver's twin blades were not aiming at the giant, but at the tree trunk. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. Wait, his goal is to shatter the weapon and escape in the confusion. A cold smirk curled Jiang Kai's lips. Perfect. He shrank back into the shadows, a predator waiting for prey to step into his web. Everything hinged on this one strike. Oliver sensed the shadow in the leaves too late. What someone is there? The death card shot out like a viper, piercing Oliver's chest. Coughing up blood, he tried to scream. Someone is using the boss to cheat. Darkness swallowed him as the giant's massive foot crushed down. His avatar shattered into particles of light. A rescue card floated from the remains, flying straight into Jiang Kai's hand. Jiang Kai gazed at the 5 glowing cards. 5. The system window flashed before his eyes. Collection complete. 5 rescue cards acquired. End confinement state. Execute. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. Yes. A blinding white aura erupted from his body, Shattering the invisible chains, confinement lifted. Sensation rushed back to his limbs. He flexed his fingers, adrenaline surging through his veins. Finally, I am back in control. But gravity was a cruel mistress. The king giant suddenly hoisted the tree high, winding up for a devastating smash against a new target. Jiang Kai gripped the bark until his knuckles turned white. He is distracted. I can bail now. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The sky tore open into a golden vortex. The system voice boomed across the entire server. Phase 1 of the global competition has concluded. Phase 2 initiated. Rescue zones unlocked. Exchange cards for functional items. Then came the sadistic twist typical of a cruel system. One member of each squad will now be randomly confined. The confined cannot act. They are burdens to be carried, targets to be saved, or victims to be slaughtered. The tree crashed down, but Jiang Kai clung to the branch like a spider. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Yuanju's squad sprinted through the brush. Move. We need to regroup with Captain Jiang Kai. The system's cold countdown echoed. Random confinement selection imminent. No time. Yuanju hissed through gritted teeth. Take cover. Su Nuanwan pointed to a hollow trunk. They dove inside just as the clock ticked to 0. Hurry. They huddled in the darkness, eyes shut tight. They braced for the curse to strike one of them. Silence. No paralysis. No chains. The air remained still. One by one, they checked their bodies. I am clear. It's not me. Realization dawned on Ruin Yu's face. Wait, if it is none of us. The scene cut to Jiang Kai, his face a mask of utter resignation. I knew it. A red skull icon hovered ominously over his head. You have been selected for confinement. My luck is actually garbage. Below him, the massacre was complete. The rock giant had wiped the floor with the players, their avatars fading into nothingness. Jiang Kai watched in silence, respecting the carnage. Impressive. A commander-tier boss annihilated an elite squad in under 60 seconds. His mind drifted back to the notification, rescue zones, functional items. The phrasing suggested unique artifacts. In a game like this, vague descriptions usually meant game-breaking power was up for grabs. Whether it is to free myself again or snag that gear. His eyes narrowed with determination. I need to farm more rescue cards. Now. The giants began to mobilize. They are moving out. He settled back into his hiding spot. Fine. I will ride this bus and let the monster clear out my competition. Crack. A sharp, sickening sound pierced the air. Jiang Kai froze. No way. He glanced down. A spiderweb fracture was spreading across the branch holding him. Damn it. It is snapping. It must have been damaged during the melee. If this breaks while the giants are marching, Jiang Kai cursed under his breath. If I fall now, I am served up on a silver platter. All my efforts will be for nothing. He chanted a silent mantra in his mind. Hold on. Do not fall now. The Titan marched forward, oblivious to the passenger clinging to the tree. The branch groaned, pushed to its breaking point. Caught in a deadly dilemma, the Titan's foot crashed down. Snapping the timber like a twig, Jiang Kai's breath hitched, bracing for the ultimate end. Meanwhile, Yuanju's squad was deep in debate. Could the one imprisoned in this phase really be Jiang Kai? But wait, wasn't Captain Jiang Kai already locked down in the previous zone? Han offered a theory. Captain Jiang Kai must have been rescued by other squads. He is moving again. That explains why my divination spells cannot pin him down. Yuanju exhaled a heavy breath. The Enlu Guild is a certified powerhouse. That is the only logical explanation. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Captain Jiang Kai's luck is truly cursed. He was barely freed from one trap only to fall straight into another. The air turned suffocatingly heavy until Su Nuan stepped in to save the vibe. Everyone, pull yourselves together. It might seem unlucky, but it proves Jiang Kai is still alive and kicking. Our mission is clear. Analyze the battlefield, then regroup with the captain's unit. Hunan nodded as Su Nuan continued. The first phase is over, yet we are completely blind to the results. Who fell? Who ascended? We know nothing. The new rules mention special items. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto something in the distance. She pointed toward a swirling haze of violet mist. Look, what is that energy? Yuanju gasped. That fog. It wasn't there a second ago. Ruin Yu shivered visibly. Is it a monster's aura? Are we under attack? Su Nanan shook her head firmly. No, it is too quiet for a beast. My instincts tell me something critical lies within. Then let's not waste time, Huanan declared. They plunged into the purple abyss. What they found on the other side left them speechless. A majestic earthen pillar stood tall, crowned with a statue radiating blinding, divine light. Instantly, a system window popped up. System alert, congratulations on discovering the sanctuary zone. Exchange rescue cards at the stone stele for functional items. The team erupted in cheers. a sanctuary zone. Huonan grabbed Su Nuan's arm, dragging her to the monument. Let's see what loot we can grab. The ancient script revealed a positioning map card. Effect reveals locations of all living teammates, monsters, and sanctuary zones. Huonan's eyes lit up. This is a game changer. We can bypass beasts, locate Captain Jiang Kai, and hunt down other zones with perfect efficiency. Su Nuan nodded frantically, but then the cruel price tag appeared. Cost 8 rescue cards. Huonan's face fell. 8. That is highway robbery. We can't afford that. Su Nuan sighed. Let's check the next one. Yuan Shu and Ruan Yu moved closer. Ruan Yu inspected the other monuments while the girls hurried to the next option. They scanned the list desperately. Single teleportation card. Effect 1 precise warp anywhere on the map. Cost 7 rescue cards. The next item was even more terrifying. Target lock card. Scans the entire map for a specific enemy, revealing a 10-meter radius around them for 2 hours. Cost 6 cards. Another slab offered a status cleanse card to remove abnormal states 4 times. The price was also 6 cards. After scanning the area, the 4 of them gathered before the final, ominous stone. Yuan Shu's voice was grave. This is the last one. It was the global intel card. Effect updates the situation on all teams and monsters every 20 minutes. A classic staple of a system Manhwa. It also allowed them to spy on 3 specific enemy squads or boss tier monsters to analyze their status. Cost 5 rescue cards. Ruan Yu scratched his head. It is the cheapest option, but it will bankrupt us. We will have 0 cards left. Huonan frowned, but nodded firmly. Stumbling upon this sanctuary is a miracle in itself. We won't get this lucky again. We have to buy it. Su Nuan agreed. Knowledge is power. Searching for Jiang Kai blindly is suicide. In a death game like this, information asymmetry decides who lives and who dies. Yuan Shu, what is your call? Yuan Shu's expression hardened. I agree. We can use the global intel to track Brother Zhenglu and Brother Chen. That leads us to Jiang Kai. Su Nuan stepped forward as the team circled her, tension crackling in the air. Do it. Su Nuan revealed 5 golden cards, whispering a silent prayer. Here goes nothing. She pressed her hand against the cold stone. The cards levitated, sucked into the monument like offerings to a greedy god. Su Nuan channeled her mana, and the stone erupted in azure light. System exchange successful. Item global intel card. Balance 0. Su Nuan's face beamed. It worked. A sphere of crackling lightning expanded before them. As the energy dissipated, a holographic interface materialized. Survivors 96. Teams 200. Monster Invasion 327. Commander ranks 43. King ranks. A nightmare scenario for an awakening Manhwa. Invasion radius 17 kilometers. Yuan Shu paled. Nearly 300 participants, Huonan felt a cold sweat. The early game was just a warm-up. With the zones opening and monsters surging, the true slaughter was about to begin. Ruan Yu clenched his fists. Captain Jiang Kai has a target on his back. The enemy factions want blood. And if they bought a target lock card, I can't imagine the hell he is facing. Thank God he isn't solo. Su Nuan remained silent, eyes glued to the screen. System add Team Mountain River and Team Red to the surveillance list. A yes, B no. She didn't hesitate. We need to know if they are still breathing. This recap was about to take a dark turn as the global map shimmered into existence. Team Mountain River, 3 survivors remaining. Team Red, 2 survivors remaining. The announcement blared through the speakers. What Ruan Yu's voice trembled with sheer terror. Captain Jiang Kai. Nuan's pupils trembled, rejecting the catastrophic intel flashing before her. Jiang Kai had been severed from Lu's formation. Meanwhile, deep within the command center, Yan monitored the mayhem with a predatory gaze. Excellent. It appeared Team Fire God had unearthed a critical artifact. While other squads managed to locate their imprisoned allies, the death toll was spiraling out of control in this merciless mana-leveling purgatory. Fing, standing in the observation deck, glared at the monitors with a deepening scowl. Where in the hell is Jiang Kai hiding? There is not a single trace of him. He has ghosted every camera lens in the arena. Wei Ying analyzed the situation, his voice dropping to a grave whisper. Judging by the chaotic state of the field, Jiang Kai should have been captured at least twice by now. This implies only one terrifying possibility: he shattered his confinement single-handedly. After all, not a soul was seen offering him aid. Yan let out a cold, amused chuckle. Precisely. I cannot fathom the gears turning in that brat's mind, but he never fails to deliver a shock. Suddenly, Wei Ying's eyes locked onto an anomaly on the tactical display. Hold on, what is that? He snapped a command to the technician. Grid A, column 3, isolate and enhance that feed immediately. Yes, sir. The screen magnified the sector, unveiling a murderous formation of players. It was the 5 executioners of the Slaughter Squad. The hat-wearing captain stood at level 60. Even the lackeys trailing in his wake boasted a minimum of level 50. Ian furrowed his brow, demanding an immediate data extraction on the Slaughter Squad and every battle log they had generated since the tournament's inception. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard as he vocalized the incoming stream. Current status: every national team has suffered severe casualties. Yet Japan's Slaughter Squad is a statistical impossibility. He pointed a trembling finger at the leader. They maintain a flawless record. 0 damage taken. Their captain is Willis, one of Japan's supreme swordmasters. The technician's voice remained steady, but the intelligence was bone-chilling. Reports indicate that after Willis reached level 60 a year ago, he voluntarily reset his level back to 40, only to grind back to 60 at godlike velocity. Based on this trajectory, his innate talent is highly probable to be... The technician gulped before whispering the taboo term, reincarnation. Heian gasped, pure shock rattling his composure. Reincarnation. Fang's panic spiked. Does such a game-breaking ability even exist in this system? Isn't that practically cheating? In other words, this monster might display as a level 60, but his true combat power exists in a realm far beyond the level cap. Wei Yin confirmed with a grim expression. It is far worse than you imagine. I have heard whispers of the reincarnation talent before. He began to outline the nightmare. The true horror lies in the stat stacking mechanics. After every rebirth, base attributes strength, vitality, agility, and spirit are permanently buffed beyond calculation. Furthermore, the more cycles one endures, the more monstrous the growth becomes. He is a walking catastrophe. The scene shifted to the battered Mountain River Squad. Little Jiang supported a wounded comrade, her voice laced with desperation. Boss, your wound is hemorrhaging again, she cursed under her breath. Those scumbags from Country K and Country G have no honor, teaming up just to ambush us. If not for their treachery, Huang Wei would not be imprisoned right now, and you would not be in this critical state. Boss. Little Jiang gritted her teeth, grief washing over her. Jiming and Chen, I swear I will not let their sacrifices be in vain. Dao Yun cut her off, his voice stern and commanding. This is no time for sorrow. We lost too much ground escaping. Pick up the pace. If we encounter any beast in this condition, we are finished. Understood, Little Jiang shouted. Suddenly, a deluge of arrows blackened the sky. Dao Yun's eyes widened. With a desperate swing, he deflected the lethal barrage. Who goes there? It was the Slaughter Squad from the Solar Eclipse Guild. The leader stepped forward, radiating suffocating arrogance. I did not expect to take out the trash from Saint Light while hunting for Jiang Kai. Standing there was the adventurer Willis, the level 60 swordmaster. He smirked, introducing himself like the Grim Reaper. The name is Willis. Memorize it well, for it shall be the nightmare that haunts you to your grave. Dao Yun felt a crushing spiritual pressure. This guy. His aura is suffocating. Seeing the captured Huang Wei tossed aside like refuse, Little Jiang surged forward, desperate to rescue him. Boss, I will hold him off, Dao Yun screamed. Little Jiang, no, it is a trap, Willis chuckled darkly, trying to run. Once I have marked my prey, escape is a mere fantasy. He vanished, materializing instantly beside Little Jiang like a phantom. Allow me to entertain you personally. She swung her sword in a panic, but he weaved through the attack with insulting ease. Suddenly, Willis flickered out of sight, flashing behind her back. Huang Wei watched in horror as the demon closed in. Faster than sight, Willis seized his head and slammed it brutally into a boulder. Huang Wei Little Jiang screamed, her eyes burning with incandescent rage. You monster, I will kill you. She charged blindly. Willis remained ice cold, unleashing his signature skill, Blizzard Slash. A vortex of blade energy exploded outward. Dao Yun lunged forward, grabbing her shoulder just before impact. Look out! He yanked Little Jiang back, just as the lethal energy sliced the air where she stood. Captain, she cried out in terror. Dao Yun leaped into the heavens, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into one final, desperate strike. Yet, Overlord Saber Willis stood like a statue, unmoving. The blade connected with his shoulder. Got him, Dao Yun thought, triumph surging, but his eyes bulged as the blade froze in midair. The Willis he struck dissolved into a mere block of wood. Panic seized Dao Yun's heart. Damn it, a substitution jutsu! Before he could blink, Willis teleported directly above him, eyes glowing with an eerie, malicious light. Phantom Flash, an invincible slash. Defense was impossible. A storm of 1,000 cuts shredded through them, their agonizing screams echoing through the desolate valley. As the carnage settled, Willis landed softly, barely breaking a sweat. He looked down with disdain at Dao Yun, who twitched helplessly on the ground. Miraculously, the captain fought through the blinding pain, forcing his broken body to rise one last time. Willis just sneered. I told you, my prey never escapes, whether it is you or Jiang Kai. He paused, eyes cold. Do you have any last words? Dao Yun smirked through the mask of blood. his warrior's pride unbroken. Jiang Kai. He will conquer this entire competition for Saint Yao. Willis tossed his ordinary sword aside, mocking the dying man. I am afraid your dying wish is delusional. A crimson blade materialized in his grasp. Blood devourer. He thrust the cursed blade deep into Dao Yuan's chest, sending a fountain of fresh blood spraying into the air. The light faded from the captain's eyes as his body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Dao Yuan was eliminated. A rescue card materialized, and Willis snatched it with a satisfied grin while his subordinates laughed. Boss, this trash was not even worth your effort, and you got your hands dirty for nothing. With these three, they had collected all 7 rescue cards. Willis activated the tracking card, his eyes narrowing with dangerous intent. Jiang Kai, I am dying to finally meet you. The ultimate mana showdown was about to begin. In the High Council chamber, the 3 celestial observers stared at the screens in utter disbelief. I recall Lu Dichuan's combat power was phenomenal. One observer noted, he was recently rated S rank by the system. Yet, he was slaughtered like a common mob by this monster. Anxiety spiked in the room. If that beast could crush an S rank, did Jiang Kai even stand a ghost of a chance? Wei Ying fell into a heavy, thoughtful silence as the scene shifted back to the main character's desperate situation. The area was a graveyard of timber, and he was still clinging to a branch, frozen in the exact same posture to avoid detection. Flashback to 20 minutes ago. Just as the branch beneath him cracked and Jiang Kai stared death in the face, a terrifying sight unfolded. A king tearstone, crystal giant stomped forward carrying that very tree trunk, its expression cold as ice and its steps shaking the earth. Suddenly, the behemoth's body shattered into fragments, dropping the log and Jiang Kai onto the hard ground. Right then, the blue screen flashed with the cold logic of the system. Manhwa alert. The stone crystal giant has entered hibernation mode. Time remaining 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Like dominoes, the entire legion of stone giants collapsed into slumber. Jiang Kai's mind raced with calculations. 15 minutes had already burned away, leaving only 5 minutes until this sleeping nightmare experienced a mass awakening. Suddenly, movement from the tree line caught his sharp eye. Multiple squads were encroaching on his position. His heart skipped a beat. The guests had finally arrived. Whispers spread among the International Alliance members. I seriously do not get how the Jiang Kai Manhwa Guild lost, one hunter muttered. How could an army fail to kill a single target? It is not like this is a leveling Manhwa, where he has plot armor. Another scoffed with disdain. Please, if Saint Yao had not triggered the second phase of the attack, that rat would never have escaped our encirclement. The humiliation burned, but they quickly refocused. Whatever. Let us slaughter the Saint Yao members to vent our rage. Then we settle the top 3 rankings with raw power. A voice cut through the noise. Jiang Kai is close. Our squad's tracking card has him pinned, Jolly Hang roared, holding up the device. He cannot escape the heavens this time. Look over there. All eyes turned as Willis's squad emerged from the shadows. His teammates were confused. Strange. The target should be right here. The crowd buzzed with gossip. Isn't that the hunter squad? The arrogant ones who refused the alliance to hunt Jiang Kai solo. While other national teams had suffered heavy casualties, this elite unit had survived the chaos without a scratch, proving their terrifying strength. Tong Wu kicked a pebble in frustration, his patience wearing thin. Pure luck. Today I am taking Jiang Kai's head as a trophy no matter what. They fanned out, scanning every inch. Found him, yet nothing here, but the tracking zone says he is right on top of us. Tong Wu cursed, kicking a nearby tree trunk in a fit of rage. Damn it, did that brat sense our aura and bolt? As he glanced upward, his eyes locked onto a silhouette in the shadows. Tong Wu froze, his jaw dropping. Inside the hollow of the tree, a person. His pupils dilated in shock before he screamed. Jiang Kai. But Jiang Kai did not flinch. A chilling smirk curved his lips. What a pity, he mused. You fools believe you are hunting prey, but you have walked blindly into the predator's den. The bloodthirsty mob swarmed the fallen tree, their voices raucous. Where is he? Dragged the rat out. The commotion caught Willis's attention just as Tong Wu pointed a trembling finger upward. Look, he's hiding up there. The crowd craned their necks to see Jiang Kai standing motionless as a statue. Why isn't he moving? Is he suffering from a restriction debuff? One of Willis's minions sneered. Seal impossible, Tong Wu shouted, projecting his voice so Jiang Kai would hear. He was moving earlier. Last time he used a body double technique. This time, he is faking a debuffed Jiang Kai. Quit with the cheap parlor tricks. The system shows you are free to move, so stop acting. The mob joined the jeering. Exactly, stop stalling. He used that fake body trick to kill Jiang Kai, man. Don't let him fool you. Look at his face. He is terrified. Jiang Kai looked down, feigning panic, but his mind worked like a tactical supercomputer. 60, maybe 70 enemies. The odds were fatal. I need to stall until the timer hits 0. His gaze swept the hostility below and locked onto one man. Willis. The man was smiling, but the air around him was thick with suffocating bloodlust. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. That killing intent, it is heavy. Willis dragged his massive greatsword forward, approaching the tree. There was a guy named Lu Daan, one of your Saint Yao buddies, right? My squad wiped them out. Every last one. His voice was colder than absolute zero, and the sound of his blade carving the earth sent shivers through the crowd. It was pathetic. Trash like that didn't even have the power to fight back. I used this very blade, one clean decapitation for the leader, and as for the rest, I chopped them into meat paste. Willis looked up at Jiang Kai, a sadistic grin twisting his features. The name is Willis. Tell me, Jiang Kai, don't you want to avenge your fallen comrades? A jolt of pure electricity shot down Jiang Kai's spine. He killed Brother Lu and the others. Willis didn't wait for an answer. Die. In a split second, he launched himself into the air like a human cannonball. Willis flew toward the tree, swinging his colossal blade. Let's see if your little tricks can save you from this. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, adrenaline flooding his veins. Willis was now mere inches away. Jiang Kai stood motionless as the Reaper approached. But suddenly, the earth groaned and shook violently, throwing the mob below into absolute chaos. What is happening? Massive boulders rained from the sky, targeting Willis midair as the invisible clock ticked its final second. As the system interface flashed, the time remaining hit 0. Hibernation mode ended. Jiang Kai's lips curled into a ruthless smile. Right on time, the falling rocks slammed Willis back to the hard earth. Around them, the sleeping giants began to stir, hurling enormous boulders into the crowd of players. Screams of terror erupted. Look out the rocks! More giants awakened, their roars shattering eardrums as they charged. The arrogant hunters broke formation, fleeing for their lives. It's a trap. It's a legion of crystal giants, damn it. So that is why the global map showed monsters here. They were sleeping. Run if we stay. We are dead. Jiang Kai looked down from his perch, his voice cutting through the pandemonium. Trying to leave, I don't recall giving you permission. Death card, go. The card sliced through the air with a sonic boom. Wherever it flew, a rain of boulders followed, crushing the fleeing enemies into gore. The card danced toward the giants, guiding their rage like a conductor leading an orchestra of destruction. A giant slammed a tree trunk down, launching players into the air, only for Jiang Kai's card to pierce their hearts mid-flight. Some were snatched up by massive stone hands and crushed like insects. Others were trampled into the dirt. The giants unleashed a barrage of boulders, sending bodies flying in a grotesque display of physics. Agonizing screams filled the forest. Willis, stripped of his earlier arrogance, was now consumed by pure terror. Jiang Kai is controlling these monsters. How the hell did he tame a dungeon boss mob? He scrambled backward, but a massive boulder slammed down, blocking his path. A giant swung a tree trunk, smashing Willis with the force of a runaway freight train. He was sent flying, but in that split second between life and death, Willis roared a final incantation. Secret Art Woodbone Substitution. He vanished into thin air. A broken log took his place in a flash of substitution magic. Dozens of cards flowed like a river of power straight back to Jiang Kai. The earth shattered under the giant's blows, opening abyssal fissures that swallowed the helpless players whole. Screams of pure terror echoed as they plummeted into the bottomless darkness. High above, Jiang Kai stood perched like an apex predator. Golden light erupted from his form. The system chime rang out. Rescue card confirmed. Seal status shattered. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself skyward, snapping the branch with its explosive force. Looking down, a victor's smirk played on his lips. Perfect execution. He landed gracefully amidst the chaos left by the king tier bosses. Total devastation. Using a king tier monster to farm kills was brutally efficient, far faster than hunting them down personally. But the memory of Willis's twisted grin cut his celebration short. Damn it! That snake escaped before I could avenge Brother Lu. His eyes locked onto the golden loot floating above. A massive haul like this is exactly what you want to see in a mana recap. Meanwhile, inside the military command center, Commander Wei Ying barked orders. Rewind the feed. Drop speed to 10%. Analyze that blur at 9.2 seconds. Yes, sir. The image sharpened, revealing Jiang Kai. Tianfeng gasped, unable to believe his eyes. That kid, Jiang Kai, Tianfeng stammered. He was in the tree the whole time. Wei Ying smirked, realizing the genius while his subordinate remained baffled. So that was his play. Tianfeng turned to the commander. Sir, how did he pull this off? The veteran calmly broke down the strategy. That monster is a rock spirit giant. It holds immense power, but suffers a fatal flaw. It has no sight or hearing. It hunts solely by detecting ground vibrations. Wei Ying's eyes narrowed. As long as his feet didn't touch the earth before it scanned the area, he was effectively invisible to it. He visualized Jiang Kai's cold calculation. The moment the seal hit, the kid was already elevated. A ghost in the canopy, completely undetectable to the giant. When the king tier boss uprooted the tree to use as a club, he just rode the momentum. Wei Ying explained. Tianfeng nodded in awe. Exactly. Even while paralyzed by the seal, he wasn't defenseless. We all saw it. He possesses a hidden ace. I suspect his weapon is controlled by pure will, Wei Ying stated, silencing the room. He manipulated a boss monster to wipe out the competition, farmed their rescue cards, and broke his own seal twice. Surviving that hell, I have to hand it to him. Wei Ying's expression darkened, but breaking the seal was just the tutorial. The real nightmare begins when he faces the god of harmony. Back in the field, Jiang Kai sprinted for half an hour before skidding to a halt. His instincts screamed. Danger. Here it comes. The sky tore open, firing a massive pillar of light into the earth. Phase 2, complete. Initiating Phase 3 of the global tournament. Red warning text flooded his vision. Monster density increasing. Invasion speed boosted by 200%. The system voice turned cold. New rule implemented. One member of every squad has been randomly inflicted with the seal status. The sealed player is paralyzed. They must be carried or rescued by teammates. The hologram displayed a gruesome diagram. Time limit is 30 minutes. Failure to lift the seal results in immediate self-destruction. A timer appeared. New functional items are now available in the rescue zones. Jiang Kai grit his teeth. The rules were getting brutal, pushing everyone to the brink. Self-destruction. A chill ran down his spine. If I hadn't broken free earlier, I would be confetti right now. He quickly scrambled for cover. Round 3. Randomization. Is it me again? He held his breath as the digital clock ticked down. 2. 1. The result flashed before his eyes. Not me. He exhaled, relief washing over him. Suddenly, a strange purple glow on the horizon caught his attention. The violet energy swirled into the air. Jiang Kai tracked it to its source. A mysterious altar surrounded by ancient monoliths. System alert. Rescue zone discovered. Touch the monolith to exchange rescue cards for functional items. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. A shop. He approached the floating interface. Positioning map. Single target teleportation. Target tracking. Debuff removal. Global intel. The inventory was stacked. These weren't just trash items. They were game changers. He froze in front of a specific inscription. Arena duel card. It selects one enemy and one ally, user included, for forced combat. Instant transport to an independent dimension. A duel to the death where no one can interfere. The seal only breaks when a victor is decided. During the duel, players are completely immune to external damage. Price 30 rescue cards. That is over half my stash. It wasn't cheap, but in a system Manhwa, a high price tag usually means god tier power. Gold energy gathered in his palm. A forced one-on-one duel. This is the only offensive card in the deck, and I hate playing defense. With a determined glint in his eye, he went all in. Purchase confirmed. 3 minutes later, the transaction was complete. Balance. 5 rescue cards. Acquired 1 arena duel card, 1 positioning map, and 1 teleport scroll. Seal problem solved. Arsenal upgraded. Now the priority was regrouping with Choo Choo's squad. But a shadow of worry crossed his face. Who got hit with a random seal this time miles away? Ruin Yu stood frozen like a statue, panic rising in his teammates' eyes. Cold sweat drenched Ruin Yu as he realized how truly powerless he was. Yuan Shu instantly grasped the severity of the situation. His voice joining Hu Yan's as they frantically searched for a solution. It seemed the seal had claimed Ruan Yu this time. The third stage had descended with terrifying speed. The ambush nearly killed them. They had secured 4 rescue cards, but the chains remained unbroken. Su Nuanwan recounted their desperate struggle with a trembling voice. Endless combat had bled them dry. Their stamina gauges were flashing red, hovering dangerously close to 0. Hunting for rescue cards was hard enough. Tracking down Jiang Kai in this chaos, that was virtually impossible. Suddenly, the system interface materialized in a cold blue glow. The latest global update flickered to life, revealing a grim reality for this leveling mana competition. The numbers were devastating. Only 305 survivors remained, scattered across just 75 teams. The monster invasion was accelerating out of control. 542 commanders and 61 king-tier beasts were on the prowl. The combat zone had collapsed to a mere 38-kilometer radius. Hu Wen gasped at the death toll. The second stage alone had slaughtered over 600 competitors. With the beast tide rising, there was no turning back. The final, decisive battle was imminent. A snap in the underbrush froze the group in place. Who was there? 2 treacherous figures. Tu Fu and Ba Fei emerged from the shadows with malicious grins. "We have been watching you," one sneered. "Your 4-man squad is crippled. 1 sealed, 1 healer, and 2 injured fighters. Those 4 rescue cards, consider them a gift delivered straight to our doorstep. Like hell, we will let you take them. The trio instantly shifted into a desperate defensive formation. You want to challenge the fire god? Come and try. If you have the guts to die. The aggressors lunged at Su Nuanwan, Hu Yan, and Yuanju, eager to crush the weak. You can barely hold your weapons, yet you try to intimidate us. Pathetic. Slaughter them all and seize the cards. I will take your heads as a trophy. Suddenly, crimson projectiles shrieked through the air. A storm of searing flames engulfed the villains in an instant. Su Nuanwan's eyes lit up as she saw the flaming daggers. Hu Yan felt it too. That signature stealth attack could only belong to one man. Wenju grinned, recognizing the sheer force of the impact. The cavalry had arrived, as expected. The silhouette of Jiang Kai emerged from the smoke like a returning legend. Sorry I'm late. I had to wipe out 3 ambush squads on my way here. The gloom shattered instantly, replaced by a wave of relief at their captain's return. Wenju pinched his own cheek hard. Wait, that hurts. I am not dreaming. But Jiang Kai, were you not sealed away by the system? Hu Yan nodded in confusion. Exactly. We searched everywhere for you. How did you manage to track us down? Jiang Kai replied with a calm demeanor. It is a long story. In Stage 3, the beast tide speed has increased by 200%. We have no time to waste. We need to save Ruin Yu first. Wenju looked at him with concern. But Captain, we are still short 1 rescue card. Ignoring their shock, Jiang Kai produced a card and pressed it against Ruin Yu's frozen form. Instantly, the seal shattered, and Ruin Yu returned to his normal state. I am free at last. The rescue card had successfully purged the imprisonment status. The team stared at him, a mix of shock and exhilaration washing over them. Wait a second. Does this mean you were riding with the rock crystal giant the whole time? To have the guts to exploit a king tier boss, only Captain Jiang Kai could pull off a stunt like that in this awakening era. The king boss did not even deign to look at a hitchhiker. That is arrogance on another level. Yet, thoughts of Leader Wei brought a pang of regret to his heart. It is a shame I still lack the strength to avenge him. Seeing Jiang Kai's frustration, the team immediately rallied. They were determined to lend him their strength. Avenging the squad leader is not a burden you have to carry alone, Su Nuanwan declared. We are in this together. She handed 4 cards to Jiang Kai. Here, these are the 4 gotcha tickets we just looted. Excellent. Adding the 5 special draw cards the system just distributed, Jiang Kai calculated. That brings our total to 23 tickets. We do not know the drop rates or rewards for those special cards yet. We must save them for a critical emergency. Now, for our next move, Jiang Kai laid out the strategy. We need to locate the survivors of the Red Squad and formulate a new battle plan immediately. Trails of fresh blood stained the path ahead. Brother Chen and Brother He supported each other, limping forward in agony. The Pink Squad was in absolute tatters. Suddenly, heavy footsteps crunched against the earth. They flinched in terror, but terror turned to relief as they recognized Jiang Kai's unit. Brother Chen gasped, eyes wide with shock. Little Jiang Kai, how on earth did you pinpoint our coordinates? Wait, did you manage to exchange points for the global information card? Jiang Kai grinned confidently. That is exactly what I did. Brother He looked at the youngsters with deep admiration. We wanted to buy that intel at the safe zone, but we burned all our resources just removing our debuffs. You new generation hunters, you have truly eclipsed the old guard. A sudden thought struck Brother Chen. Wait, what became of the mountain squad? Jiang Kai bowed his head, sorrow weighing down his words. Brother Liu, and the entire team. They were annihilated. The revelation hit the 2 veterans like a sledgehammer, stealing the very breath from their lungs. Yet, fire burned in Jiang Kai's eyes. He surveyed the battered veterans before unveiling his ultimate gambit. Brother Chen, Brother He, I have a plan to rocket us straight to the finals, but be warned it is a path walked on a razor's edge. You must decide if you will bet your lives on me. The 2 men locked eyes, then drove their blades into the earth with ironclad resolve. There is no choice to make. The war with Heisha has already cost us 3 brothers. Every second we live is stolen time. Their fighting spirit erupted from the ashes like a rising phoenix. For the glory of Saint Dao and our fallen kin, I face a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. I will crush all who stand before me. Their roar of defiance ignited the team, but suddenly, agony contorted Brother Chen's face. He collapsed, spewing a violent fountain of blood. Panic swept the group as they rushed to his side. Yet, Brother Chen managed a fragile, self-deprecating smile. Look at me, making a fool of myself. His body convulsed uncontrollably as a cold numbness crept through his veins. He ground his teeth, forcing the words through the pain. This broken body, I will only be a shackle to you all. Fortunately, Su Nuanwan stepped forward, holy light gathering in her palms. Brother Chen, brother, he never say that. Leave the injuries to me. A restorative breeze swept through the clearing as she unleashed her divine arts. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai's squad stood fully restored beneath the canopy of a colossal, ancient tree. Gazing up at the titan of wood and leaf, Brother Chen and Brother He felt a ripple of confusion. Little Jiang, does this tree hold some secret? You brought us here immediately after healing, yet you keep your plan in the shadows. Jiang Kai finally spoke, his mind painting the image of a nightmare. Earlier, I discovered a procession of high-level calamities. A legion of crystalline rock giants. And marching among them, a king-tier boss. I have already tagged it with a tracking card. It is leading the horde directly to us. A confident smirk played on his lips as the trap clicked shut. By riding in their shadow, we bypass every skirmish and coast straight to the endgame. Brother Chen's blood ran cold. You want to do what stalk a king-rank monster? Are you insane? Or do you have a death wish? His pupils quaked in terror, until a spark of understanding pierced the fear. He saw the brilliance hidden within the madness. But in our battered state, this insanity is the only card we have left to survive the night. Exactly. We go all in. Yuan Ju stepped forward, his voice steady as stone. Little Jiang, we trust your judgment. Rest easy. Following anyone else is a grave. But with Jiang Kai, victory is destiny. Boom! A massive foot pulverized the earth, shaking the forest to its core. Jiang Kai signaled sharply. They are here. The team froze, watching leviathans tear through the tree line, annihilating everything in their wake. Jiang Kai barked a silent command. Cling to the timber. As long as our feet do not touch the earth, we remain ghosts to them. The team moved in perfect harmony, vanishing into the canopy. Meanwhile, near the riverbank, a battered figure clawed his way out of the shadows. It was Willis. He slumped by the water, rage boiling in his gut. That was too close. He couldn't fathom how a mere rookie could command a king-rank stone golem. Snap. A twig broke. Willis instantly shifted into a combat stance. Show yourself. He unleashed a devastating strike, reducing a boulder to dust. Soft, mocking footsteps echoed in response. The newcomer was a living legend, wielding 2 god-tier talents, total reincarnation, and the forbidden blood demon arts. A blond man stepped into the light, flanked by the elite squad from Nation J. He looked down at Willis, a predator eyeing wounded prey. Willis stared him down, his mind racing. They might know of my reincarnation trait, but I have only unleashed the blood demon art 3 times. How could they possibly know? The blond man smiled, an expression of supreme, suffocating arrogance. Willis gripped his weapon, his voice a growl. Who exactly are you? The stranger waved a hand dismissively. Relax. I have no interest in crushing you right now. His subordinate tossed a glimmering syringe toward Willis. The blond man smirked. Tier 3 hyper recovery serum. It replaces every drop of blood in your body within 3 minutes. A gift from an alchemist friend. I have no need for it, so take it. He chuckled at the suspicion burning in Willis's eyes, wondering why I'm showing mercy. Or do you think it is poison? How hurtful. Willis didn't flinch, his sword raised in a silent, lethal warning. The stranger winked, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Don't worry. I have too much pride to slaughter a crippled dog. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. You know Jiang Kai, right? Word on the street is shocking. In a world defined by levels, this guy is not even at 40. Yet, he crushed the qualifiers all by himself. I was tied up with an emergency quest. Sadly, missed my chance to crush him personally. What a waste. He reaches a hand toward Willis. A monster like you must be itching to test his limits. Willis grits his teeth. So what? He ignores the taunt, eyes scanning his own injuries. Nasty work. That is king-rank beast damage. The toxin will hit your heart in exactly 3 minutes. 1 ambush right now, and you are dead meat. Is this really how the great legend ends? Willis freezes in place. The stranger leans in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Listen, in this entire tournament, only you and Jiang Kai are worth my time, and I am dying to know. He grins like a wolf spotting prey. Which one of you is truly the strongest? Only the victor earns the right to face me. In a blur of motion, the stranger vanishes and reappears, offering the syringe to the brown-haired subordinate. I doubt our genius friend here will disappoint us. Hesitation flashes for a second. Then, Willis snatches the serum. He leans against a tree and jams the needle straight into his vein. Watching this unfold, Green voices his anxiety. Captain, is arming the enemy really wise? What if this costs us our ranking? Willis stretches lazily, scoffing at the concern. Ranking, who cares about meaningless numbers? I only came because I smelled a challenge. Those military fossils nagged me to death just to be here. I have not had a decent fight back home in ages. I promised top 3, but I decide who stands at the summit. Green falls silent, stunned by the sheer arrogance. As Willis walks away, Green glares at his back, resentment bubbling over. Willis glances over his shoulder, eyes cold as ice. I know you are pissed, but you cannot beat me. Question my orders again, and I will remove you from the game myself. Green stands frozen, thinking, arrogant lunatic. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Jiang Kai's squad. The stone giants march on, shaking the very earth, perched in the canopy. Brother, he gasps. Heishi, this is absolutely legendary. Aside from a few bumps, it has been a free ride. Hu Yan hugs the tree trunk, beaming with pride at their success. Captain Jiang Kai's parasitic beast strategy is pure genius. And did you guys see the solar team earlier? They spotted us right before they got wiped out. Their jaws dropped so hard they nearly hit the ground. Hilarious. Yuanju chimes in. They were plotting to ambush our Sacred Glory Guild, but we crushed their entire nest instead. Justice served cold. But Brother Chen's eyes darkened with regret. If I had possessed this kind of tactical brilliance sooner, the red team would not have lost anyone. Suddenly, the giants slow their thunderous steps, turning into cautious treads. Sunuanwan blinks. Why are they slowing down? Are they out of stamina? Jiang Kai frowns, activating his demon eye. His irises glow with eldritch light. Remember the rules of this elimination game? The monster zone shrinks inward over time. His voice drops low. And directly ahead, I sense a terrifying concealed energy signature. The heavens themselves seem to warp, twisting with bizarre ethereal energy. Jiang Kai's expression darkens. I wondered what force could halt the beast tide, he mutters. Now I see. It is a barrier. Suddenly, the forest screams. The ground trembles violently under a force far greater than the giant's footsteps. Ruan Yu screams, warning of the quake, but Jiang Kai's instincts flare like a warning siren. He snaps his head around, sensing a massive presence barreling toward them. Incoming! Jiang Kai roars. More monsters are on our tail. Unseen by the group, fang nightmares surge from the shadows, eyes burning with bloodlust. Jiang Kai realizes the truth instantly. The stone golems were blind to us, but these new predators, they have the scent of blood. Meanwhile, the colossal giants lumber forward. Their massive forms collide with those strange currents of energy. Moving with the agility of a panther, Jiang Kai scales a tree and launches himself skyward. He seizes the split second his body phases through the transparent barrier. The rest of the team scrambles to follow his lead. Ruan Yu lands and looks back, gasping as the beast slams into the invisible wall. Just as expected. He pants. The barrier rejects them. But Jiang Kai does not celebrate. If that wall falls, we are dead meat, he warns. Taking command, he barks an order. While the phase holds move, we need distance between us and that horde. The team shouts their agreement, sprinting after him. 10 minutes later, the suffocating embrace of the forest still holds them captive. High above, predatory gazes track Jiang Kai's movements. Assassins lurk in the canopy, but Jiang Kai's senses are already screaming. He knows they are being hunted. Instinctively, the team looks up, but Jiang Kai is faster. In a heartbeat, he manifests daggers wreathed in scorching flames. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the fiery blades screaming forward. Hu Yan now, he shouts. She raises her hands, weaving water and frost into a magnificent 8 trigrams formation. Witness the supremacy of silver ice, she shrieked, her voice piercing the air. Tremble, you fools. 2 razor-sharp crescents sliced through the canopy, sending the ambushers crashing to the forest floor. Simultaneously, a massive mace struck the ground, shattering the earth upon impact. It was the Bird Country's tribal squad. The owner of the weapon, a member of the cheetah team, glared at them with predatory eyes. Henry smirked, twirling his heavy weapon with ease. Bursting from the shadows, the Mist Country squads emerged, their voices dripping with mocking praise. The Saint Light team has sharp senses, Alice purred, eyeing Jiang Kai with dangerous interest. Quick reactions, and quite handsome too. Jiang Kai's eyes turned cold, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Did you honestly think we walked into this hell without preparations? He recalled the moment 3 minutes ago, when Swan had checked the interface. A global notification had flashed before them, a chilling update for this leveling mana survival game. Current survivors, 25. Teams remaining 11. Monster invasion progress 1,400 units. Commander grade beast 100. King grade beasts detected. Safe zone radius 298 kilometers. Yuanju gasped in disbelief. Only 11 teams left already. Swan remained terrifyingly calm. The monster pressure is forcing everyone toward the center. She analyzed. Encounter rates are spiking. The slaughter will only intensify. Hishushi's battle royale is reaching its climax. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, the gravity of the situation settling in. Excluding our Saint Light team, the other 9 squads likely share national origins. They know each other's skills and have formed alliances. A heavy silence fell over the group as the truth sank in. We must assume the remaining squads have united to crush Saint Light. We are the targets. Jiang Kai scanned the dense tree line. Hey, Shushi's forest is a natural blind spot. The enemy is waiting. Stay sharp, he commanded. At the first sign of movement, unleash hell. Back in the present, the Flying Bird and Paladin squads of the enemy nation stepped forward, their faces twisted in disdain. Oi, Alice, stop drooling over the enemy, one shouted. We kill the Saint Light dogs first. We can settle the score between our three nations later. Brother Chin and Ha looked nervous. Ha whispered. Little Jiang was right. They really have formed a massive alliance against us, Jiang Kai demanded. Is this all of you? But his mind raced. Something felt off. He had sensed a familiar, sinister aura moments ago. Henry swung his mace, sneering. I can turn you into meat paste all by myself, brat. But suddenly, ice spikes flew past him. William roared, Jiang Kai is my prey. The attack pierced Henry's arm before he could even blink. As his limb was severed, his lackey screamed in horror and charged forward. Boss! Boss! They cried. Oblivious to the Reaper behind them, William's blade flashed, slicing horizontally through all three men in a single bloody stroke. Watching them fall, William laughed maniacally. Lucky me. Less competition. Suddenly, a voice dripped with venom. Jiang Kai? Surprised, Willis stepped out from the shadows, eyes full of contempt. In the end, you and your trash team are just bugs dancing in the palm of my hand. The team froze. But Jiang Kai spoke calmly. So, you survived. You. His eyes drifted to the blonde man, Willis, smirking behind William. Those two Jiang Kai analyzed. They do not look like citizens of Country Y, especially that blonde one. His presence is unnatural. Hu Yan shifted into a combat stance, voice trembling with rage. You killed Brother Lu. Today, blood pays for blood. Ruin you, and Yuanzu roared in unison. That is right. Willis lunged, thrusting his weapon forward. You lack even the qualification to beg for mercy at my feet. Jiang Kai leaped back, launching 3 blades. Drop the arrogance, he shouted. I will take your head as an offering to Brother Lu. William carved a deep gouge into the earth, barking orders. Saint Light has the numbers. Wipe out their squad while they are distracted. Alice raised her hand, casting the scripture of repentance. Don't tell me what to do, she huffed. A blinding magical light erupted. Jiang Kai's team stood paralyzed as a pale purple mist swallowed them. Wenzu, Ranyu, Sanan, Huyan. One by one, they froze. The mist locked their bodies in place. Jiang Kai spun around, horror dawning as he saw the containment sphere trapping his friends. Seizing the opening, William and his pack charged in for the kill. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, rage burning in his chest like an inferno. Damn it! It is mind control sorcery. If I do not act, they are dead. Abandoning the duel, he sprinted toward them. I have to save them first. But Willis refused to let Jiang Kai go. Soaring into the sky, he sneered with lethal intent. Little brat, didn't I tell you, you are nothing but my prey. Willis unleashed his phantom invincible slash, but Jiang Kai roared, manifesting a blur of arcane magic that shot toward Willis, catching the villain completely off guard. On the other side of the screen, then Fong, Hishian, and Wei Ying watched the battle with bated breath. Then Fong couldn't hold back his shock. That was too dangerous. Jiang Kai nearly got sliced in half. Jiang Kai's teammates trembled under Alice's debuff. One subordinate fell to his knees, begging, Oh God, please forgive me. I am a sinner. Wei Ying grit his teeth in frustration. It is the pious repentance skill. He unleashes a spirit control hex, drowning his victim in an endless abyss of guilt. The more you resist, the heavier the sin weighs on your soul, until the will to fight is completely crushed. Suddenly, a fist slams onto the table in fury. Jiang Kai can barely shield his own mind. Damn it, is the Holy Light squad really facing total annihilation here? Suddenly, glass shatters. Ruin Yu smashes a wine bottle and bellows, Repent for what I haven't done anything wrong. The trio watching the screen jumps at his sudden drunken outburst. With a goofy grin plastered on his face, he charges forward with his shield. Hey, beautiful, your big brother is coming for you. He swings his sword wildly at Alice, making her shriek. What the hell? Alice frantically blocks the strike with her staff, her voice shrill with panic. Get away from me, you fat loser. The binding spell instantly shatters brother. He turns to brother Chen, completely confused. We were under a mental lock just now. How did it suddenly break? Hu Yan explains quickly. It is that guy, Ruin Yu. He gains natural resistance to mental attacks when he's drunk. Just like when he faced the Banshee's scream, another bottle smashes. Yuan Tu leaps 30 feet into the air. Sparks fly from his body. His voice is steady as steel. I am the first war god, gods or demons. I cut them all. Kill. With a roar, Yuan Tu slams his blade into the earth, triggering a massive explosion that blasts the enemy's back. He rests his greatsword on his shoulder, overflowing with arrogance. You want to touch my people? Ask my sword first. William gasps in horror. That is origin power. Su Nuan Nuan and Hu Yan cheer in unison. Ruin Yu Yuan Tu, great job. Brother Chen stands there, dumbfounded. They turn into completely different people when they drink. High above, Willis watches the standoff between the brothers and Jiang Kai. Rim, who do you think is stronger between those two? Rim answers slowly. I do not know. It looks like neither side has gone all out yet. Willis flips a coin with a single finger, grinning. Bingo, as expected. Even you noticed it. He crushes the coin in his fist. A terrifying killing intent radiates from his body. His voice drops to a whisper. Then it is time to give these two lazy cats a little wake-up call. A blinding pillar of light shoots up from the center of the forest, sending out a massive shockwave. The system interface appears, signaling a classic twist in this leveling manhwa. Stage 4 of the global tournament has begun, and the monster barrier collapses instantly. Willis smirks. Looks like I do not need to get my hands dirty. The furious roars of monsters echo from the distance. Jiang Kai glances over, sweat beading on his forehead. Crap. It is the monster horde. We cannot fight that many boss-tier enemies at once. He leaps up, throwing a hand of cards. Death card. Go! Jiang Kai thinks. I need to kill the opponent fast and end this battle. But his death card pierces nothing but a wooden log. Jiang Kai realizes too late. Not good. It is a substitution jutsu. Willis has already vanished. Reappearing directly behind Huyan, he whispers chillingly, Jiang Kai, do you know how to make a blade sharper? Jiang Kai screams, Huyan, look out! But the words barely leave his lips before Willis skewers Huyan through the stomach. He laughs cruelly. It gets sharper when it tastes the blood of its prey. Jiang Kai sprints forward, roaring, Huyan. Suddenly, the ground cracks open, level 70. Poison fang centipedes burst from the fissures. Jiang Kai looks back at the beasts, clicking his tongue in frustration. Those damn animals are already attacking us. On the other side, Willis's eyes go wide. Despite the stab wound, Huyan twists her body to face him. She grips his arm tightly, growling, You think you can run. Ice spreads rapidly, freezing Willis's arm. She trembles. It is time for the hunter and prey to switch places. Willis turns pale, muttering, I did not expect this girl to... Huyan summons her last ounce of strength. Su Nuan Nuan, do it now. Hearing the command, Su Nuan Nuan charges, throwing poison orbs at Willis. I have been waiting for this. He instantly activates Shadow Escape Blood Cicada Shell. Crimson wings unfurl from his back as he sneers in disgust. In the end, you aren't combat classes, all. You are too weak. The poison vials shatter harmlessly on the ground. Willis easily shatters the ice binding him, leaving Huyan in shock. He rips his blade out of her body, making Huyan scream in agony. Willis speaks casually. Consider yourselves lucky. If I wasn't short on time, I wouldn't let you die so easily. Su Nuan Nuan sees her friend collapse and rushes over. Huyan. Willis teleports behind Su Nuan Nuan in the blink of an eye, mocking her. Little sister, you should worry about yourself first. Phantom invincible slash. The sharp blade is inches from Su Nuan Nuan's neck. But from the distance, Jiang Kai roars, Arena card. He throws a gold card that pierces through the monster horde. Willis grits his teeth as the card flies straight at him. A massive explosion erupts, trapping them in a sphere of smoke. The system quickly displays a notification. Target forcibly bound. Entering arena mode with the user. Confirm entry. Jiang Kai's answer cuts through the air, his eyes cold as steel. Confirm. The agent from Heisha is a calamity waiting to happen. I have to end this. Personally. Willis scans the area, panic flickering in his gaze as his limbs lock up. It's unnatural. The very space around Jiang Kai freezes, suspending time itself in a suffocating grip. Meanwhile, tragedy strikes on the sidelines. Su Nuan Nuan frantically pours mana into Huyan, her sobs racking her small frame. Huyan, please don't move. Just let me heal you. But Huyan's face is deathly pale, drained of all color. Her voice trembles, weak as a fading candle. Nuan Nuan, save your stamina. Your healer's heart skill. It might be our last trump card. Tears carve paths down Nuan Nuan's cheeks as she shakes her head violently. No, I won't abandon you. Huyan's trembling hand reaches up, brushing away a tear. Don't cry. We forced that bastard to burn his escape skill. That counts as a victory, doesn't it? Suddenly, particles of light begin to flake off Huyan's body. She's fading. Her whisper is barely audible. Help Captain Jiang Kai. Promise me, you'll win this. Huyan. Su Nuan Nuan crushes the fading light to her chest, wailing in pure despair. Seeing the chaos, the American team smells blood. That healer is the weak link. Kill her now! But before they can strike, Yuan Ju launches into the heavens. His body explodes with crackling lightning. He roars like a thunder god descending. My friend is the companion of a war god filth, like you aren't worthy to even breathe the same air. Boom! His blade obliterates the earth, unleashing a shockwave that blasts the mob helplessly into the sky. But from the blind spot, William lunges, his face twisted in a mask of pure rage. You bastard, exposing your back to the enemy. His dagger gleams with malice. That's the last fatal mistake you will ever make. Shadow poison strike, yet Yuanju spins with supernatural grace, the blade cutting nothing but air. The system screen flashes. His agility stats have just skyrocketed. Meanwhile, the camera snaps to the main event, the ultimate showdown, Jiang Kai versus Willis. The two predators stand locked in a death stare. They are isolated from the world, trapped within a shimmering cage of high-tier barrier magic. Outside, the poison fang beast roars, slashing razor-sharp teeth against the barrier. Clang. Useless. It's impenetrable. Inside, Jiang Kai's eyes narrow into slits. His movement techniques are ghostly. Jiang Kai analyzes. I can't give him a single pixel of breathing room. Not one. Catching Jiang Kai's intensity, Willis smirks with overflowing arrogance. He shifts into the time gambler stance, readying his ghost hand cards. I need to crush him instantly. Willis vanishes into a blur of speed. Bloodlust, blizzard slash. The assassin's blade dances through the air, a steel wall deflecting every single one of Jiang Kai's projectiles. Clang clang. Jiang Kai grits his teeth. My fatal critical strike should multiply the force 100-fold. Does this guy possess a hard counter to critical damage? Willis unleashes a hurricane of sword strikes, intercepting Jiang Kai's attacks with terrifying precision. Slow. You are way too slow. The assassin cackles maniacally, mocking his prey. Is that it? Jiang Kai, your speed is absolutely pathetic. Yet, the protagonist refuses to yield. He launches a storm of razor-edged cards, filling the sky, even as Willis parries them with insulting ease. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, the mysterious spectators lounge on a flying carpet. They watch the life and death struggle like it's a mere movie. The observer rests his chin on his hand, eyes gleaming with amusement. One is cunning and unpredictable, the other is lightning fast. How thrilling. Heishu truly represents the peak of leveling mana entertainment. I wonder, which monster will crawl out alive? Suddenly, the poison fang beast spots the fresh meat. It launches a glob of toxic slime. Swoosh. The magic carpet shoots upward instantly, barely evading the corrosive venom. Grim steps forward, his body erupting with ominous purple mana. Shadow ambush. The two vanish into thin air, leaving the monster completely bewildered. The beast scans the sky, finds nothing, and retreats into the dark forest. The observer chuckles. Your stealth skills are terrifyingly convenient, my friend. Now, let's enjoy the show. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai strains his vision to the breaking point. Ghost eye focus. Maximum output. He vaults into the air, dodging a lethal combo while firing a fresh volley of death, seeing Willis's smug face. The truth finally hits him like a lightning bolt. I was wrong. He isn't nullifying the critical hits at all. At the very last microsecond, he strikes the side of my cards using minimal force. He's just deflecting their trajectory. He's guiding them into the impenetrable arena floor to cancel out the explosive kinetic energy. Seeing Willis lunge, Jiang Kai makes a choice. Head-on charge, go. He screams, hurling a card with everything he has. Willis counters instantly. Bloodlust Ghost Burst. A massive smoky explosion consumes the stage. The card pierces the smoke, hitting nothing but air. Willis has vanished. Jiang Kai's face twists in pure frustration. Damn it. He slipped away again. How many survival skills does this rat have? We're trapped in this tiny cage, yet my Reaper card still can't find its mark. He summons a radiant card, blindingly bright. Holy Light Halo. I'll restrict his movement and force him out of the shadows. But before he can cast, his pupils shrink in terror. A cold, deathly presence materializes directly behind him. Madness dances in Willis's eyes as his blade seeks flesh. A true assassin moves like a phantom, he whispers with sadistic glee. Blood-drained spikes. Spikes erupt from the blade, digging deeper and deeper into Jiang Kai's body. The main character throws his head back, screaming in agonizing pain, but then, snap. Jiang Kai's hand locks onto Willis's wrist like a steel vice. He turns, eyes burning with fury as blinding light gathers in his palm. Willis doesn't flinch. His expression drips with utter contempt. Pathetic. Hishishi's resistance is nothing but the final twitch of a dying insect. You aren't even worth the dirt on my boots. Willis flexed, and a thick, pitch-black aura oozed from his arm like living sludge. Jiang Kai faltered, eyes widening. What the hell is that energy? Willis grinned, the taste of victory already on his tongue. Did you think this blade only thirsts for blood? You actually tried to trade your life for mine? How adorably naive. Blood sacrifice. He drove the blade clean through Jiang Kai's torso. The scream that ripped from the boy's throat was bone-chilling. Outside the barrier, Yuanshu watched in absolute horror. Ruan Yu trembled uncontrollably, and his pupils quaked in panic as he witnessed the grievous wound. From the distance, Su Nuan saw the nightmare unfold. Jiang Kai, completely engulfed by crimson tendrils. She screamed in terror, but that sound was a dinner bell for the giant beast nearby. The colossus erupted from the earth, targeting the healer. Look out, Utran, and Anhi threw themselves into the fray, intercepting the monster just in time to save her. Watch out. Yuanshu lost all reason. charging forward in a blind rage. I will kill you. This is unforgivable. Seeing the opening, William and his goons swarmed him instantly. Ruin Yu tried to rush in as support, but she was cut off before she could take a single step. A brutal kick sent her sword flying. Alice stepped in with her crew, grinning like a hyena circling a carcass. A coward trying to play hero? Know your place, or you die right here. Meanwhile, back in the cage, the situation was dire. The blood sacrifice lifted Jiang Kai into the air before slamming him violently into the concrete floor. That impact took half his life bar instantly. Willis retracted his blade, smirking in cold triumph. As the dust settled, it revealed Jiang Kai broken, battered, and soaked in his own blood. He lay there, motionless. Outside the barrier, Su Nuan was losing her mind. She hammered against the energy wall, desperate to reach him, while Jiang Kai's consciousness began to fade into the dark. Su Nuan stared at the unmoving body, her heart shattering. Jiang Kai. He is hurt so badly. Is he even breathing? Tears streamed down her face as panic set in. She frantically cast her healing spell. Hold on, I will save you. But as the magic touched the barrier, a cruel system window popped up. Error. Target is currently in an unhealable state. Her heart stopped. What? No, that can't be high above. Grim finally spoke. Analyzing the tech. That light barrier, it completely severs the space from the outside world. Willis nodded, eyes narrowing. Dying, yet denied healing. It seems Willis is the superior predator today. He recalled his last encounter with this audacious brat. He remembered the boy's arrogant words, "If you see a holy light user, kneel and walk the other way." Willis watched the broken boy intently. He's Shishi's kid. He really is fascinating. But Willis looked completely drained. His mood swung wildly from the intensity of the battle. Meanwhile, Grim couldn't shake a sudden sinking feeling of disappointment washing over him. Back in the military command room, Heavenly Angel and his elite entourage monitored the battlefield situation. Wong was the first to break the heavy silence. Consider this. Jiang Kai hasn't even hit level 30 yet, defying every leveling trope. He stood his ground against a top-tier combatant exceeding level 60. Heavenly Angel nodded solemnly. He gave it everything he had. Make no mistake. Heavenly Angel's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade as he issued a warning. Etch this name into your memories. In this recap, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. There will come a day when he becomes the single greatest threat to St. Glory. Even seeing the main character broken and defenseless, the enemy refused to show mercy. Willis unleashed another brutal volley of sword strikes. Jiang Kai, already battered, could only let out a pained groan. The villain paused, eyeing his prey. Was the boy finally broken beyond repair? There was no resistance at all. Willis sneered, his arrogance overflowing. Have you finally accepted your pathetic destiny? Jiang Kai trembled, teeth clenched tight to suppress his agony. Surely this was the end. But then, a smirk curled Jiang Kai's bloody lips. A golden card materialized in his palm, pulsing with light. He gripped it tight, his eyes burning not with fear, but with wild anticipation. The card shattered into a blinding golden dimension. Jiang Kai's broken body floated at the center of a colossal ancient clock, ready to be forged anew. A holographic interface flashed, a classic system mechanic user status near death. Hidden effect, God of the Wheel of Fate activated. The gears of destiny began to turn. Do you wish to spin the wheel? His physical form looked as fragile as a wisp of cloud, but his spirit was iron. Spin it, he commanded with absolute resolve. The massive clock hands began to tick, accelerating until they became a blur of motion. The hour and second hands whirred like a hurricane. Then snap, silence. Both hands froze perfectly at the number 0. The Wheel of Fate had made its choice. System notifications cascaded down like rain. Reward acquired primary force attack talent. Duration 60 seconds. Passive effect talent activation doubled. Force power doubled. However, infinite power demands a heavy toll. The system penalty triggered immediately. Select a talent to seal away. Duration 10 minutes. Due to the double activation, the cost was far steeper. You must now sacrifice 2 active talents for the next 10 agonizing minutes. The system menu unfurled before him. His options: super multiplication, super critical hit, agility enhancement, and the ultimate technique, deceiving the heavens. Please make your sacrifice. Jiang Kai did not hesitate for even a single heartbeat. He locked in his selection instantly, sacrificing super multiplication and agility enhancement. His mind worked with the cold precision of a machine. Clones were useless in a one-on-one duel to the death. And mere agility buffs, they would never let him outrun a monster like Willis. No. He needed raw, destructive power to exploit a single fatal opening. He was betting everything on super critical hit. A cold blue aura wrapped around him as the system confirmed the trade. Super multiplication and agility enhancement invalidated. Congratulations, you have obtained the primordial force attack. Heishi's power surged within him, ready to fortify his defense or unleash devastating elemental destruction. Jiang Kai's spiritual form blazed with such intensity that it nearly dissolved into pure light. His consciousness slammed back into reality with a violent jolt. Damn it, he thought. My life force is still leaking away like water from a cracked jar. The Wheel of Fate had granted him power, but it had refused him a miracle. It could not repair a body already knocking on death's door. Darkness threatened to swallow him whole, but then a sudden warmth flooded his veins. Green healing glyphs erupted everywhere, stitching his broken flesh back together. His pupils dilated, suddenly igniting with a crimson flame. Back in the real world, Willis loomed over the broken heap of his enemy. Seconds ticked by. Strange, he muttered. The body isn't dissipating. Is this insect still clinging to life? A cruel, twisted smirk returned to Willis's face. He twirled his blade with a flourish, preparing for the final execution. The shadowless invincible strike would erase Jiang Kai from existence. Snap, Jiang Kai's eyes flew open. The red glow exploded into a blazing inferno. His power erupted outwards, a true mana awakening. He bolted upright, teeth grinding, glaring at Willis with a rage that could tear the heavens apart. Moving faster than thought, he unleashed the Fate Pursuit technique. Willis, arrogant to the very end, never expected a corpse to bite back. The attack slammed home with bone-crushing force. What? Willis gasped in disbelief as they both skidded to a halt. Jiang Kai stared him down, his voice dripping with absolute zero ice. I told you. When you see someone from St. Glory, you kneel and crawl the other way. Tang Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Am I going senile? Or did that actually just happen? Even Heavenly Angel was shaken to his core. He didn't just see it, he felt it. The sheer combat power. The tsunami of fighting spirit erupting from that boy. It was suffocating. What in the world is going on? Wei Yang stood there, jaw slack. Grim was equally paralyzed, the words dying in his throat. Impossible. Meanwhile, Willis leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with mania. Well, now things just got interesting. On the field, Willis wiped a streak of blood from his lip. Do you possess a self-regeneration talent? He demanded. Jiang Kai did not answer. He stood like a statue, his mind drifting back to the preparation phase. Flashback 1 hour ago. The team huddled together, eyes glued to the glowing golden card in Jiang Kai's hand. This is the arena card, he explained. It cost me 30 rescue tickets. It traps one enemy and one ally in an isolated dimension. Total immunity to outside interference. A duel to the death. Only death ends the lock. Henan's face paled. An isolated dimension, she stammered. If damage can't get in, that means support can't get in either, right? If you get critically injured, you're just left to the mercy of fate. Ruan Yu nodded grimly. Exactly. But then, Su Nuan perked up. Wait, I might have a workaround. Professor Lee's latest prototype, the symbiotic pupils. She revealed 2 crystal artifacts shaped like flowers, one azure, one rose pink. They pulsed with an otherworldly luminescence. The wearers of the blue and red petals share a spiritual link. It can even bypass spatial barriers to transfer energy. The transmission loss is currently about 10%. She handed the pink crystal to him, leaving the team stunned. Jiang Kai looked at her with serious eyes. Su Nuan, even bypassing the barrier. A 10% energy burn is dangerous. Unless it is absolutely critical, do not activate it. Prioritize your own safety. Su Nuan smiled, agreeing without a hint of hesitation. I promise. Back in the present, Jiang Kai glanced past the shimmering energy barrier. There, slumped on the ground, was Su Nuan. She was trembling violently, drained of all strength. She forced her head up, eyes locking onto him through the void. Jiang Kai, you have to win. With those final words, she collapsed, her avatar fading into particles of light. As the last pink sparkles of her presence vanished, Jiang Kai felt her strength coursing through his veins. I will, he vowed, his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. We fight together now. Jiang Kai's resolve hardened into unbreakable steel. Su Nuan triggered her symbiotic link, pouring every ounce of her life force into him. Willis threw his head back, laughing like a madman, his arrogance flooding the battlefield. Jiang Kai, you exhausted your spirit just to drag me into this barrier? Did you think this pathetic trap would stop me? I am unstoppable. Once I paint the ground with your blood, every single member of Holy Light will follow you to the grave. The sheer audacity of those words ignited a raging fire in Jiang Kai's heart, gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked. The main character shifted into his ultimate combat stance, as aura exploded from his body, weaving together into a terrifying geometric formation the death card skill. A torrent of blue devastation surged forward, clashing head-on against Willis's crimson aura in a violent collision. The two forces slammed together, birthing a cataclysmic shockwave. Jiang Kai's eyes darted frantically, hunting for a single weakness. Suddenly, a mysterious tome shot out from the energy stream like a hidden phantom dagger. Willis froze, his mind reeling. A ranged attack, but his class isn't a martial artist. Shaking off the shock, Willis charged, roaring, "Trash belongs in the garbage bin. I will snap every bone in your wretched body and drag your soul down to hell myself." In a heartbeat, Willis closed the distance, his blade descending in a storm of blood. But Jiang Kai merely watched, his gaze cold as glacial ice. Gaze cold as, "Your blade is too slow." Suddenly, the gravity beneath Willis collapsed, the earth shattered, and panic flooded his veins. "No, impossible? Is this a joke?" Jiang Kai let out a mocking laugh. "Now tell me, who is the real trash?" A hidden artifact at Willis's waist detonated with scorching firepower, ripping a gut-wrenching scream from his throat. Agony tore through his very being. He couldn't accept reality. His eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting from the strain. How? How could I lose? Faced with Jiang Kai's overwhelming dominance, Willis had no choice but to accept his grim fate. Blade strikes carved through his flesh until he collapsed. Blood sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. As the barrier shattered, his digital avatar finally disintegrated into nothingness. Jiang Kai watched the scene in silence, a heavy weight lifting from his soul, and finally, the monsters in the area froze, turning into statues in the corners of the battlefield. Nearby lay the scattered remains of Willis's squad, but elsewhere, enemy soldiers were driving their blades straight toward Brother Chen's chest. Brother Chen roared in fury, "You dare try to destroy Holy Light!" An explosion of aura blasted the soldiers backward. "If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my corpse." He drove his sword into them, choosing mutual destruction over defeat. In that glorious final moment, he felt truly invincible. As the avatars of Brother Chen and Ha faded away, the torch was passed. Yuanju, gripping a blade wreathed in flames, charged forward. Their final message echoed in his mind. "The rest is up to you." Yuanju's blade pierced his opponent's shoulder, pinning him to a tree like an insect. He sneered, "Open your eyes. This is the price for provoking the #1 war god." The enemy ground his teeth in agony, unable to move. But William, desperate and vicious, drove his hand into Yuanju's gut. He was playing a twisted game of, "If I die, you die with me." "Don't think you'll survive this," William shrieked. Meanwhile, Alice was in dire straits. A massive beast charged at her, shattering the very earth with its thunderous steps. As the dust settled from the destruction, Alice stood revealed, her body covered in bruises and countless wounds. Guan Yu struggled to his feet. Despite the chaos, his eyes lit up seeing Alice, even battered and bruised. Her fiery beauty couldn't be hidden. "That girl has spirit. I like it." But suddenly, a horde of starving beasts emerged from the shadows. Alice screamed in terror. "Damn it, it's a beast tide." Willis, floating comfortably on his magic carpet, looked down with a smirk. "Oh my, looks like the adorable little ones are hungry." Meanwhile, Jiang Kai lay motionless on the ground. Yanju and William were locked in a gruesome stalemate, sword and body, hand and gut neither willing to let go. Ruan Yu trembled, barely suppressing a groan of pain. Alice leaned heavily on her staff, fighting just to stay upright. Willis chuckled darkly. "It seems my pets will finish the job before you warriors can settle the score." On cue, the savage monster horde rushed in. Seeing the end approaching, the hand buried in Yuanju's stomach began to glow ominously. Yuanju shouted in horror, "William has gone completely berserk. The beast tide is here." "Let's go to hell together, you dog!" William screamed, but suddenly, a streak of fire cut through the air. A throwing knife pierced William, instantly snatching Yuanju from the jaws of death. A curdling scream echoed. Jiang Kai, chest heaving, lowered his hand. The blade had found its mark. "It is finally over." Miraculously, the lead monsters turned and fled. Seeing this, the rest of the horde hesitated, then retreated in a mass exodus. Everyone froze. The beast tide is retreating. Suddenly, a pillar of divine light descended from the heavens. A system interface appeared. A classic scene from the annals of system lore. A blue holographic notification shattered the silence. The top 3 teams of the Global Domination Tournament had finally been decided. All survivors will now be fully healed. Performance calculation initiating. As the robotic voice faded, a divine golden light bathed the arena. Jiang Kai watched his body knit itself back together in real time. Beside him, Yuan Wu coughed, eyes widening in awe as his fatal wounds vanished into mist. Ruan Yu, still delirious from the battle, clung to a monster's tail like it was a body pillow. "Oh, my beauty. Such incredible elasticity." Alice, fully healed but traumatized, jumped back in sheer horror. Jiang Kai stared at his throwing knives, a predator's grin slowly spreading across his face. "My power. It's all rushing back." Ruan Yu finally snapped out of his daze. locking eyes with the visibly disgusted monster he was fondling. Triple Gie, a monster. He scrambled away in a panic and tackled Jiang Kai in a desperate hug. Jiang Kai sighed. Ruin you. Are you all right? Calculating. The system projected a massive hologram into the sky, tallying survivors and rescue cards to determine the final hierarchy. First up, Alice stepped forward to receive a golden key. Rank 3, Noble Squad, Nation N, 1 survivor, 38 rescue cards, reward key to the Maitreya Asura realm. Next, the spotlight shifted to Willis. Rank 2, Angler Squad, Nation J, 2 survivors, 98 rescue cards, reward 2 keys. Willis scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Only second place. He dangled the keys, whining to his teammate with feigned sorrow. Gem, I worked so hard, yet we still lost. My heart is shattered into a million pieces, and you won't even comfort me. And finally, the champions. Rank 1, Holy Light Fire God Squad, 3 survivors, 108 rescue cards. Reward 3 keys to the Maitreya Asura realm. Wenwu stood there, completely dumbfounded. Jiang Kai snatched the keys from the air, grinning mischievously at his frozen teammate. What are you standing there for? You living statue? His smile was radiant, holy light was victorious. Reality finally crashed down on Yuan Wu and Ruan Yu. Screaming with pure ecstasy, they tackled Jiang Kai in a massive victory pylon. We actually won. I knew it. I never doubted us for a second. The command center erupted into absolute chaos as the screens broadcasted every second of the glorious triumph to the world. Commander Shenfong was reeling from the shock, stammering, Am I dreaming right now? It's the alcohol saint? Our alcohol saint just took the global #1 spot. The entire hall exploded with joy, officers jumping in the air like excited schoolchildren. General Wei Ying gazed up at the screen, unable to hold back his admiration. Fire God. You did magnificent work today. Tianchen turned around with absolute gravitas, demanding attention. Everyone listen to me. He clenched his right hand into a fist over his heart, his voice trembling with raw emotion. Heishi's victory belongs to every hero who risked death on that battlefield. Heishi is the unyielding military spirit of the Sacred Glory faction. Tianchen pressed his hand firmer against his chest, his voice booming with majestic pride. Starting today, the name of Sacred Glory will echo across the entire globe. General Wei Ying, Commander Shenfong, and the others felt their hearts swell with patriotism. They saluted in unison, voices thundering, Yes, sir. The system rewards for this hidden quest were rumored to be absolutely legendary. Massive treasure chests began to materialize from the void, one by one. System announcement. The global arena zone will close in 10 minutes. Victorious teams, please claim your keys. You may re-enter the arena on the 15th at 1 p.m. to explore the lost ruins and unlock the mystic treasury. The blue barrier began to fade into nothingness as the system retracted all rescue and skill cards. A blue vortex swirled open the dimensional gateway home. Please exit the arena immediately via the teleportation formation. Alice dragged her feet toward the portal, complaining with every step. Finally, I need a bubble bath. I'm covered in slime and sweat. It's disgusting. Wenwu saw the crowd dispersing and threw his arm around Ruan Yu, buzzing with adrenaline. Let's go, Jiang Kai. We have to rush back and tell the Warmth Guild the good news. Ruan Yu beamed, nodding aggressively. Jiang Kai's gaze lingered on the scene, his eyes hardening with resolve. The sacrifices made today, they finally paid off. Suddenly, his instincts flared. His eyes darted to the side, sharp as daggers. Jiang Kai noticed Green and Willis whispering in the shadows. Those two. Their presence was impossible to ignore. He analyzed them silently, his mental guard instantly going up. Nothing about this was simple. To hoard 98 rescue cards? That required power that defied logic. And to form an alliance with someone as arrogant and tyrannical as Vasad? Jiang Kai replayed a scene from the battle in his mind. I remember clearly. They used some kind of hidden technique to erase their presence entirely. In a typical leveling dungeon, that's a broken mechanic. The monsters didn't even look at them. He focused, trying to deduce their true objective. A bad premonition settled in his gut like cold lead. That guy is far more dangerous than he looks. Suddenly, Willis snapped his head around and looked directly at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai was taken aback. He noticed me. Willis began walking slowly toward Jiang Kai, his intentions unreadable. He stopped and flashed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He extended a hand. Greetings, Jiang Kai. I'm Willis. I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Kai kept his face stone cold, refusing to lower his guard for a split second. You know exactly who I am. Willis laughed, a hollow sound meant to diffuse the thick killing intent in the air. Don't be so uptight, my friend. Your potential, it far exceeds my wildest imagination. That performance today, breathtaking. Though, I must admit, I am dying to know about your hidden class. Jiang Kai didn't give him an inch of ground. He turned his back immediately, his voice cold as steel. If memory serves, you run with VSAT's crew. I don't recall us being friends. Jiang Kai signaled his team. Yuan Shu, Ruan Yu, let's move. He drew a hard line instantly, wanting nothing to do with this snake. His instincts screamed danger. It was best not to get tangled up with a chaotic character like Willis. Yuan Shu and Ruan Yu saw their leader's sharp reaction and followed without question, but Willis wasn't done playing games. With a burst of supernatural speed, he flickered out of existence and reappeared directly in front of Jiang Kai, blocking the path. Yuan Shu saw the threat and surged forward in a rage. Hey, this loser still has the nerve to show his face. If you want to fight, bring it. Willis stood there, a cunning smirk playing on his lips as he condensed raw energy into a small, unstable blue orb. Jiang Kai reacted like lightning. He shoved his friend back and launched himself into the fray. Yuan Shu, stay back. Jiang Kai threw 3 throwing knives. But the blue orb seemed to possess a mind of its own. It dodged the blades effortlessly and shot straight for his throat. Jiang Kai's daggers missed their mark, burying themselves harmlessly in the dirt. The blue orb hovered inches from his face. Jiang Kai froze, caught completely off guard by the sheer strangeness of this attack. Ruan Yu and Yuan Shu screamed in terror, Captain Jiang Kai, move! But Jiang Kai was paralyzed, locked in place by the orb's impossible speed. It was too fast to track. Just as it was about to make contact, the orb suddenly swerved, shot up into the sky, and detonated. A massive shockwave rippled through the space, but the fragments of the orb didn't vanish into the ether. They began to reassemble. The energy transformed into a physical letter, sealed with a grim skull emblem. The letter drifted down, landing softly in Jiang Kai's open hand. A distinct blue mana glowed from the parchment, the undeniable signature of its owner. Jiang Kai stared at it, bewildered by the display of control. Mission accomplished. Willis and Grimm turned, walking casually toward the portal. Before vanishing, Willis offered a polite, chilling farewell. It was a pleasure meeting you. Jiang Kai and his 2 teammates stood there, completely confused by the bizarre encounter. Willis paused, savoring the fear he had planted. I look forward to our reunion. Jiang Kai watched him leave, a deep sense of unease taking root in his heart. Grimm followed Willis into the teleportation gate, shaking. He hesitated before speaking. That thing you gave Jiang Kai? What was it if the military finds out we're meddling? Before he could finish, 3 energy arrows materialized from thin air. They grazed Grimm's scalp, severing a lock of hair that drifted slowly to the ground. Grimm froze, terrified by Willis's dark gaze. Willis's face darkened, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper that chilled the air. Stop meddling in my business. I hate repeating myself. Then, in an instant, Willis stretched and yawned, his demeanor flipping as if nothing had happened. I think I'm hungry. What should I treat myself to for dinner? Grimm wiped cold sweat from his forehead, whispering, that was too close. Back at the main god guild, Jiang Kai, Ruan Yu, and Yuan Shu huddled together in the strategy room. Yuan Shu looked nervously at the item in Jiang Kai's hand. Jiang Kai, are you still stressing about that mysterious letter? As soon as Jiang Kai touched it, a magic circle flared to life, emitting a frost aura that froze his fingertips instantly. Jiang Kai flinched, frowning at the aggressive reaction. He pulled his hand back, curiosity burning in his eyes. I wonder what is hidden inside. I haven't been able to open it since I got it. Ruan Yu suddenly piped up. Captain, I just remembered in this kind of system, mana setting, there is a class called Alchemist. They have the power to create items with special magical properties and locks. Maybe this letter has a specific alchemist seal on it. Jiang Kai visualized the concept, repeating the words slowly. An alchemist and a magical seal. Yuan Shu's voice dropped to a grim growl. That Willis guy? His aura screams treachery. Who knows what kind of dirty trap he planted inside that seal, Jiang Kai? Maybe we should get the military to scan it for curses. Jiang Kai didn't answer. He just stood there, his mind calculating possibilities like a supercomputer. No, that man is a hidden dragon. If he wanted to kill me, he would have struck long ago. His power clearly dwarfs mine. Yet, he willingly surrendered the championship of this awakening tournament. Jiang Kai stared at the win letter in his hand, the mystery burning a hole in his chest. What is his true endgame? I will drag the truth out of him in 2 weeks. Suddenly, Luan's voice cut through the air from behind. I knew I would find you 3 hiding here. As Luan and his bodyguards approached, Jiang Kai frowned in confusion. Brother Lu, what brings you to this remote spot? What brings me? Luan laughed heartily. Do you have any idea how many people are jamming the ravine entrance, waiting to worship their returning heroes? And here you are, sneaking back in like thieves. Jiang Kai raised his hands in defense. Brother Lu, you know me. I am allergic to being the center of attention. Luan winked playfully. Fine. Dodge the fans if you want. But are you really going to ghost Commander Wei? Jiang Kai blinked, stunned. The commander is here. Lu An nodded gravely. It wasn't just the commander. The entire high command, including General Huishan, had gathered there. They had come to the ravine for one reason: to welcome them. Jiang Kai stood frozen, his jaw dropping in disbelief. All this, for us. Beside him, Ruan Yu and Yuan Shu didn't hesitate, pumping their fists in pure victory. Finally, we're getting the legendary hero treatment we deserve. Jiang Kai. Lu Tuan smiled, his voice gentle. In all my years of service, I've never witnessed a welcome aura this glorious. But I know you prefer the shadows, so I ordered the crowd to disperse. Jiang Kai let out a long, heavy sigh of relief, but then his expression sharpened. Wait, Brother Lu, how are Hu Yan and Xuan Nuan? Ruan Yu jumped in, anxiety in his voice. Can we visit them? Are they safe? Yuan Shu nodded, eyes pleading. Yeah, tell us they're okay. Lu Tuan shook his head solemnly. Visiting isn't possible right now, but put your hearts at ease. The moment the operation concluded, every offline member was rushed to top-tier military psychological therapy. They are expected to make a full recovery within 7 days. Hearing this, the trio finally let the tension leave their shoulders. But Lu Tuan wasn't done. Listen closely. The Fire God Squad's contribution to this event was monumental. Commander Wei has secured a special privilege specifically for you. You have been granted access to the military green channel. Jiang Kai gasped, his eyes widening. The green channel. Lu Tuan nodded slowly. Exactly. To ensure mission success, military personnel receive priority login access to the Ghost Star. No queues. No waiting. Instant access. His tone turned grave. The Fire God Guild has been allocated 100 green channel slots per year. This means even if you are killed offline, you can prioritize your immediate return to the Ghost Star. It is a game-changing tactical advantage. The three roared in unison. 100 slots! Ruan Yu cheered wildly. That means Hu Yan and Xuan Nuan can dive back in immediately. Yuan Shu slapped Jiang Kai on the back, grinning. Jiang Kai, our squad will be whole again in no time. But Lu Tuan's expression darkened. Jiang Kai, there is one more thing I must warn you about. Lu Tuan's eyes went cold as he mentioned the Huan Yu Guild. Jiang Kai's face instantly hardened into a scowl. What is it? Did those royal scum go after my brothers again? Lu Tuan waved a hand dismissively. Relax. Ever since you crushed them in the guild challenge, the royal family has been terrifyingly quiet. He recalled the pathetic state of Hong Wei. Rumor has it, ever since you slaughtered him, he's been muttering like a madman, completely broken. Lu Tuan described the scene vividly. Hong Wei screams under his covers, begging to stay away. I don't want to go online, he cries. He is trapped in a nightmare of your making. The mere whisper of your name sends him into a total mental breakdown. And Huang Tong, when he heard you became the champion, he spat blood from pure rage and collapsed on the spot. His minions were left screaming in panic, but the Huan Yu Guild moves fast. To keep operations running, they have already installed a new guild master. Lu Tuan began the briefing. Her name is He Shi, a ruthless Iron Lady, young, decisive, and she commands 4 elite masters known as the Four Seasons. She's a legitimate threat. Lu Tuan's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You need to watch your back around He Shi. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. Was this just a warning? Or was Lu Tuan hinting at a coming storm? Lu Tuan patted his shoulder heavily. She is a distant relative of the royal family, and she likely holds a grudge against you. Hopefully, I am just overthinking it. Yuan Shu grinned, cracking his knuckles with a loud pop. It doesn't matter. If she wants to touch Jiang Kai, she has to go through me first. Ruan Yu stepped up, chest puffed out. And me. Jiang Kai looked at his brothers, their eyes burning with determination. Hey, I am the captain of Fire God. Those who mess with us are the ones who should be having nightmares. 7 days later, in a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa, the squad faced a massive horde. Level 45, elite vampire water buffaloes, and a level 65 warlord. The earth shook as the beast charged. Ruan Yu raised his shield, rushing forward with his usual bizarre battle cry. Oh babies, your skin looks so soft. Let Brother Bull King take you for a dip in the pool of love. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the battlefield. Jiang Kai descended like a thunder god, electricity crackling wildly around his body. As the beast fell, the system window popped up. You have slain 20 elite vampire water buffaloes. But the herd wasn't finished yet. The survivors charged a massive warlord buffalo, teeth dripping with malice, roared and led the stampede straight for him. Jiang Kai smirked. Time to wrap this up. He launched himself into the air, spinning gracefully. Card activate Death God's Decay Fire. The cards pierced the beast like phantom daggers. The system chimed instantly. You have slain 3 warlord vampire water buffaloes. You have slain 35 elite vampire water buffaloes. As Jiang Kai landed softly, the experience points rained down like a golden shower. The elite vampire water buffalo fell defeated at last. Multiplier times 40 confirmed. Congratulations on reaching level 31. He stared at his hands, shock washing over him. Less than 7 days to hit level 31. Jiang Kai looked up as the AI brain materialized before him. The system interface shimmered into view. Level 31 achieved. Talent unlocked super multiplier. This moment marked the pinnacle of a true system experience. Notifications flooded his vision. Strength 280, Constitution 284, but his agility, it skyrocketed to 552. Then, the passive skill kicked in. Agility overdrive. Jiang Kai's eyes locked onto the stat sheet. His agility, now buffed, hit a staggering 772. A grin spread across his face. The super multiplier was finally his. But great power came with a heavy cost. The screen flashed a warning in crimson weak constitution, double the pain, double the damage received. He calculated the odds in his mind. Since the talent upgrade, the probability for the super multiplier had risen to 3%. It sounded small, but the difference was massive, from 1 in 100 strikes to 1 in 33. The odds were finally in his favor. He checked his strength stat again, 280 points. Even his weakest attribute now crushed a standard level 40 fighter. Then his gaze shifted to that monstrous agility score 772. His heart raced. Over 700 points of pure speed. An elite level 40 usually capped out at 450. Even with top tier gear, that was considered rare. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, feeling the raw power. With just this one stat, he rivaled the combined power of his peers. Suddenly, the image of Willis holding that magic orb flashed in his mind. Jiang Kai's expression hardened into stone. If we clash again, I won't lose in speed. Meanwhile, a potion bottle clattered across the floor. Ruin Yu stared at his own system window. Adventurer Ruin Yu, Class Death Warrior, level 34, he shouted in excitement. Captain Jiang Kai, look at me. I hit level 34 6 more levels, and I'm ready for my next class advancement. Jiang Kai walked over, patting his shoulder. Good work. The grind was brutal, but you leveled up fast. Ruin Yu scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. It's a shame Yuan Shuzi went back to the military. If he were here with you, Captain, he'd be even stronger than me. Jiang Kai smiled warmly. Yuan Shuzi has his duty. The military has a different path for him. He looked toward the forest, shifting the topic. Hu Yan should be back by now. Let's head back to the guild. But they hadn't gone far when a massive convoy appeared. Ruan Yu blinked in confusion. Look at that army. Where are they all going? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. Recognizing the direction, that's the quarantine zone, the front line against monster raids. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Jiang Kai, it was Su Lanlan. She walked over, looking surprised. What are you two doing out here? Just finished training? Jiang Kai explained swiftly. We were heading back. He gestured to the armed troops. But why is the military mobilizing so many people to the quarantine zone? Su Lanlan didn't hide the truth. 2 months from now, we are joining forces with the great guilds to raid the Yuanlu Ridge map boss. Jiang Kai and Ruin Yu gasped in unison. A map boss. Su Lanlan's face turned serious. A map boss is a nightmare beyond a king tier monster. But the real terror is when it awakens. It triggers a catastrophic beast tide. A beast tide, huh? Jiang Kai repeated, his voice trailing off. A chill ran down his spine. The boss on Eternal Winter Island was only king tier, yet it nearly wiped out 200,000 soldiers. Su Lanlan checked her watch, her expression grim. Exactly. And the stronger the boss, the bigger the horde. Government data is terrifying. The predicted scale of this beast tide is in the millions. The two men cried out in shock. That's suicide. Su Lanlan stood firm. To open new territory and secure resources, the quarantine zone must hold. We are deploying 5 million troops to stop this wave. Dangerous or not, we have no choice but to fight. Jiang Kai fell silent, the weight of the war pressing down on him. Scene shift to the psychology clinic. Hu Yan screamed the moment she saw them. You guys are finally back. She sprinted over, tackling them into a hug. I missed you two to death. Jiang Kai held her shoulders, checking on her. Must have been suffocating in here. Huh. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Tell me about it. Su Nuan and I recovered ages ago. But the military insisted on keeping us for observation? If I hadn't watched the replay of your global tournament fight on loop, I would have died of boredom. Hu Yan's expression suddenly turned fearsome. Speaking of which, Captain Jiang Kai, the way you handled Willis' absolute perfection, you really avenged me. Jiang Kai smiled humbly. I only beat Willis because of you and Su Nuan. I'm just glad you're both safe. Suddenly, his interface pinged. 6 unread messages. He opened the inbox, applications to join the guild. Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. Whoa, that many people want to join us. Jiang Kai frowned slightly as he scrolled. Ever since the tournament win, the requests haven't stopped. Most aren't a good fit, though. Suddenly, his finger paused. Wait, here is one. The profile hovered before him. Adventurer Shen Yi, class ascetic, level 42, and ascetic. Jiang Kai mused. I remember the potion master mentioning them. The one who discovered the green water ghost formula was an ascetic class. Ruan Yu let out an impressed whistle. Ascetics walk a path of agony in the deepest wastelands. They uncover hidden realms and trigger secret quests better than any other class. Hu Yan chimed in, eyes gleaming with potential. Captain, a guy like that is a goldmine for dungeon intel. Should we recruit him? Jiang Kai smirked, his decision already made. Let's meet him first. The next day, deep within the Red Moon Forest, beneath the thundering crash of a waterfall, Shen Yi sat in profound meditation. A voice suddenly shattered his concentration. Shen Yi froze as Jiang Kai and Hu Yan materialized from the mist. Beside them, Ruan Yu waved, his grin rivaling the brightness of the roaring water. As Shen Yi stepped onto solid ground, he broke the silence. Guildmaster Jiang, you arrived sooner than I calculated. Jiang Kai didn't waste a breath on pleasantries. I despise beating around the bush, so listen closely. You want entry into the Fire God Guild, fine, but entry requires proof of your sincerity and your worth to the team. For instance, handing over intelligence on a hidden dungeon. Shen Yi weighed the offer in silence, his eyes hardening with resolve. Deal, but I have one condition. Power level me to level 41. Hu Yan furrowed her brows, letting out a heavy sigh. The audacity. You want to join us? Yet you are the one making demands. Shen Yi countered with cold logic. Selection is a two-way street. I have the intent to join, but I also reserve the right to walk away. Correct. If that is too difficult... Jiang Kai cut him off with a sharp glare. Just level 40. Shen Yi scoffed, barely hiding his disbelief. You talk big. That grind takes a full year of blood and sweat. A smirk played on Jiang Kai's lips as he dropped the bombshell. A year. I will drag you there in 5 days. Maybe less. 3 days later, deep within the Red Moon Forest, a massive water buffalo let out a death curdle as steel pierced its heart. As the beast collapsed at Shen Yi's feet, the system window flashed gold. Congratulations. You have reached level 40. Pure ecstasy flooded his veins as he roared. Level 40? I finally hit level 40. Jiang Kai stepped forward, his voice calm amidst the victory. Congratulations. Once we find the class change material, you can evolve your class again. Shen Yi trembled with excitement. Gods, this is insane. 8 levels in 3 days. I gained more experience in this short grind than a whole year of solo struggle. Hu Yan skipped over, teasing him with a smug grin. See the difference now. Do you still dare to underestimate Captain Jiang Kai? Ruan Yu chimed in, puffing out his chest. Exactly. I wasn't bluffing. Our captain is in a league of his own. Shen Yi turned to Jiang Kai, his expression sobering into absolute respect. Guildmaster, I bow to your strength. You have my loyalty, and the intel I promised. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow, waiting for the reveal. Shen Yi began his tale. Do you remember where you found me, cultivating in front of that massive waterfall? There is actually a hidden cave behind that curtain of water. Every 6 days, a mysterious sphere of light manifests there. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. A mysterious sphere. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu stood with their mouths agape. Shen Yi nodded gravely. Correct, but its speed is godlike. It only appears for 10 seconds before vanishing into the void. I tried to snatch it once, but the backlash nearly broke my bones. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. When was the last appearance? Shen Yi did a quick mental calculation. 5 days ago, which means it is destined to return tomorrow. Hu Yan turned to her leader, concern etched on her face. Captain, that doesn't sound like any mob we know. Jiang Kai crossed his arms, his aura flaring slightly. My instincts scream that this is a hidden encounter. If destiny has placed it in our path, we must face it head on. The team accepted his command without hesitation and understood. They marched to the thundering waterfall, the entrance to the unknown. 4 figures stepped into the darkness of the cave. Shen Yi gestured around the cavern. This stone chamber was my temporary base. My gear is untouched, so no one else has discovered this place. Hu Yan gazed up at the ceiling, awestruck. This cavern is massive. How did you even stumble upon a place like this? Shen Yi scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I was just looking for a cultivation spot when I ran into that light sphere. It smashed the rock so hard the debris knocked me out cold. After waking up, I used the waterfall to heal my injuries. I didn't dare provoke that thing again. Luckily, it had no interest in eating me, so we coexisted. As he spoke, Jiang Kai approached the scarred cave wall. He traced the cracks, calculating the force. This rock is incredibly dense. For a mere ball of light thought to shatter it like glass, The danger level is off the charts. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's gaze snapped to the entrance. A blinding radiance erupted near the mouth of the cave. He shouted, "Here it comes." Jiang Kai unleashed 3 flame-wreathed daggers instantly, capture it alive, but the orb defied physics, ricocheting wildly through the cavern like a chaotic star. Jiang Kai grits his teeth, frustration mounting. It's too fast. Even my life chaser daggers can't graze its tail. The orb rockets toward Hu Yan with deadly speed. Jiang Kai screams, "Dodge it!" Instantly, she raises her Bagua compass. Invincible silver ice art. Activate. But the orb phases right through her defenses, leaving her stunned. What the hell is this thing? The sphere slams into the cave wall, triggering a massive collapse. Jiang Kai throws another blade to intercept the falling debris, roaring, "Get down!" She drops to the floor instantly as his dagger shatters a massive boulder into dust. Without hesitating, Jiang Kai sprints after the elusive light. Cut off its escape route. Shen Yi and Ruan Yu immediately move to block the tunnel exit. On it, but the glowing sphere outmaneuvers them, flashing behind their backs before they can react. It slams into Ruan Yu's spine, knocking the tank off balance. Shen Yi skids to a halt, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The damage output, it wasn't this high before. It knows we're here, and it's ramped up its offensive power. Jiang Kai activates his ocular skill. Ghost Eye, focus. With steely resolve, he launches his blades, time dilation silver. One dagger pierces the very heart of the sphere, and the team cheers. Direct hit, but the blade sinks deeper, seemingly captured by the light. Jiang Kai's eyes widen in horror. My life chaser. It was devoured. The orb ricochets upward, bringing the entire ceiling crashing down on them. A massive boulder plummets straight toward Jiang Kai's stunned face. At the last second, Ruan Yu raises his shield, shattering the rock upon impact. Shen Yi steps in, his spear dancing to deflect the falling debris, while Hu Yan summons ice spikes to pulverize the remaining rocks. The 3 stand as an impenetrable human wall before Jiang Kai. "We have your back, Captain." The orb gathers momentum for another strike. Jiang Kai draws a special card, his voice dropping an octave. Death card, Reaper's Arrival. He thinks grimly. Let's see if you can digest this. The card strikes true, but the sphere swallows it whole like a gluttonous beast. Jiang Kai loses his cool. You have got to be kidding me. It can even consume a death card. Seeing the entity retreat toward the exit, panic sets in. Damn it, it's trying to flee. Jiang Kai sprints after the escaping light, roaring with authority. Death card, return to me now. His team scrambles behind him, their voices filled with panic. Captain Guildmaster, he grits his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it. What in the world is this hellish energy? The sphere of light grinds to a halt, erupting with a pulsating emerald aura. As the sphere expands like a devouring maw, Jiang Kai senses flare. Through pure willpower, he locks onto the signature of the death card. There, a glimpse of its corner proves it's still within reach. Seizing the split second, Jiang Kai moves like lightning. He lunges forward, desperate to reclaim his ace. Just as his fingertips graze the light, a blinding radiance explodes outward. The system window flashes. Divine Realm intervention blocked. Downgrading to Hidden Secret Realm. The system continues its barrage. Master Swindler detected. Divine Artifact reward, reconfigured to Gambler class exclusive weapon. Jiang Kai crashes into the dimension known as the Light God domain. Groggy. He opens his eyes to a sea of mist. Confusion washing over him. Where exactly am I? A divine realm? This feels completely unlike any dungeon I've faced before. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide as realization strikes him like a thunderbolt. Hold on! There on the ground lies the death card. And in the distance, Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, and Shen Yi are rushing toward him. The whole squad has been pulled in. The blue system interface materializes again. Welcome to the Hidden Realm Light God domain. Warning. The demon army will launch a total assault in 3 minutes. Mission objective. Defend the light. God token for 300 seconds. Victory rewards, secret realm treasure chest, and contribution-based weaponry. Restriction S-rank items exceeding current class level are sealed. Jiang Kai whips his head around. Stunned, Ruan Yu and the team finally regroup, their expressions mirroring his confusion. Was that sphere actually a portal? One asks. Jiang Kai ignores the chatter, attempting to recall his card. Error. Death card sealed. The system wasn't joking about restricting God-tier artifacts. Suddenly, Hu Yan points upward, her voice trembling. What in the world is that? A radiant angelic command token materializes, floating before them. This must be the Light God token, Jiang Kai mutters. His mind races, connecting the dots to the earlier notification about the gambler's exclusive weapon. If my instincts are right, this could be the second main God card. A smirk tugs at the corner of Jiang Kai's lips. This awakening mana scenario just got interesting. Hu Yan's panic pierces the air. Captain Jiang Kai, the ground begins shaking. Without a word, Jiang Kai activates his eye technique. His vision becomes a radar, sweeping the horizon until he locks onto the threat. It's the demon army. Incoming! Shen Yi's nerves fray. Guildmaster, should we move out to intercept them? Jiang Kai replies instantly. Absolutely not. Jiang Kai snapped back. Fighting at the mountain base is suicide. Our defense line would be paper thin. 4 people can't hold a front that wide. His voice hardened into cold steel. We take the high ground. We hold the choke point until that clock hits 0. The team roared in unison. Understood. The system countdown ominously began. Demon attack 10 seconds. 10. The air grew heavy, thick enough to choke on. The squad locked into battle formations. Auras flared to life. 7. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Kai's brow. 5. 4. 3. Shen Yi and Hu Yan pushed their mana to the absolute breaking point. 2. 1. Crack. The barrier shattered into dust. A colossal dimensional rift tore the sky open. The demon army flooded out a tidal wave of living nightmares. Jiang Kai launched himself skyward. All units, engage. He unleashed a blazing kick, raining a torrent of hellfire down onto a 3-headed wolf. Critical hit. Jiang Kai smirked, but his smile vanished in an instant. The beast roared, shaking off the inferno like it was nothing but a warm breeze. Invulnerable Jiang Kai shifted tactics immediately. Damn it, it has elemental immunity. Physical attacks only, switching to life-chasing blades. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Daggers buried themselves deep into all 3 skulls. The behemoth collapsed, crushing the lesser demons beneath its weight like insects. But the horde was endless. Jiang Kai was being overrun. A wolf lunged for his throat when suddenly a massive shield slammed between them. Don't worry, baby. Daddy's here. Ruin Yu blocked the fang-filled maw with a grin, then slashed across the beast's snout, forcing a howl of agony. Above the peak, the sky turned pitch black. Mana coalesced into a storm of absolute judgment. Huyen raised her staff. Ultimate technique, super invincible cosmic rainstorm. Lightning crashed down, incinerating the demon ranks in a flash. Ruan Yu chased a fleeing monster, yelling, "Hey, beautiful, why are you running away from our date?" Jiang Kai barked, "Restrain that idiot!" Shen Yi lunged, grabbing Ruan Yu's wrist. "Big Ruan Yu, get a grip." Ruan Yu struggled, face flushed with battle lust. "Let go! Don't you dare interrupt my romance with these lovely ladies." Suddenly, the battlefield erupted. Strange entities with glowing red eyes launched from the smoke. Huyan gasped. "Captain, what the hell are those things? My barrier." "It's failing." Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he identified the threat. Swamp slimes, high-level mud monsters. The creatures began to fuse their flesh, bubbling and knitting together. They were combining into a single, colossal raid boss. A massive mud golem rose from the sludge, flanked by elite guards. 180 seconds remaining. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation instantly. "We need to shatter their formation immediately. We can't keep up with their regeneration speed," came the report. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. Skill activation, deceptive substitute. He vanished into thin air, entering stealth mode. "Release Ruin Yu," he commanded. Shen Yi nodded. "Roger." While the tank drew the aggro, Jiang Kai sprinted through the enemy lines unseen and unheard. Ruan Yu's voice boomed like an operatic aria. "Oh, my beloved lady, allow this prince to bestow upon you a burning kiss of death." The lesser monsters paused, confused by the tank's antics. But the giant mud boss sensed something amiss. Its glowing red eyes swiveling wildly. It felt the killing intent too late. Out of the empty air, Jiang Kai materialized with a strike that severed the wind itself. A blinding arc of sword light slashed forward. The boss howled in agony as the strike connected. Jiang Kai roared, "Huyan, target the breach now." She began her incantation immediately. "Universe super invincible lightning storm, tremble before me, you useless trash." A cataclysmic bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the monster dead center. They scattered in terror, but just when victory seemed certain, they were within arm's reach of Huyan. Raw power surged through their veins like a tsunami. Jiang Kai's eyes turned cold as ice as he declared, "Heshi strike sends you all to the underworld." But the monster horde had them completely surrounded. They were trapped in the center, like prey facing an overwhelming ocean of enemies. 2 minutes later, the smoke cleared. Jiang Kai fought against crushing fatigue. His stamina was hitting rock bottom. He checked the clock, 3 seconds left. Ruan Yu was still humming a tune, completely carefree. Hot little beauties everywhere. This king loves it. But death lunged from behind. Suddenly, a holy halo erupted, wrapping the beast in a sphere of blinding light. The monster was blasted back by the sheer force. It was Jiang Kai's refining technique in action. Boom! The beast detonated in a flash of brilliance. The system notification flashed red. 10 seconds remaining. 10. He watched time tick away. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground. 7 seconds. Huyan refused to drop her guard. 6 seconds. The monster horde flooded toward them like a tidal wave. The 3 of them stood their ground. 5 seconds. Jiang Kai grit his teeth. rage bubbling up. Damn it, we're so close. But then, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Jiang Kai froze in surprise. Shen Yi raised his staff, aura exploding, Vajra indestructible body. Sparks flew as the artifact ground against reality, shaking the very earth. The tank's skill crashed down, shattering the earth beneath their feet. The entire demon army was forced back by the crushing pressure radiating from the center. Jiang Kai realized exactly what was happening. He screamed, Shen Nuyan! Quickly, he scanned the skill info. It was the ascetic's innate talent Vajra Indestructible. Upon activation, it grants absolute defense immunity to all physical and mental damage. But there was a catch. The user is frozen in place. 3 seconds of invincibility. Not good. Shen Nuyan couldn't hold it forever. The monk stood firm, bearing the brutal backlash of the ultimate defense technique. Jiang Kai saw the opening. He unleashed the finisher. Fatal strike. Die. A beam of light tore through the darkness, obliterating the monster swarm in a single violent heartbeat. The countdown hit 0. A command token materialized in midair, shining brighter than the sun and dominating the entire dimension. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with triumph. The divine order of light. Its aura washed over the mountain peaks, bathing the world in a golden glow. The demons dissolved into nothingness under the holy light. Hu Yan cheered wildly. Captain Jiang Kai, look at the demon army, they're gone. Suddenly, the healing energy flooded Jiang Kai's body. He gasped. Is this the token's passive effect? It's healing everyone simultaneously? Hu Yan flexed her arms, amazed. Incredible. My wounds are vanishing instantly. I feel power overflowing in every muscle. Ruan Yu scratched his head, still dazed. Jiang Kai watched his injuries knit together and sighed in relief. I survived. The quest board flashed gold. Congratulations. Challengers, trial complete. Calculating total damage for rewards distribution. Just like in a classic leveling manhwa, the loot was about to be legendary. They looked up like starving men seeing a feast. The items began to materialize before their eager eyes. The system announced Challenger Shen Nuyan receives Class A weapon, the Asura Mirror. The text explained, the higher the difficulty of the training zone, the greater the gains for the ascetic. The Asura Mirror raises the zone difficulty by 1 tier, but boosts enlightenment comprehension significantly. While in the state of enlightenment, cultivation efficiency skyrockets. Shen Nuyan grinned, clutching his prize. Perfect. Next up, Ruin Yu. The system knew exactly what this drunkard needed. Challenger Ruin Yu receives Class S weapon, the Drunken God's Wine Sack. It increases alcohol tolerance by 50% for the drunkard class, and boosts the chance of entering high drunken state by 30%. Ruan Yu's jaw dropped as he inspected the item. Holy smokes. My old gear only gave me 20 to 30% tolerance. This thing gives a massive 50% boost. And that high drunken state chance I'm in heaven? Hu Yan patted his back. Not bad. With that sack, your combat buffs will trigger constantly. Then the system called Hu Yan's name. Challenger Hu Yan receives unique grade weapon. The Wind and Thunder Staff? She froze, eyes widening in shock before screaming. What? The system displayed the new weapon stats. The Wind and Thunder Staff. Spirit increased by 72 points. Strength up by 44. Agility up by 11. Effect 1 50% mana regeneration boost for the wielder. Effect 2 Lightning Tribulation. Level 1 summons a bolt of heavenly lightning dealing massive damage. It can store up to 9 charges. Effect 3 Wind Domain. Level 1 grants control over the wind itself. Consumes spirit power to maintain. Upgrade materials required Thunderwood and Windbird Feather. Hu Yan felt dizzy with joy looking at the staff in her hands. A Wind and Thunder Staff. Oh, I actually got a unique grade weapon. Ruin Yu gasped. Unique grade means it can evolve Hu Yan. You're going to skyrocket in power now. Shen Nuyan nodded in respect. Instant increase of over 70 spirit points. That is terrifying power. Truly worthy of the unique grade title. Jiang Kai smiled, watching his team warmly. Everyone got a massive haul. So, the gambler's exclusive weapon must be that token. He turned his gaze back to the radiant object hovering above. Suddenly, the light intensified, blinding everyone in the vicinity. Finally, the system called his name. Challenger Jiang Kai receives the gambler's exclusive weapon, the main god card Divine Order of Light. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan watched with bated breath. Jiang Kai just smirked, a thin smile that said he knew this was destiny. The token shot through the air like a meteor, leaving a trail of light. It flew straight to Jiang Kai, recognizing its true master. Jiang Kai read the stats. Main god card, Divine Order of Light, unique exclusive weapon, boost all 4 base stats by 20%. Penetration increased by 50 points, permanently increases critical rate by 15%, critical damage plus 150%. Even with this god tier treasure in hand, he stayed analytical. These base stats rival the death card. The death card is strong, but its usage cost is lethal. I wonder what the special effect of this Divine Order is. As if reading his mind, the system flashed. Effect 1 unlocked Light Bullet. Upon striking an indestructible foe, the Divine Light token triggers an automatic chain reaction. It ricochets between obstacles, inheriting 100% of the user's attack stats with 0 stamina cost. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's expression shifted from intense focus to pure ecstasy. Not only does every bounce carry his full destructive power, but it essentially grants him infinite damage per second without draining a drop of mental energy. The system broke down the mechanics in detail, revealing a cheat-like ability that defied all logic. Spend energy on one attack and get a chain of free hits in return. It is the ultimate efficiency hack. With precise control and a bit of luck from his critical hit rate, dealing catastrophic damage numbers was no longer just a possibility, it was a guarantee. Jiang Kai couldn't hide his grin. That is absolute perfection. But the system wasn't done showing off the item's legendary potential just yet. Effect number 2, Descent of the War God. By burning his own health points, the user becomes a living nuke, unleashing a devastating area of effect shockwave that scales with his total attack power. And here's the kicker. If this skill reaps over 100 souls, it triggers a mass reset, fully restoring the status of the user and 4 lower level teammates within range. The cooldown for such a god tier ability is 30 days. But the Divine Light token had one final surprise in store. Effect number 3, Artifact Binding. This item is indestructible. Once claimed, it responds solely to the owner's will, allowing for instant summoning, compression, and retrieval at the speed of thought. After processing the 3 divine effects, Jiang Kai fell into deep thought. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a team-wide life support system for the battlefield. Sure, the activation conditions and that 30-day cooldown were harsh. It reminded him of the exhausted state they were in just moments ago, desperate for recovery, but regardless of the restrictions, he had just acquired a trump card worthy of a main character in a leveling manhwa. A faint, confident smile played on his lips. Suddenly, Huyen's voice shattered his train of thought. Guys, look at treasure chest. A dazzling ornate box materialized before them, pulsing with inviting light. As the leader, it was his honor. Huyen urged him on, her eyes sparkling. Captain Jiang Kai checked the loot. Shen chimed in. Hurry up. Jiang Kai slowly lifted the lid, and golden light flooded the room. Inside lay a hoard of S-class materials, the system's special reward for their victory. For a split second, even Jiang Kai was stunned by the sheer value in front of him. Shen Yi wasted no time grabbing a chunk of dark metal, his hands trembling with excitement. Black stone ore. This stuff can skyrocket the durability of any defensive gear. This is the holy grail for master blacksmiths. They would kill for a piece of this. He picked up item after item, geeking out completely. Feathers of the Dreamweaver bird. That is a king tier monster. The structural integrity is perfect for crafting weapons. And look, the nightmare clock of the hypnotist. Shen Yi was spiraling into a crafting frenzy. And iridescent slime gel. This is the core ingredient for high-ranking disguise masks. And wait, ultimate alchemy solvent. Rumor has it this stuff can dissolve and recombine any magical material perfectly. Just this one vial is worth enough to buy out the entire commercial district in the Holy City. He ranted on, listing the astronomical value of their dungeon harvest. I never dared to dream of seeing these Am I Sleeping? Seeing Shen Yi lose his mind. Ruan Yu pinched his cheek with a grin. It's real. Genius. Wake up. But Hu Yan, ever the pragmatist, lowered her voice. They are rare, sure, but honestly, none of this stuff is actually usable for our current builds. Well, there is one thing that could buff my Wind Thunder Staff, Jiang Kai noted, then made a command decision. Our gear is already top tier. We will use these materials as bargaining chips to trade for class change items later. Hu Yan's eyes lit up. She was completely on board with that plan. True selling these for liquid cash would yield a fortune. If our sovereign guild wants to go to war with the Swanwu guild, we need to stack up our war chest. Just as the team celebrated their haul, the system alarm blared. Treasure chest detected. All players must evacuate the Divine Light domain. Within 60 seconds, a dimensional rift began to tear open. Jiang Kai commanded, All right, team, time to move out. The trio responded in unison. Roger that, falling into formation behind him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a chaotic scene unfolded. A colossal beast rampaged through the city, its roar threatening to tear the very sky asunder. Suddenly, a blur cut through the chaos. She launched herself into the air, her blade raised high, ready to clash head-on with the Titan. With a war cry that channeled every ounce of her internal energy, she brought the sword down. A single, clean slash bisected the monster before it could even whimper. The massive corpse crashed to the earth, while Shai landed as light as a feather. Outside the simulation lab, a researcher gasped. Incredible. As expected of the Guildmaster, her velocity shatters every known limit. The impact it hits with the devastating force of a runaway bullet train. The rhythmic click of stiletto heels echoes from the darkness. Then, a voice drips through the silent sweet, sickening, and deadly. Guildmaster Shi offers no words. She merely shifts her gaze, eyes colder than absolute zero, locking onto the newcomer. As Chunchong steps into the light, Shur asks flatly, The disposal, is it done? The subordinate looks visibly rattled. According to the plan, Jiang Kai should have been exiled to City L by now, thrown to the wolves amidst the beast waves. But our transfer request? It was denied. Shi's aura darkens instantly. Wei Ying's doing? Chunsheng nods. Yes, Zhang Feng has secured a permanent squad within the War God Hall of Zhangjiang City. With Wei Ying shielding them, they are untouchable for now. Shi sneers, crossing her arms with terrifying confidence. Predictable. Jiang Feng is nothing more than a loyal dog of the Xuanwu Guild. If he has the gall to protect Jiang Kai's family, he clearly has powerful backers. Chunsheng hesitates, voice trembling. Guildmaster, do we proceed? Shi's lilac eyes flare with malevolence. No rush. If we want to crush Jiang Kai, fate has just delivered a far sweeter opportunity. 2 days later, Jiang Kai's squad stumbles back to their villa, utterly drained from the dungeon depths. Hu Yan stretches, her joints popping like firecrackers. I am a walking corpse. My bed is calling my name. But Ruan Yu has other priorities. I'm starving. I could devour an entire ox right now, before they can collapse. Jiang Kai commands the room. I know you're wiped out, but we march back to the Maitreya lands for the treasure hunt in 2 days. Until then, recover. The girls cheer. Long live Captain Jiang Kai, but a frantic red strobe from the system interface slices through their celebration. Hu Yan pauses, her gossip radar pinging. Oh, a recruitment application. You're popular now, Captain. She's dead wrong. It isn't a fan letter. It is a code red. World boss event imminent. Southeast defense line status critical. The Sovereign Guild has failed to meet minimum deployment protocols. Deficit 100 players. Penalty enacted temporary forced conscription into the Light Guild for joint defense. You have 1 hour to confirm deployment orders. Jiang Kai's eyes narrow as he dissects the holographic warning. We have been drafted under the Guangming Guild for the upcoming war. Hu Yan frowns, confusion etched on her face. Guangming? Where did they crawl out from? Ruan Yu jumps in immediately. If they were big enough to command us, we would know the name. I didn't see their banner once during the Guild Challenge tournament. Shen Yi pushes up his glasses, his tone grave. I actually investigated them recently. They are a ghost faction, established only 2 weeks ago, yet their momentum is terrifying. Their guildmaster is Chen Chunsheng, a renowned 2-star war god from the War God Hall. The team freezes in shock. The War God Hall ranks power strictly by blood and merit. Shen Yi explains, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. For a rookie guild to be led by a 2-star war god, that is unprecedented. Ruan Yu rubs his chin, deep in thought. That explains their pull. Gathering over 100 elites in 2 weeks is no small feat. Shen Yi lowers his voice, dropping the true bombshell. There is more. Chen Chunsheng isn't just some random powerhouse. He is the former branch master of the Xuanwu Guild. The 3 teammates go rigid. What? Jiang Kai falls into a heavy silence, mind racing. You said this Guangming Guild was founded half a month ago. The timing is too surgical. The new master of Xuanwu takes the throne, and simultaneously, a high-ranking officer defects to start his own faction. A cold light flickers in Jiang Kai's eyes, thick with killing intent. And purely by coincidence, he is assigned to command our God Guild. Hu Yan blinks, piecing it together. Captain Jiang Kai, are you saying? Jiang Kai lets out a chilling sneer. Everyone knows Shai, the new master of Xuanwu, is ruthless. She wouldn't just let a 2-star war god walk away unless it was part of the design. It seems she is impatient to see me dead. Boom! A deafening crash echoes as the villa gates are violently kicked off their hinges. Luan strides in with the swagger of a king, minions trailing like shadows. Guangming Guild. Luan is here. Where are the rats of the God Guild hiding? Jiang Kai spins around, his voice sharp as steel. Who dares? Hu Yan's temper flares instantly. Where did this stray dog come from barking in our territory? Shen Yi adds, voice like ice. Get out. The intruder raises an eyebrow, laughing with pure contempt. Guild. In front of my Guangming Guild, a trash team like yours dares to call itself a guild hilarious. Jiang Kai steps forward, maintaining a polite but icy demeanor. Trespassing on private property and acting arrogant? Is this how the Guangming Guild conducts business? Luan sneers, looking down his nose at him. So, you are the Jiang Kai who has been hogging the spotlight lately? No wonder your mouth is so big. Listen up. I am the commander of the Black Lion Regiment for this boss raid. You lot fall under my command now. The system interface flashes crimson. A holographic map materializes, revealing their objective. It is a classic death trap found in a brutal system Manhwa. Failure to complete the mission will result in the Gods Guild bearing all losses, and the text flows mercilessly. The God Squad must deploy at least 4 members to form a suicide unit. Their mission lure a king-tier boss away from the defense line. Hu Yan explodes with rage. Are you kidding me? Our average level isn't even 40. What kind of insanity sends a sub 40 team to bait a king tier monster? Ruan Yu cannot hide his outrage. A normal level 40 squad can barely handle a commander tier, let alone a king. Have you lost your minds? Lu Wan stands nearby, watching their panic with a smug grin. Regular squads can't do it, sure. But the Gods Guild, you guys are the global champions. He spreads his hands mockingly. What does that prove? It proves you are the strongest level 40 squad in existence. The elite of the elite. Jiang Kai cannot take the sarcasm anymore and steps right into Lu Wan's face. Lu Wan's eyes gleam with malice. A team this powerful is practically built to handle a king tier boss. Don't you agree? Guildmaster Zhang He is sending us to our deaths on purpose. Lu Wan chuckles darkly, twisting the knife. With great power comes great responsibility, right? See how highly the Guangming Guild thinks of you? We are entrusting you with the most critical task. Satisfied with his petty display of power, he turns to leave. Alright, message delivered. We are taking off. I look forward to your spectacular performance. He waves dismissively. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts. Exactly. Hu Yan curses under her breath. Damn him. But Jiang Kai's lips curl into a subtle smirk. He whispers to Hu Yan, the weather seems a bit hot today, doesn't it? She catches his drift instantly, eyes lighting up. Understood. The clear blue sky suddenly darkens as ominous black clouds swirl directly over Lu Wan's head. An instant later, a torrential downpour slams onto Lu Wan's group. What the hell is this weather? His minion screams. It is pouring. My gear is soaked. Lu Wan spins around, furious. Shut up and keep moving. But no matter where they run, the storm cloud follows, drenching them relentlessly. Hu Yan watches the retreating figures with glee. Hey, big shots of Guangming Guild better run slow. The road is slippery when wet. She turns to Jiang Kai, beaming. Captain, look at them scurrying away like drowned rats trying to act cool, but now they are just soaked losers. Ruan Yu laughs heartily. Let's see if they dare to come back and talk trash. But Shen Yi remains fixated on the mission screen. Captain, he asks, worry lining his face. Are we really going to be bait for a king tier boss? I have a bad feeling. Jiang Kai's expression hardens. The mission is to lure, not to kill. There is always a way to break the deadlock. After a moment of calculation, he gives the order. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, rest up for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we head to the Dialect Temple. Shen Yi, hold the fort while we are gone. The vice captain straightens up, responding with unwavering loyalty. Consider it done, Guildmaster. Jiang Kai nods, satisfied. Before leaving, he makes a promise to his team. We still have time before the raid map opens. Once we secure the artifacts, I will guide everyone through a new awakening cycle. Their spirits ignite instantly. Yes, sir. 2 days later, at the Dialect Teleportation Array, Jiang Kai stands before a familiar group. Wenju's eyes widen in shock. Jiang Kai, I heard from Brother Lu that the Gods Guild was drafted into the raid. Is it true you guys were assigned under the Guangming Guild? Su Nuan steps forward, her face pale with concern. We heard their leader came from Xuanwu. Isn't this walking straight into a trap? Jiang Kai faces them. His expression is as calm as the eye of a storm. It is real, but rest assured, I have calculated every variable. Lu Jun speaks with a grave expression. Commander Wei Ying has been consumed by other matters these past few days. By the time the news reached him, his hands were tied. Jiang Kai replies with a confident smile. I understand, Brother Lu. There are some hells a man must walk through alone. The corners of Jiang Kai's mouth curl into a smirk. If destiny cannot be avoided, then I might as well use this chance to test my mettle against a king-rank boss. In his mind, gears turn. It is the perfect stage to test the newly acquired Divine Order of Light. Lu Jun slaps his shoulder with pride. Truly the Jiang Kai that Commander Wei Ying and I know, your courage is boundless. His expression turns solemn. Right, Brother Lu, there is one more favor I must ask of you. The older man doesn't even blink at the request. Regarding your older brother and sister. Correct. Put your heart at ease. I have already dispatched shadows to guard them. Relief washes over Jiang Kai as he speaks. Thank you, Brother Lu. As the teleportation formation roars to life, he checks the time. Leading his squad into the swirling light, he commands, let's move out. In the heart of the chaotic Matra zone, space twisted violently. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were the first to manifest from the void. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed, locking onto Alice's faction lurking nearby. Simultaneously, the portal rippled again, depositing the deadly duo of Willis and Green. Confusion washed over Yuan Shu. Surviving Heisha's exploration typically demanded a full squad. Why had the Angler squad only sent 2 members? Hu Yan's voice turned grim. During the brutal clash in the finals, their teammates were likely slaughtered. It appears they entered this tournament as a duo from the very beginning. Such arrogance could only be backed by terrifying power. The 2 figures began a slow, predatory approach toward Jiang Kai's group. Yuan Shu hissed a warning. Here comes that freak. Jiang Kai. As Jiang Kai analyzed his opponent's aura, Willis broke the suffocating silence. Greetings, Jiang Kai. Fate brings us together once more. Jiang Kai's voice dropped an octave, dripping with suspicion. That letter you handed me? What exactly was written inside? The man let out a chilling, hollow laugh. That letter did not originate from me. My class is merely the postman. I exist only to deliver the message. If not yours, then whose? Willis's eyes flashed with a cold, predatory light. The sender's identity is far beyond your clearance level. To be precise, he may not even be human. Regardless, congratulations on crushing Visa and securing this slot. 1,000 questions swirled in Jiang Kai's mind. Then tell me, how do I break the seal? And what do you mean the sender isn't human? Willis stroked his chin, his expression cryptic. On that matter, even I remain in the dark. I can only tell you this. If the seal remains unbroken, it proves you lack the qualifications to read it. Wenchu roared in anger. You claim to know nothing. Stop playing these mystic games. He is just spouting nonsense. The man shrugged indifferently. Believe whatever delusions you prefer. Jiang Kai remained silent, sinking deep into thought. No. His instinct screamed that Willis spoke the truth. It was a pity. Extracting intel from a variable like Willis seemed impossible. Suddenly, a system screen materialized, shattering the tension. Welcome back to the competition area. Heisha's zone contains 500 lost ruins, typical of a leveling mana setting. One key allows entry to a single exploration zone. Each ruin conceals 100 treasure chests. Each chest contains a single item. Chests are ranked by tier bronze, silver, gold, and hidden. There is a minute probability of encountering a glowing treasure chest. No beasts inhabit the ruins, but beware of fatal traps. Any member who perishes will be instantly disconnected. Once open, the ruin enters a sealed state until exploration concludes. The time limit for each squad is exactly 1 hour. Upon expiration, all members will be forcibly teleported. Heisha's event will not be live streamed, but the loot list of the top 3 teams will be made public. Light began to coalesce from the void, forming teleportation gates. Alice gripped her key and stepped into the array, casting a scornful glance back. Everyone only has an hour. Even if you took first place, your luck ends here. Let's move. Alice and her team vanished into the light. Willis and Green followed suit. What surprises await, the anticipation is simply killing me. Best of luck, my most adorable friend. Su Nuanwan spoke with steely determination. Jiang Kai, since we secured first place, we must maximize our gains. He nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. Jiang Kai laid out his strategy. The lost ruins have no monsters. Heisha makes the environment relatively safe. We will split into 3 squads to farm simultaneously. Yuan Shu, you are with Su Nuanwan. He tossed another key. Hu Yan, you will lead the second team. He warned them gravely. Watch out for traps. Do not let greed for treasure blind you to the danger. She gazed into her magic crystal. Captain Jiang Kai, my divination foretells a surprise discovery in the northeast. Jiang Kai nodded his command. Excellent. We cannot waste a single second. Begin operation. They shouted their affirmation in unison. Location lost ruin, the forest of exile. Beneath the towering ancient tree, the teleportation formation swirled. He stepped out, his senses sharpening as he scanned the perimeter. The system chimed. You have entered the forest of exile. Exploration timer has started. Jiang Kai surveyed the desolate landscape. Forest of exile. The name hardly sounds welcoming. Let's hope Hu Yan's fortune-telling holds true. Suddenly, his green eyes flared with intensity as he spotted an anomaly. A solitary chest sat at the base of the ancient tree, a bronze-tier treasure chest. Jiang Kai didn't approach blindly. He channeled his energy and launched a probe attack. Too easy. Is it a death trap? The energy blast detonated around the chest, the radius engulfing the area. As the white smoke dissipated, the bronze chest sprang open, revealing a holographic display. Item Supreme Heaven Star Ore, weight 15 kilograms, usage can be refined into Heavenly Star Jade. Effect instantly upgrades the tier of Grade A equipment. Shock hit him like a physical blow. Jiang Kai lunged toward the loot, his eyes widening in disbelief. I can't believe it. Enhancement materials that can instantly evolve, ranked gear. A wicked, predatory grin spread across Jiang Kai's face as he imagined the power surging through his equipment. The reason most high rankers stagnated was simply due to the lack of these specific materials. Thus, the rarity of such items far exceeded that of the equipment itself. He swept the chest and the Heaven Star ore into his spatial inventory. Jiang Kai stared at his haul with pure delight. If a trash tier bronze chest yields supreme ore, this run is going to be legendary. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth beneath his feet. He instantly shifted into a battle stance, his aura flaring for whatever nightmare was coming next. This vibration? Was it a monster spawn? Impossible. The system rules clearly stated no beast would appear in the lost ruins. Jiang Kai stared at the ground in disbelief. Wait. Scorching red magma erupted from the abyss, shattering the earth like fragile glass. The tectonic plates were collapsing. Did opening the treasure chest trigger a total environmental collapse? Damn it! They didn't call this the Forest of Escape for nothing. Jiang Kai sprinted for his life, cursing internally. Hu Yan, you absolutely destroyed me with this map. Meanwhile, in the desert of origin, Hu Yan suddenly sneezed violently. She stared at the compass in her hand, confused, strange. Why did I sneeze all of a sudden? Ruin Yu shouted with pure, unadulterated joy. Hu Yan, look at treasure chest, and it is silver tier. Hu Yan rushed over. Luck is on our side. That makes the 8th silver chest. We have found it. Ruin Yu nodded. Open it up. On it. The tip of his blade touched the lock. The chest popped open and a system window materialized. Item: the heart of the Crimson Flame Lord. A crystal containing pure infernal power. It could be forged into a weapon granting eternal, overwhelming fire attributes. He held the burning essence in his hand, trembling with excitement. This is a pure fire elemental crystal. The description says it can enchant weapons. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with greed, as expected of a silver chest. The loot in this raid never disappoints. She scanned the horizon, her voice dripping with arrogance. I thought the desert of origin would be a nightmare, but it is just shifting sand and crumbling ruins to scare the weak. Hu Yan's eyes lit up, her spirit soaring. At this pace, we will clear the entire surrounding zone in record time. She raised her weapon high, battle spirit burning. Let us crush this dungeon completely. Ruan Yu followed close behind. Let's go. Scene transition to the Flower Garden maze. Su Nuan checked her device. Found it. The chest. The bronze chest clicked open. The system announced, congratulations, you have discovered the level 120 job advancement material recipe for martial artists. Yuanju roared. Blind luck strikes again. We found the level 120 advancement recipe, but the vines were silently moving, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Killing intent spiked Yuanju severed the vines with a single, devastating strike. You seek death. But one vine had successfully snared Yuanju's ankle. Ignoring his own safety, he called out, Su Nuan, are you hurt? She retreated instantly. I am safe, niece reflexes. Yuanju looked at the writhing vines. Every time we loot a chest, these things attack. 0 time to prepare, no poison, but the paralysis and itching are maddening. If only we could burn it all to ash. Su Nuan knelt, studying the vines. Maybe we do not need fire to make them vanish. A plan formed in her mind as she looked at the spray bottle in her hand. Su Nuan sprayed the mist while explaining, this is a pheromone masker. Theoretically, the plants will mistake us for rotting vegetation. No threat, no attack. The vines relaxed instantly, releasing Yuanju's leg. As the plants retreated, he cheered. It worked. Yuanju's eyes filled with confidence. He looked at Su Nuan. With this speed, clearing the zone within the time limit will be a walk in the park. She smiled in agreement. 40 minutes later, the massive screen displayed the Fire God Squad's combat stats. Status exploring? Gold treasure chest, E. Yuanju and Su Nuan 5. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu 3. Total silver chests, 8. Bronze treasure chests, Jiang Kai 2. Su Nuan 13. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu 20. Total 41. Feng was baffled by the data. What is Jiang Kai doing? 40 minutes have passed and he has only opened 2 bronze chests. Lei was equally shocked. Exactly. Isn't Jiang Kai supposed to be a powerhouse? Inuk-san typed furiously, tension rising in his voice. Report the fishing squad and season squad have both just secured a purple treasure chest. Ma Fan gasped. Purple tier. Does that mean the unseen level 120 class materials have dropped? Lei stood up abruptly. The era of level 120 classes is beginning. Doesn't this mean the US and Japan will become the center of the blue planet? Shushan analyzed the situation with cold logic. Time is running out. The rivals are already winning. Jiang Kai's performance is suspicious. Is he trapped in a high-level snare? Wei Ying shared the sentiment. That is likely. The lost ruins are pure RNG. In this dungeon, some paths lead to riches, while others lead straight to fatal death traps. Back inside the instance, 15 minutes had passed in the Forest of Escape. Jiang Kai ran for his life as a tsunami of molten lava chased him down. Sweat poured from his brow. He had barely managed to snatch a silver chest before the collapse accelerated instantly. A massive boulder, tangled in the roots of a burning tree, hurtled straight toward him like a meteor. He launched himself into the air, narrowly escaping the impact zone, but suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes went wide. A brilliant light pierced through the chaos. A blinding golden aura. Jiang Kai reached out instinctively. It was a gold treasure chest. High risk, high reward. He threw himself toward the prize. In one smooth motion, he stashed the chest into his spatial inventory. Behind him, the magma roared, exploding with terrifying power. The ground crumbled beneath him. Bad move. The entire zone was imploding. Jiang Kai pushed his speed to the absolute limit, dodging the sinking terrain with desperate agility. He drifted around a jagged rock, smoke rising from the sheer friction of his movement. Suddenly, magma erupted right beneath his feet. The heat was searing. He jerked his leg back just in the nick of time. Behind him, the world was being swallowed by fire. Jiang Kai dashed forward, his lungs burning. Just a little more. Faster, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the collapse is too fast. I can't shake it at this rate. I'll be swallowed whole. Molten death snapped right at Jiang Kai's heels. Suddenly, a magnificent, multicolored aura exploded, illuminating the entire void. He narrowed his eyes in disbelief. That light. Could it be emerging from the rubble was a legendary glowing treasure chest? Meanwhile, the countdown clock ticked away on the giant military screen like the heartbeat of a dying giant. Suddenly, Su Nuan and Yuanju appeared, displaying the Fire God Squad's battle results. And a purple treasure chest. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Sam roared with delight. His god's eye gleamed with intensity as Yuanju and Su Nuan confirmed the discovery of the purple chest. Finally, Saint Yao had secured a purple treasure chest. At last, the system notification chimed, revealing the real-time harvest of the global squads, led by the Fire God team. 1 purple chest, 14 gold chests, 33 silver chests, and 67 bronze chests. But then, eyes shifted to the Angler squad. 2 purple, 16 gold, 30 silver, and 60 bronze chests. The Noble squad wasn't far behind with 1 purple, 12 gold, 25 silver, and 55 bronze. He kicked his chair back, fury rising in his chest. What is this madness? The Angler squad secured 2 purple chests. Lei nodded gravely, analyzing the data. In this world, the purple chest holds supreme value above all else. The Fire God squad might rank first in total quantity, but their quality of purple chest is lagging behind. His disappointed gaze locked onto Jiang Kai's stats on the screen. What a waste. I bet on the Fire God captain to shock us, not to humiliate us. Look at him. 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. He is dead last. Everyone agreed with a heavy sigh. Lei's brow furrowed. His eyes filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Kai, what kind of hell are you trapped in right now? Meanwhile, at the Black Turtle Guild, she sat like a queen, sipping wine, flanked by the 4 beauties of the seasons. Winter Snow broke the silence first. Only 4 chests. That's it. People claim he is the strongest under level 60 in this entire leveling world. Please. His score isn't even a fraction of his teammates' scraps. Summerflower sneered, her voice dripping with venom. The military's judgment is a joke. That trash isn't fit to carry my shoes, yet they treat him like a national treasure. Autumn Orchid grit her teeth, rage bubbling up. Every time I remember the Zodiac Guild lost to this loser. It is the greatest stain on our Black Turtle honor if I see him in the arena. I will destroy him so badly. He will never stand again. Springlife remained silent. A subtle nod was her only agreement. Hishishi looked at Jiang Kai's stats with pure disgust. Number 1 in the global contest. That is just a dusty old medal from the past. Now look at his exploration time. 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze, failing a simple ruin exploration. It is not just embarrassing. It is pathetic. Her eyes narrowed like a viper's. Jiang Kai, it seems your worth has finally hit rock bottom. Winter Snow sighed, bored out of her mind. We wasted so much effort sending the Light Guild to crush him. I didn't expect him to be this fragile. Summerflower placed her hands on her hips. Isn't that good news? Do you really want to dirty your hands with his blood? Suddenly, Spring, Life's face went pale as she stared at her phone. Her eyes went wide with shock. What is it? The sudden reaction drew the attention of the other 4. She asked sharply, what's wrong? Then her own jaw dropped, her composure shattering instantly. She screamed in denial. Impossible! The system screen flashed a new notification that changed everything. Radiant Treasure Chest 1. Rewind time by 30 seconds to the Forest of Escape. Jiang Kai stood confused. A legendary radiant chest had appeared inside the mountain. Scorching magma erupted from the earth behind him like a dragon's breath. Jiang Kai sprinted, every step stretching the limits of human agility. There was no retreat. He launched himself into the void, aiming straight for the chest. I am betting my very life on this single strike. Jiang Kai moved like a blur, closing the distance to the massive circle of light. He reached out, his fingertips grazing the fabric of destiny itself. Hope surged through his veins like wildfire. He snatched the chest, crushing it against his body. A roar of absolute triumph tore from his throat. Got it. He popped the lid, and blinding light exploded outward. But disaster struck. The ground beneath him shattered, sending Jiang Kai and the glowing chest plummeting toward the boiling lava lake below. He kicked off a falling rock, desperate for any leverage. But the magma geyser shot straight up. He was helpless, falling into the inferno with his prize. Damn it, I am at my limit. A smirk touched his lips as he thought of her. Han, you really picked a hell of a spot for this. Just meters from total incineration, his body began to fade. System alert, exploration time ended. Jiang Kai vanished from the instance mere milliseconds before the lava could claim his soul. Boom! The lava swallowed the platform in a massive, fiery explosion. Back in the command room, he Shiyuan into and smashed the table so hard it crumbled to dust. Adrenaline screamed through the room. Beautiful Jiang Kai isn't human. He is a god among men. He stays quiet, then drops a nuke that leaves us all breathless. They stared at the screen, shaken to his core. He had opened a radiant chest in the final seconds. How is that even physically possible? Ma Van jumped up, trembling with excitement. A radiant treasure chest. Does that mean he obtained level 140 class materials? Nakam clenched his fist. Even if it is not level 140, it is undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Elder Wang let out a heavy breath. He had been holding it for that kid. He almost gave me a heart attack. But his harvest in the Maitreya ruins? This is going to flip Saint Yao's status on the international stage. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby. Jiang Kai grimaced in pain, opening his eyes to a clear blue sky. Am I still alive? Hu Yan and Ruan Yu rushed over immediately. Captain Jiang Kai, Su Nannan, and Yuanju were right behind them. Jiang Kai, what was that? Your entrance was way too cinematic. He blinked, confused. Is everyone here? He analyzed the situation. The magma, it was gone. He was back from the Maitreya ruins. He recalled the system notification and slowly stood up. Exploration ended. Yeah, just in time. A young man whispered nervously. What is wrong with Captain Jiang Kai? He looks off. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. He looks like a mess. Maybe the loot was trash and he is in shock. Yuanju waved a hand in front of his face. Jiang Kai, you okay? Don't scare me. Man, who cares about the chest count? Just stay sane. If you turn into an idiot over a dungeon run, we are screwed. Jiang Kai grinned, extending his glowing hand. The radiant chest materialized in thin air. Hu Yan froze, her voice failing her. Is that... She stammered. Oh my god, the light is blinding. Is this the legendary item from the prophecies? Jiang Kai announced with pure swagger. The radiant treasure chest is ours. The jaws of the other four hit the floor as they stared at the prize. One of them tackled him in a bear hug. You crazy bastard. You weren't exploring. You were making history. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu joined the pylon. Su Nuan sighed in admiration. Jiang Kai, you really are the coolest. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind them. Was that a legendary glowing treasure chest? Alice and her battered squad dragged themselves out of the dungeon, looking like absolute wrecks. You guys actually unlocked the glowing chest that is impossible for trash like you, and Anju stepped up like an iron fortress to shield his team. Nothing is impossible. Quit looking down on us. Or did you forget who crushed you in the arena? Hu Yan winked playfully, her smile sharp as a dagger. That is right. Now you finally understand the massive gap between first place and third place. Even with the same time limit, Alice was about to explode with rage, her teeth grinding audibly. Her teammates screamed in frustration. What did you just say to us? Shut up, haven't we lost enough face? Alice snapped, ordering a humiliating retreat. Yuanju burst into laughter. Jiang Kai, look at how salty they are. Talk about satisfying. Jiang Kai smirked. In this world governed by levels and mana, raw power is the only way to silence the doubters. Su Nuan nodded in agreement as the five of them ventured deeper into the forest. Two shadows watched from behind a tree. Rim, one asked, not going to say hi to your old friends? Willis narrowed his eyes, smiling mysteriously. No need. Destiny will cross our paths soon enough. Watching Jiang Kai laugh, he thought. Hello, Jiang Kai. I am Qin Yu from the military committee. 3 minutes later, the squad emerged from the teleportation formation. The chairman of the military committee, Qin Yu, stepped forward. Members of the Fire God squad, congratulations on your outstanding performance in this ruin exploration. Jiang Kai eyed him warily. And you are? Qin Yu extended a hand with professional politeness. I am Qin Yu, head of the military committee. I missed you last time, but I finally caught the legends in person. Jiang Kai replied with professional courtesy. Greetings, Commander Qin Yu. Hu Yan lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Su Nuan. Who exactly are these people? The military committee, she explained. The real heavy hitters. They oversee military organizations across the entire nation. Even local commanders have to bow their heads before their absolute authority. Jiang Kai's expression turned to stone instantly. Commander Qin Yu, you are here about the loot distribution, aren't you? I have already reviewed the rough ratios with Mr. Liu. The commander shrugged with casual ease. There is no need to rush that particular matter. Judging by your harvest, you have truly hit the jackpot. You have all battled hard today, so let us finalize the details at the military base tomorrow. Does that work for you? Su Nuan rubbed her chin, eyes wide. He is surprisingly laid back for such a high-ranking official. Jiang Kai nodded sharply. It's a deal. Suddenly, an aide rushed forward in a panic. Commander Qin Yu frowned. What is it? The aide whispered urgently, "It is about Jiang Fang's transfer order to City L." Jiang Kai's enhanced senses caught every single syllable. What Brother Jiang is being banished to City L. The squad froze in sheer horror as Yuan Shu broke into a cold sweat. Isn't City L a certified dead zone crawling with beast deities? Chen Yu nodded with a grave expression. That is correct. You know Jiang Fang. Jiang Kai's face darkened with terrifying intensity. Brother Jiang is my friend. Commander, what is the meaning of this sudden transfer? Chen Yu did not sugarcoat the truth. Jiang Fang falls under the jurisdiction of the Black Tortoise Guild. Recently, the higher-ups there have been pushing aggressively to ship him out. However, he is also part of the War God Hall in Zhangjiang, and their commander refused to release him. It has become a political tug-of-war. Hu Yan scoffed in pure disgust. That scum! The Black Tortoise Guild again. They are targeting him solely because he assisted Captain Jiang Kai. Yuan Shu nodded furiously in agreement. It is a personal vendetta masquerading as official business. Su Nuan clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. That is unforgivable. She looked toward their leader, Jiang Kai. He remained silent, but his fist was clenched so tight it trembled with suppressed rage. Cut to that night. A full moon hung suspended in the pitch-black sky. Jiang Kai leaned against a tree, staring into the endless void. Heavy footsteps approached. Yuan Shu's voice cut through the silence. Too cool to sleep, coming out here to act all mysterious and brooding under the moonlight. Jiang Kai looked surprised to see the beers in his hand. Yuan Shu left no room for refusal. Sit down. Have a drink with me. Jiang Kai accepted the bottle. Fine. Just don't get wasted and start screaming about being the #1 war god again. Yuan Shu chuckled, eyeing his teammate. Someone mentioned a statuesque figure moping out here like a sad rock, so I figured it had to be you. Still thinking about Brother Jiang and the loot split? Jiang Kai gripped this cold bottle, nodding solemnly. Yuan Shu spoke with clarity. I cannot fix the Jiang Fang situation just yet. But regarding the loot, we all agreed on the way back. You call the shots. Whatever you decide with the military tomorrow is law. We have zero objections. Hearing this, a wave of guilt washed over Jiang Kai. But this loot is the result of everyone risking their lives. It represents your future. Yuan Shu slapped Jiang Kai's shoulder hard, cutting him off. Idiot, Jiang Kai. You are great at everything except getting out of your own head. You are spiraling. What are we to each other? We are brothers. We are a team. Do you really think we followed you into hell? Just to haggle over some crafting materials. Jiang Kai hesitated. But still. Yuan Shu stared deep into his soul. Jiang Kai, no item is worth more than our bond or the future of this guild. The Fire God squad went from being called trash to becoming national champions of this awakening tournament. Did we do that because of materials? No. Memories of their bloody battles flashed by. We did it because we trusted each other enough to watch our backs. Even when we were down to our last breath, we carved a path of survival out of despair. That trust is our ultimate fortress, one we hold even if our bones are shattered. Yuan Shu poked at Jiang Kai's chest emphatically. That is worth more than any legendary loot drop. Don't get your priorities twisted. The darkness in Jiang Kai's eyes began to fade as realization finally hit him. Yuan Shu grinned. So stop letting useless worry weigh you down. You are our captain, the pillar of the Fire God squad. Whatever you decide, we follow you into the fire unconditionally. Jiang Kai felt a lump in his throat. Touched by the loyalty, a relieved smile finally broke through. Yuan Shu, you talk too much. He patted his friend's hand gratefully. Jiang Kai's aura returned to its usual indomitable state. He realized that with his team backing him, he could face any challenge head-on without a shred of fear. The scene shifts to the following day. As the guards ushered Jiang Kai's squad inside, the military committee was already seated, an air of heavy anticipation filling the room. Jiang Kai spoke with polite distance. Apologies for the delay. Chen Yu gestured to the empty seats across from him, barely concealing his eagerness. We just arrived ourselves. Please, sit. Before settling in, he signaled Su Nuan. She nodded, and a brilliant orb of light danced from her palm, illuminating the dim room. Countless item cards materialized from the raid, floating in the air like a galaxy of potential power. Chen Yu's eyes glittered with undeniable greed as he gazed at the magnificent haul. Is this truly the entire harvest from the ruins? He pointed a trembling finger. Brother Jiang Kai, tell me exactly what lies within those purple and glowing treasure chests, and have you decided on the distribution? Jiang Kai remained calm, his expression as still as a deep, abyssal lake. The purple chest holds key class advancement materials for a level 120 swordsman, 10 sets in total. His finger drifted meaningfully toward the radiant glowing card. His gaze sharpened into a blade, staring down the entire committee with dominant pressure. As for this one, we are keeping it. Everything else belongs to you. Chen Yu's face twisted in shock, his eyes widening in total disbelief at the audacity. You intend to hoard the reward from the glowing chest for yourself. Correct, Jiang Kai replied without a hint of hesitation. Although we agreed on a 60-40 split with Captain Liu, the value of these items transcends mere currency. An absolute division is impossible. Chen Yu nodded slowly, forced to concede the logic. Technically, you are right. Strictly speaking, you are taking less than your calculated share. However, he paused, his tone deepening with heavy gravity. You must realize, that glowing chest is exactly what the military covets most. Its contents could change the fate of our entire nation. Yuan Zhu leaned back in his chair, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Commander Chen Yu, have some confidence. You can remove the word could from that sentence. Chen Yu frowned, perplexed by the sheer arrogance. What are you implying? Jiang Kai smiled and held up the card, letting it pulse with blinding rainbow light, a legendary item straight out of myth. Because inside this chest lie 3 complete sets of class advancement materials for a level 140 martial artist. Chen Yu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His brow furrowed, eyes bulging as he stared at Jiang Kai with a slack jaw. Lu Yu slammed his hand on the table, trembling with raw excitement. 3 sets. That means Saint Yao won't just get 1 hope for a level 140 warrior, but 3 simultaneously. Whether it is clearing the wasteland or facing a beast god, our confidence just skyrocketed to the heavens. Chen Yu quickly composed himself, analyzing the board. Jiang Kai hadn't left immediately after stating his terms. That meant only one thing. He was waiting to make a deal. Jiang Kai calmly sipped his water, the very picture of indifference. Finally, Chen Yu spoke. Brother Jiang Kai, let's be blunt. What is the price the military must pay to obtain that card? A flash of white teeth appeared as Jiang Kai grinned. Good. I like your directness. Commander, 4 conditions. He set his cup down firmly on the table. First, I need complete level 40 advancement materials for a martial artist, a feng shui master, a drunkard, and an ascetic, plus 2 sets for the Destiny class. Destiny class. Chen Yu paused for clarification. You mean the defective materials? Jiang Kai nodded. Exactly. Chen Yu sighed in relief. That is easy. I will have someone fetch them from the warehouse immediately. What is your second condition? Jiang Kai crossed his arms, his expression hardening into stone. Second, I have made a decision regarding a friend. Zhang Feng has wanted to leave the Xuanwu Guild for a long time, but they hold him hostage, claiming he owes them a fortune in training costs. The laid-back demeanor vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp gaze. I want the military to clear his debt and recruit him directly. Chen Yu wasn't surprised. I see. You are using a king-tier card to buy a friend's freedom. Very well. I agree to this condition. Jiang Kai immediately pressed on. Third, for the next 5 years, Commander Wei Ying must not be transferred out of Zhangzhong City. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Confused? Where does this request come from? Xuanyun watched him, suddenly realizing the intent. Is Jiang Kai worried Xuanwu will target the commander? She thought, even though Brother Liu has protection, Commander Wei Ying has always stood on the front lines alone, with no one guarding his back. The commander protects others in silence. Now, Jiang Kai is using his own leverage to repay that debt of honor. Jiang Kai's eyes remained cold, offering no explanation. The reasons are complex. Commander Chen Yu, you only need to decide if you can grant it. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. I don't fully understand your motive, but I accept. Now, what is your final condition? Jiang Kai's lips curled up, then flattened into a look of deadly seriousness. He enunciated every word with chilling precision. I want the Xuanwu Guild disbanded, permanently. Chen Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Beside him, a buzz-cut officer leaped to his feet, slamming the table in fury. Jiang Kai, are you out of your mind? Xuanwu is one of the top 10 guilds in Saint Yao. They are the core force on the front lines. Without them, our colonization speed would plummet. Another officer chimed in, voice tense. They are backed by Xuanwu Military Industries. Their influence on Saint Yao's power, both virtually and in reality, is massive. Asking us to dissolve them, I fear you overestimate our authority. Jiang Kai immediately stood up, cutting the negotiation dead. If that is the case, pretend I never mentioned it. Farewell. Another officer shouts after him, desperation cracking his voice. Jiang Kai, what use are level 140 materials to you? You are not even a martial artist. You will only sell them anyway, so name your price. We will pay it. Jiang Kai shifts his glance, and the temperature in the room instantly plummets to absolute 0. An item capable of shifting the status of an entire nation. How much money do you think that kind of power is worth? What a pity. No matter the sum, I will not sell for your coin. Chen Yu stares at the young man's retreating back, a terrifying truth dawning on him. Hishishi's brat was never bluffing. He is determined to utterly crush the Xuanwu Guild. The commander rests his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing in sharp calculation. Xuanwu is vital, yes, but if they fall, their members and resources will not simply vanish into thin air. They will merely be devoured by the other guilds of Shenyao. From a national strategy perspective, our total combat power remains completely unshaken. Jiang Kai turns to his team, his voice calm and commanding. Let us move out. Ruin Yu hums a soft agreement, falling into step behind him. Suddenly, Qin Yu shoots to his feet, his voice booming across the hall like thunder. Wait, hold on a second. Brother Jiang Kai, please stop. Jiang Kai's pace slows, yet he does not offer the dignity of turning around. Qin Yu hurries toward the group, his tone dripping with urgency. To be honest, I do not know what kind of blood feud exists between you and the Black Tortoise Guild. But frankly speaking, disbanding a guild of that magnitude is nearly impossible. However, I have a compromise that might interest you. Hearing this, a faint, calculated smirk plays on Jiang Kai's lips. It is the look of a hunter whose trap has just snapped shut. He finally turns his head, his expression essentially unreadable. I am listening. Commander Qin Yu. Qin Yu seizes the opening. We can force the dissolution of their largest branch. That is the absolute limit of our authority. Meanwhile, in a lavish guild hall, Hishishi grips her phone, her face twisting in pure horror at the voice on the other end. She screams in disbelief, her composure shattering into dust. What did you say? You want to dissolve the Black Tortoise branch in S City? How dare Jiang Kai even suggest such a thing? Her subordinates, Xuanxin and Hua, turn deathly pale with shock. On the other end of the line is Hao Wu, the voice of the committee. He continues coldly. Guildmaster, the committee is already in session. The official decree is just a matter of time. Cold sweat pours down. Hishishi's face as absolute panic sets in. Excuse me, are you saying the entire value of the Black Tortoise Guild is worth less than some class advancement materials? Do you know how many resources we have contributed to the Shining Alliance over the years? And this is how you repay us. Hao Wu's voice remains dangerously calm. Guildmaster, do not get emotional. The problem is that Jiang Kai possesses level 140 martial artist class change materials. It is the kind of loot you would only see in a god tier system manner. These items are powerful enough to alter the Shining Alliance's ranking on the global stage. Hishishi grits her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. Did we not already send a team to clear the new map? We could gather those same materials any day now. The retort from the phone is sharp and unforgiving. That is a massive if, Guildmaster. Hao Wu does not let up. You know the pressure we are under from the current beast tide. We do not have the luxury of time to wait for your hypothetical success. Besides, it is merely the loss of one branch. You will survive. Hishishi opens her mouth to argue, but she is ruthlessly cut off. No buts. Guildmaster, you should never have provoked Jiang Kai. Her eyes bulge as the reality strikes her like a physical blow. The phone slips from her trembling fingers, crashing onto the table with a deafening thud. Hishishi sways on her feet, barely staying upright. Her body shakes uncontrollably, every breath feeling like she is inhaling broken glass. Xuanxin steps forward, his voice grim. The reason Black Tortoise holds a top 5 spot among the 10 great guilds is entirely due to the S City branch's contributions. Hua adds, despair in her voice. At least half of our main force was recruited from there. If that branch is dissolved, our combat power will plummet by at least 40% instantly. Hishishi's face contorts into a mask of demonic rage. All my preparation. Everything I set up. Destroyed by him in a single move. Damn it all to hell. If that brat had not lucked out and found that glowing treasure chest, he would be a corpse by now. How dare he climb on my head and look down on me as her scream fades. Her phone screen lights up again. A robotic notification voice fills the silent room. The resolution has been passed. Guildmaster, please dissolve the S City branch before 3 p.m. tomorrow. She stands frozen, a statue of defeated pride. Her mind is a chaotic storm, rendering her speechless. Suddenly, her expression goes blank, and she backhands the phone, sending it flying across the room. Her subordinates flinch, Guildmaster, but Hishishi is already lost to madness. A murderous mantra plays in her head. Jiang Kai, I will absolutely kill you. The next day, at the Black Tortoise S City branch, the massive fortress-like military base stands tall, unaware of its impending doom. A digital decree flashes across the main gate. The garrison area is officially disbanding. The crowd of guild members erupts into a storm of confused whispers. Disbanding? What is going on? Is this a system glitch? It has to be a mistake. We are Black Tortoise, one of the 10 great guilds of the Shining Alliance. You can't just shut down a major branch like this without a valid reason. A frantic officer tries to calm the mob. Everyone, please settle down. This is a direct order from headquarters, but the crowd is not having it. Screw that. Where is Hishishi? She just got promoted, and now she's kicking us to the curb. Tell Hishishi to get her face down here. We deserve an explanation. Watching the chaos from a safe distance, Jiang Kai stares intently at the surveillance screen. Huyen smirks, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Man, military efficiency really is chef's kiss. It has only been a day, and they have already delivered on their promise. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Wenzu laughs along with him. I can't stop imagining his shushi's twisted, angry face right now. It is absolutely hilarious. Jiang Kai walks in from the entrance, his presence instantly commanding the room. Is the whole squad here? Ruin Yu greets him with a warm, radiant smile. Captain Jiang Kai, you made it. Yuanzu walks over and throws a friendly arm around his shoulder. Jiang Kai, what took you so long? You almost missed the best part of the drama. Hu Yan chimes in. Seriously, the Black Tortoise branch is in absolute shambles right now. Jiang Kai nods calmly. Brother Lu just updated me. They have until 3 p.m. Today is the deadline to completely erase their presence in S-City. He looks at his team, shifting instantly into briefing mode. Also, because this caused such a massive uproar within their ranks, Black Tortoise has pulled out of the upcoming map raid. Just like in a leveling Manhwa, when one rival falls, another takes its place. The Demon Slayer Guild will be stepping in to fill the gap. We need to ensure the raid's firepower remains stable. Hu Yan frowns. What about the Shining Guild? Jiang Kai explains, Shining is backed by Black Tortoise, but they operate independently. They are not affected. In fact, they are poaching the displaced Black Tortoise elites to boost their own strength. Hu Yan pouts, crossing her arms in annoyance. So basically, we still have to take orders from that scumbag Lu Wan. The image of Lu Wan, a man with a slimy grin and a punchable face, flashes through everyone's minds. Jiang Kai's expression remains unbothered. Actually, it is perfect. I have been waiting to see what kind of dirty tricks they try to pull. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, high atop a skyscraper, a white-haired man gasps for air, sweat dripping from his face like rain. In the distance, a young girl named Yingzi checks her stopwatch, beaming with joy. That was amazing. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You shaved off 5 seconds from your last record. The older brother, the big boss, is too winded to reply. Hands resting on his knees, he heaves for breath. Yingzi rushes over, worry replacing her excitement. Brother Jiang, wipe that sweat off quickly. The wind up here is strong. You will catch a cold. He takes the towel, waving her off gently. I can do it. I am not as frail as I used to be. As he dries off, determination burns in his eyes like a rekindled forge. With this progress, it won't be long before I recover enough strength to finally stand by Jiang Kai's side again. Yingzi scolds him lightly. Even so, you have to be careful. Don't be like our second brother, always pushing past the limit. And just as they share a laugh, a loud sneeze echoes from miles away. It is Jiang Kai, carrying 2 heavy bags and wearing a playful grin. He teases, no wonder I have been sneezing lately. Someone is definitely bad-mouthing me. Seeing him materialize out of thin air, Brother Jiang and Yingzi cry out in pure joy. Jiang Kai, you're back. Inside the room, Brother Jiang sets down a plate of fruit, his eyes shining with pride. Jiang Kai, I watched your performance in the tournament. I never imagined you would become this powerful, just like the hero of a leveling manhwa. Yingzi sits beside him, nodding enthusiastically. That is right. Second brother, you were absolutely legendary out there. Then, her expression shifts to a pout. But seriously, you didn't send a single word for something so huge. I was terrified. Thank goodness the military finally confirmed you were safe. Jiang Kai gently pats Yingzi's head to soothe her. It was an emergency, and things got chaotic. I'm sorry for making you worry. It takes a while, but she finally calms down enough to listen. As long as you know. She crosses her arms. Don't scare us like that again. Smiling, he pulls out 2 vials of shimmering liquid. Brother Jiang, Yingzi, put my issues aside for a moment. I came today to show you I'm safe, but also to give you these. These are class change materials. Their jaws drop as they stare at the items in utter shock. Jiang Kai's voice turns serious. These are Heavenly Fate materials. My own extreme class came from a source just like this. I've analyzed them. This special material adapts to the user's innate characteristics, awakening a class perfectly suited to their soul. Yingzi gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. That is incredible. He handed 1 vial to Brother Jiang, but immediately turned to face her. Yingzi, finish your studies before you decide your path. I will hold on to yours for now. The remaining vial, Jiang Kai pressed firmly into Brother Jiang's palm. The ghost planet is open to you now, but the path is a hellscape. It will be harder than you can possibly imagine. You need to think this through. Brother Jiang gripped the vial, his resolve hardening like steel. I have already made up my mind. A shadow of guilt flashed across his face. Lying in that hospital bed. I hated my own weakness. I wanted to recover. I wanted to storm the ghost planet and fight. But my body simply would not cooperate. Yingzi frowned, her heart aching at his words. Brother Jiang, do not say that. You worked yourself to the bone to raise us. Do not blame yourself for being exhausted. Brother Jiang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the shimmering vial. But I have heard that most explorers on the ghost planet train for years before stepping foot there. I have 0 experience and a weak foundation. I might fail the newbie trial, but I will put my life on the line to train. I will not give up. Jiang Kai clapped a hand on his shoulder, a reassuring weight. Do not stress about the trial. I have a method. As for the path ahead, I trust you. I know you can walk it. He lowered his voice. Sharing a secret meant only for them. Reach the transcendent rank, and you can extract your stats into reality. Back on the blue star, you will be like the black god, hunting beast gods and avenging our family. Yingzi tied on her apron, breaking the heavy tension. Brother Zhang has been cooking lately, and I'm itching to help. You two chat. I will call you when dinner is ready. Brother Zhang smiled warmly. Sounds good. He waited for her to leave, then turned back to Jiang Kai, his expression shifting to stone-cold seriousness. Now, let us talk business. Commander Jiang mentioned your guild's role in the upcoming raid. You are responsible for luring a king-class boss. I kept it from Yingzi to spare her the panic. Jiang Kai, be honest with me. Can you survive this? Jiang Kai nodded firmly. Rest easy, Brother Zhang. I will be careful. But his brother was not convinced. That is a king-class entity. Jiang Kai, I am terrified for you. Jiang Kai sighed, his voice dropping to explain the crushing gravity of the situation. Brother Zhang, this is not just about map expansion. Kasha is the pivotal standoff between humanity and the beast gods. Generations have bled and died to create this single opportunity. It means everything to us. Jiang Kai's eyes burned with determination. War is coming, whether it is dangerous or not. Someone has to step up and lure that monster. I cannot retreat. Seeing his brother's somber face, he asked quietly, Brother Zhang, are you angry? Brother Zhang laughed softly, wiping moisture from his eyes. You fool. I am happy seeing you stand so tall, like a true man who holds up the sky. How could I hold you back? He grabbed Jiang Kai's shoulders. Just promise me one thing. Protect yourself. If you get tired, come home. Remember, Yingzi and I will always have your back. Unconditionally. Jiang Kai felt a massive weight lift off his soul. I understand, Brother Zhang. Days later, inside the instance dungeon, Hu Yan beamed with excitement. Spirit Channeler Captain Jiang Kai, look, I have awakened. Her status window flashed into existence. Explorer Hu Yan, Class Spirit Channeler, Level 41. Ruin Yu literally jumped for joy. I switched to Wine Maniac. His status glowed with power. Explorer Ruin Yu, Class Wine Maniac, Level 41. Jiang Kai nodded, analyzing their growth. What about your innate talents? Hu Yan reported immediately. My talent is Ghostly Whale. I can communicate with the spirit realm and command wraiths to attack. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow. Oh, is the damage output high? She laughed sheepishly. Not exactly. It is mostly for harassment, but it has a chance to trigger a fear debuff on the enemy. Jiang Kai understood immediately. Damage is not a priority yet. Your crowd control is already terrifying. With the Wind Thunder Staff and this Ghostly Whale, you have two major control skills. You are practically untouchable. She blushed at the high praise. That is what I thought too. Then Ruan Yu chimed in. Captain Jiang Kai. Captain, as a wine maniac, my new talent is called Drunken Song of Madness. Jiang Kai mused. That sounds way more intense than your old skill. Hu Yan nudged him playfully. Well, tell us how crazy is this drunken song? He explained, eyes wide with adrenaline. It triggers my primal instincts and boosts my physical stats. Plus, there is a chance to activate the True Self state. It can stun them. True Self state. Ruin Yu swung his sword in a clumsy yet fluid arc. Yeah, I do not fully get it either, but it feels special. Different emotions and environments trigger different effects within that state. It is unpredictable. Hu Yan whistled. Sounds OP, even if I have never heard of it. Jiang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Going from Wine Ghost to Wine Maniac is an ultra-rare evolution path. Combined with a variable talent, it is normal that no one has data on it. In this world, rarity usually equals infinite potential. Ruin Yu's face flushed red with pride at the recognition. Just then, Jiang Kai's smartwatch buzzed violently. A holographic screen popped up, demanding attention. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with intensity. It is a message from Yuan Shu. He and Su Nuan have finally completed their class advancements. Hu Yan beams with pure thrill. The formation is flawless. Their combat synergy will be absolutely unstoppable now. Jiang Kai nods in agreement. I nods in. Precisely. Plus, Shen Yi ascended 2 days ago. Her base stats have skyrocketed by 100%. I have also hit level 40. The moment I secure the evolution material, my true awakening can finally begin. Hu Yan tilts her head, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Captain Jiang Kai, are we heading out to farm mobs and power level today? Jiang Kai's expression instantly hardens. He stands by the door, staring into the distance. No, the regional boss spawns the day after tomorrow. Summon Shen Yi immediately. We must march to the quarantine zone. It is time to prepare for war. Huyan and Ruan Yu do not hesitate, their faces locked in determination as they shout, "Understood." The very next day, the Deer Ridge axis reveals its majestic form. Mountains pierce the heavens like colossal horns. Below, a fortress of steel has risen from the earth. Tanks, encampments, and watchtowers signal the military's iron grip on the land. Silhouettes move efficiently through the camp, patrolling the perimeter with eagle-eyed vigilance. A guild officer points sharply toward the horizon. "U4, is the plan clear?" He gestures to the dense tree line. "The main god guild will lure the king tier boss to those coordinates." "Do not screw this up," the officer warns. Jiang Kai smirks, radiating a calm, suffocating authority. "Relax. We never miss." But Chen strokes his chin, a mocking sneer curling his lips. "Just remember your place. Try not to die too quickly." He turns on his heel, dismissing them as if they were mere trash. Ruan Yu glares at the retreating figure. His eyes burn with rage. "That bastard! Look at that arrogance. He clearly wants us to serve as cannon fodder." Huyan clenches her fists. Agreed. He is disgusting. But Jiang Kai remains unfazed. Ignore him. On the battlefield, follow my command. We counter every move they make. The four huddle in the shadows, finalizing their strategy for the impending storm. Meanwhile, the guildmaster of the Light Guild, Chen Chun, issues a dark decree. Make absolutely sure Jiang Kai's team is funneled into the trap, and the ambush squad? Remember, no guild members. The military will execute anyone caught infighting during a beast tide. Lu Wen flashes a smile like a venomous snake. "Rest easy, guildmaster. I spent a fortune hiring shadow mercenaries. They will finish the job without leaving a trace." His expression twists into something truly vile. "I will also lie in wait nearby. There will be no mistakes this time." Chen Chun's internal monologue drips with venom. "Jiang Kai, you were once the glory of the Black Tortoise, but you have humiliated me enough. Today, you die without a grave to your name." The sun dips below the horizon, surrendering the sky to a million glittering stars. The world holds its breath in a haunting silence. The camp falls dead silent, as if the earth itself is sleeping. But then, an unnatural glow pulses from behind the peaks, too bright to be the moon, too ominous to be the dawn. Boom! The earth groans and shatters. Thousands of monstrous silhouettes surge forward like a tidal wave of death, kicking up a blinding storm of dust. High above, a horned humanoid stands like a demon king. Veins pulse on his forehead as he swings his hand down the signal to attack. The military roars to life. Soldiers scramble into position as artillery turns the night into day. Fire and lead rain down on the beast horde amidst deafening war cries. "For the holy Su Longland, slaughter them," Commander Ti Jiang bellows. "Hold the line. We just need to buy time for the 5 great guilds to slay the boss." The left flank closes the gap. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupts. 3 massive beasts burst from the soil. Armored crocodile-like nightmares with razor-sharp spines thrash wildly. A soldier screams, "Squad 3, contain the golden horn croc dragon. Do not let it breach the defense line. Squad 4, open fire." They pour it on, but the bullets ping off the monster's skull like harmless rain. It does not even leave a scratch. The beast becomes a living wrecking ball, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. Taijiang collapses, bloodied and desperate, requesting backup. The power gap is too immense. We cannot stop them. Before he can move, a shadow looms over him. The croc dragon's jaws unhinge, rows of serrated teeth poised to snap his head off. A sickening crunch silences the scream. Blood sprays across the dirt. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai watches a fissure tear through the earth, racing toward his team at breakneck speed. Cold sweat drips down Huyan's face. Damn it, is their hide made of diamond? Nothing is getting through. Jiang Kai remains silent, his gaze sharp as a blade. Beside him, Shen Yi grinds her teeth, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Facing a commander tier beast is suicidal enough, but a king tier, that kind of overwhelming power, usually only exists in the depths of hell. Jiang Kai's voice cuts through the fear. Panic gets you killed. Steady yourselves. Hold your ground. We strike on my command. No matter what nightmare crawls from that abyss, the horizon vanishes, swallowed by a black tide of emerging abominations. They are a grotesque legion of twisted flesh and jagged bone, bound together by a single primal instinct and insatiable hunger for human blood. Suddenly, the soldiers freeze, eyes nearly popping from their skulls in sheer terror. A suffocating aura crashes down, heavy enough to crush the soul. It is here. The ultimate calamity, a king-tier existence, has descended upon the battlefield.